Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for a journey into the unknown, a mystery that transcends the boundaries of our ordinary reality. I am your guide, MM2, a traveler between worlds and dimensions, and I invite you to join me in the heart-pounding adventure that is the Transit Chronicles, uniting lives in a connected world. In a world reshaped by the Global Unified Network Treaty and the enigmatic social media credit system, the very fabric of society has been rewoven. No longer do we measure worth by conventional standards. Instead, power rests in the hands of those who can forge human connections, nurture creativity, and wield influence. Enter Jimmy, an unlikely hero of this new age, a humble bus driver from the bustling streets of Chicago. Jimmy is not your typical social media sensation, yet he has captured the hearts and minds of millions through his daily live stream, the Transit Chronicles. This unassuming figure turns his daily route into an international sensation, broadcasting his life and the lives of his passengers to a captivated global audience via LifeShare, an immersive live streaming platform. On board his mobile stage, the Performance Express, Chicago's diverse and talented performers find a platform to shine. As Jimmy navigates the city's labyrinthine streets, his live streams offer a unique lens into the world of a city bus. Passengers from all walks of life, their random acts of kindness, their disputes and their moments of humor, all woven into the tapestry of urban existence, captivate his viewers. His genuine charm and relatable persona have transformed him into a beloved figure in this new digital landscape. But dear readers, as you know, where there is light, there is shadow. The excitement of Jimmy's journey takes a dark and chilling turn when a series of murders shatter the community's sense of security, leaving Jimmy and his devoted viewers in shock and fear. Driven by an unquenchable thirst for the truth, Jimmy embarks on his own investigation, enlisting the aid of his loyal followers, his steadfast friend Monica, the tech-savvy Derrick, and the relentless Detective Rodriguez. The Transit Chronicles, uniting lives in a connected world, is not merely a murder mystery. It is a testament to the indomitable power of community in the face of adversity. It offers a futuristic glimpse into how technology can reshape our approach to fighting crime, pushing the boundaries of possibility in an increasingly digitized world. The journey our protagonists undertake is a testament to human resilience, innovation, and the unwavering pursuit of justice in the face of insurmountable odds. As the mystery unfolds, you, our intrepid readers, will find yourselves perched on the edge of your seats, eagerly awaiting the revelation of the stagecoach coin's significance and the chilling identity of the malevolent force haunting the city of Chicago. Join us, if you dare, as we embark on this electrifying odyssey, where the line between the real and the virtual, the known and the unknown, blurs into a thrilling enigma waiting to be unraveled. Chapter 1. The Social Revolution. Our world, once teeming with disparate currencies and financial systems, went through a radical shift in the year 2028 when the Global Unified Network Treaty, or GUNT, was enacted. This treaty, initiated by a conglomerate of the world's most influential tech companies, aimed at harmonizing the world's financial structures into a single, unified entity, the Social Media Credit, SMC. Unlike anything we'd seen before, SMC represented a convergence of economics and technology. It proposed a simple, radical idea. Value was no longer about gold reserves or the strength of an economy. It was about human connection, creativity, and influence. The concept of SMC revolved around social media platforms, which were already pervasive, becoming the engines of global commerce. Every tweet, TikTok video, Instagram post, YouTube video, or Facebook stream could earn SMC, depending on engagement metrics like shares, comments, views, and overall reach. A highly sophisticated artificial intelligence, the social credit system, SCS, kept the SMC system in check. This AI monitored and evaluated every piece of content created, and was essential in ensuring that content was original, creative, and adhered to ethical guidelines. The earning rules were clear. Live videos garnered more credits than recorded ones, and videos featuring the creator's face were valued more than those that didn't. In this new world, a novel breed of elites emerged. They were no longer the traditionally wealthy, the tycoons of industry, or heirs to fortunes. Instead, they were the social media moguls, individuals who could capture the hearts and minds of their followers, creating compelling content that commanded attention and engagement. They were the kings and queens of the digital age, their faces familiar to billions across the globe. Among this new upper class was one unexpected figure, Jimmy, a bus driver from Chicago. Jimmy wasn't a typical social media star. He wasn't known for his fashion sense, makeup tutorials, or fitness tips. Instead, his charm lay in his job's simple real-life chronicles. As Jimmy started his route every morning, he'd set up his phone in the dashboard holder, ensuring it was angled to capture both him and the bus interior in the frame. Then, he would sign into LiveShare, an immersive live streaming platform, and hit the Go Live button, beginning his daily live stream, the Transit Chronicles. Jimmy's feed was a window into the unique world that was a city bus. Passengers getting on and off, the random acts of kindness, the occasional disputes, and even the humorous and bizarre instances that only public transportation can produce. Jimmy's easygoing nature and affable personality were the perfect backdrops, making each episode feel like a mix of reality TV, a slice-of-life documentary, and a chat with a friend. His viewers loved him. Every smile, wave, or chuckle earned him a flood of likes, each translating into SMC. His live streams were shared across multiple platforms, and his follower base was ever growing. Jimmy was a perfect example of how the SMC system democratized value creation. A bus driver by day, he was an SMC millionaire by night. This world wasn't without its challenges. Some resisted the change, bemoaning the erosion of privacy and the commodification of personal life. Others gamed the system, posting scandalous or provocative content for quick SMC gains. However, the SCSAI was efficient and strict, swiftly detecting and penalizing such behavior. As Jimmy navigated through the city streets, he also navigated this new landscape of value and currency. He was a significant component in a global apparatus powered by the essence of human connection. With the first traces of dawn embracing the sky, Jimmy found himself at the city bus depot. He wore a comfortable, worn-in blue uniform and his favorite Chicago Cubs cap, a little personal flair amidst the city's strict dress code. Even at this early hour, he had a contagious smile that brightened the sleepy environment. The depot, a cavernous grey structure, came alive each morning with the rumble of buses and chatter of drivers. It was a testament to the city's steady pulse, a hub where public transportation arteries converged. Jimmy's bus was number 57, an old but well-maintained machine painted in the city's trademark navy blue and white. It had seen countless journeys, heard countless stories, and been part of numerous lives. To Jimmy, it was more than just a vehicle. It was his roving office, where he connected with his passengers and followers alike. As he prepared to start his day, Jimmy was joined by two of his fellow drivers, Fred and Lisa. Fred, a grizzled veteran with a salt and pepper beard, had been driving buses since the dawn of the SMC system. He had a tough exterior, but a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lisa, a bubbly young woman with sparkling eyes and a deep laugh, had joined the bus service right out of college. A natural entertainer, she loved creating skits and songs about her experiences on the bus, quickly gaining a dedicated social media following. "Morning, Jimmy," Fred greeted, a cup of steaming coffee in his hand. "Ready for another day in the wild?" Jimmy laughed. "Absolutely, Fred. Nothing beats the excitement of the open road. Well, open city streets, I suppose," Lisa chimed in with a grin. "And the drama. Don't forget the drama. Yesterday I had a guy who sang opera from downtown to the suburbs." The conversation continued in this manner, full of shared experiences, laughter, and the camaraderie that could only exist among those who understand the uniqueness of the job. They shared their thoughts on the new SMC system, which significantly changed their profession. The bus driver's role had become a fusion of public service and entertainment. While Fred was skeptical about integrating technology into their work, often grumbling about the lack of good old face-to-face conversation, Lisa embraced the change, excited about the potential for creative expression. Jimmy, though initially unsure, had found a middle ground. He appreciated how this system had allowed him to connect with his passengers on a deeper level, while also recognizing the possible drawbacks and complications it brought. "Look, the way I see it," Jimmy said, his gaze thoughtful, "we're not just driving buses anymore. We're driving conversations, driving connections. We're part of something bigger." And with that, they all climbed into their respective buses, ready to embark on their routes. The depot echoed with the revving engines, the air filled with anticipation for the day ahead. Jimmy positioned his phone on the dashboard, adjusted the frame and hit Go Live. His morning ritual had begun once again. "Welcome back to the Transit Chronicles." He greeted his viewers with a smile, and the city woke up. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the city of Chicago bustled to life. The sound of Jimmy's bus, the rhythmic hum of the engine interspersed with the frequent hiss of the pneumatic doors, formed the background score to the city's morning symphony. One by one, passengers began to board, a mix of regular commuters and fresh faces, each adding their notes to the melody of the morning. Every time the bus doors opened, a new story walked in. As the people streamed onto the bus, many lived on their phones, engaging with their followers and earning SMC. It was a testament to the influence and ubiquity of the SMC system. In the reflection of their screens, Jimmy caught a glimpse of the lives he was indirectly part of, and he welcomed his viewers into this tapestry of stories. Among his regulars, there was one passenger whose story was about to take an unexpected turn. Mr. Thomas, a middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed beard, always wore a sharp suit. His usual routine was to join the bus at the Madison Street stop, engrossed in a digital newspaper on his phone. But today, he seemed different. As he climbed aboard, Jimmy noticed a look of unease replace the usual jovial twinkle in Mr. Thomas's eyes. He wore his suit as always, but it didn't have its usual immaculate appearance. "Morning, Mr. Thomas. You all right today?" Jimmy asked as he scanned his digital bus pass. Mr. Thomas hesitated before he responded with a sigh. "Not the best of days, Jimmy. Not the best." Sensing something was amiss, Jimmy smiled and gently asked, "Care to talk about it?" Mr. Thomas nodded, accepting Jimmy's offer. Taking a deep breath, he began to tell his story. I lost my job yesterday, Jimmy. Downsizing, they said. And I haven't told my wife yet." A collective gasp echoed through the live feed. Jimmy's viewers had become engrossed in the unfolding story. The comments began flooding in, full of sympathy and advice for Mr. Thomas. Jimmy, maintaining his role as the affable host, asked, "Why haven't you told her yet, Mr. Thomas?" "Well," Mr. Thomas chuckled nervously, "you know Martha. She's the worrying kind. I didn't want to ruin her day." Jimmy chuckled along, remembering Mr. Thomas's previous stories about his wife's elaborate baking projects and obsession with houseplants. "That's thoughtful of you, Mr. Thomas, but remember, a problem shared is a problem halved." One of Jimmy's viewers chimed in with a comment. "Jimmy's right, Mr. Thomas. Honesty is always the best policy." This provoked a flurry of comments agreeing with the sentiment. The whole bus and hundreds of viewers on the live stream were now emotionally invested in Mr. Thomas's predicament. It was a uniquely communal moment, an intersection of technology and human connection that could only exist in this SMC-driven world. Mr. Thomas, cheered by the wave of support from the digital audience, managed to smile. "You're right, Jimmy, and your viewers too. I'll tell Martha tonight. It's funny how life throws a curveball when you least expect it." As the bus rumbled on, carrying its host of stories, the SMCs rolled in for Jimmy. But the SMCs were just a byproduct of what Jimmy valued: the shared moments, the connections, and the warmth of community. Today, like every other day, the Transit Chronicles. Chapter 2. The curveball morning light streamed through Jimmy's window, illuminating the stillness of his home. Jimmy, already awake, was nestled in the comforting embrace of his favorite armchair, scrolling through the news on his phone. His morning routine, usually peaceful and reflective, was about to be jolted. As he scanned the headlines, his heart suddenly lurched. The headline read, "Local man found dead in residence. Wife suspects foul play." The accompanying photo featured the face of Mr. Thomas, his gentle smile now a chilling reminder of their conversation the previous day. Jimmy felt his breath hitch. He had spoken to Mr. Thomas just yesterday. He remembered his words, his nervous chuckle, and his resolve to tell his wife about his job loss. To imagine that this man, so full of life and stories, was no more was jarring. He spent a few moments in silence, grappling with the reality of the news. His phone lay forgotten on his lap, the screen displaying Mr. Thomas's smiling photo, a digital ghost in the machine. Walking into the bus depot that morning felt different. The depot was the same, the buses humming as they prepared to brave the day, drivers chatting and sharing morning greetings. But Jimmy was different. He carried with him the heavy knowledge of a life lost, a narrative abruptly cut short. He spotted Lisa and Fred by their buses, chatting over their morning coffee. Their smiles seemed to belong to another reality that Jimmy had been a part of only yesterday. Summoning his strength, he approached them. "Guys, did you hear the news about Mr. Thomas?" he began, his voice somber. Lisa's eyes widened. "Wait, you mean our Mr. Thomas? From the Madison Street stop?" Fred was quick to cut in, a frown furrowing his brow. "Jimmy, what's happened?" Jimmy let out a sigh and recounted the news. As he described the details, the vibrant energy of the depot seemed to dim. Their fellow drivers, overhearing the conversation, joined the huddle, their faces reflecting a mix of shock and sorrow. The three stood amidst the humming buses, a testament to the shared humanity that connected them. The realities of life and death, hope and despair, laughter and tears were all part of their daily canvas. As they navigated the city streets, they also navigated the spectrum of human experience. Lisa was the first to break the silence. "Poor Mr. Thomas, and his wife. I can't even imagine." Fred nodded, adding, "Just goes to show you never really know what's going on in someone's life." Their words hung in the air, an echo of the ephemeral and unpredictable nature of life. As they dispersed to begin their routes, Jimmy looked at his bus, number 57. The familiarity of it offered a semblance of comfort amidst the turmoil. Sighing, he climbed aboard, positioned his phone on the dashboard and adjusted the frame. "Good morning, friends," he began, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. As he shared the news of Mr. Thomas, he found himself once again at the heart of an interconnected community. Only today the connections were formed not by laughter and shared stories, but by shared sorrow and empathy. And so, Jimmy began another day on the bus, a day that was anything but ordinary. In the face of this unexpected twist, he realized that his Transit Chronicles had taken a turn he never saw coming. Jimmy's live feed was unusually quiet as he started his journey through the city. Today, the usual buzz of jokes, comments and anecdotes has been replaced by a shared sense of disbelief and grief. The news of Mr. Thomas's death was like an unexpected pothole on the smooth road of their daily journeys together. In between stops, Jimmy took the time to read the comments that were pouring in. The digital community he had built around his daily rides was rallying together in the face of this unforeseen tragedy. "Mr. Thomas seemed like a great man, Jimmy. It's a shame we only got to know him through your conversations," one comment read. "Is there any way we can donate SMC to his wife, Martha? She must be going through a lot right now," another viewer suggested. The idea resonated with the digital audience, and a wave of agreement flooded the comments section. It was a powerful testament to the sense of community fostered on the Transit Chronicles. Although physically distant, the people on the other side of the screen were emotionally present and ready to lend their support. Addressing the camera, Jimmy began, "Mr. Thomas was a regular on my route. He had a kind soul, a sense of humor, and an unmistakable sparkle in his eyes." His voice hitched as he continued, "I know we'll all miss our morning chats with him. And as for helping Martha, I think that's a wonderful idea. I'll contact the SMC authorities to see if we can set up a donation pool." As he traversed his route, passengers on the bus chimed into the conversation. A young woman in the back, a regular on his route, shared her memories of Mr. Thomas always offering his seat to those who needed it. An older gentleman spoke of his regular chess games with Mr. Thomas at the local park. Every story and every memory added a layer to the collective picture of who Mr. Thomas was. And in these shared memories, he lived on. Their hearts and digital screens immortalized his life, personality and kinness. Each conversation about Mr. Thomas, both on the bus and on the live feed, was marked by a unique combination of grief and respect. And though the atmosphere was heavy with loss, there was also a pervasive sense of unity, a shared understanding that even amidst the most challenging times, the human spirit could find ways to connect, support, and honor the memories of those lost. As Jimmy continued his route, his bus full of passengers and his live feed full of viewers, he realized he was not just driving a bus, but leading a community capable of laughter, joy, empathy, and support. Even in the face of this unexpected tragedy, the Transit Chronicles found a way to honor Mr. Thomas, a man they knew through brief daily interactions. And in that process, they found a way to unite, transforming a bus route into a journey of shared humanity. The evening had settled over the city, and the dazzling lights from skyscrapers reflected in the river, painting a beautiful picture. Leaving behind his bustling day, Jimmy now stood in his penthouse, ready for a change of pace. As one of the most successful content creators in the SMC economy, his dwelling reflected his achievements, a high-rise penthouse with a panoramic view of Chicago. His penthouse was a fusion of comfort and style, spacious rooms filled with contemporary furniture. The walls adorned with abstract art, a tribute to his eclectic taste. His favorite space was the living room, with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered an awe-inspiring view of the city skyline. Tonight, as he stood by the window watching the city's pulsating energy, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Jimmy had a date with someone who had captured his heart, a lawyer named Monica. He'd met Monica several months ago when she had boarded his bus. Despite her successful career, Monica's SMC earnings were modest, reflecting her private nature and reluctance to put her life on display. Yet something about her grace and intellect attracted Jimmy more than any SMC account ever could. With a final glance in the mirror, Jimmy stepped into his autonomous car, a sleek model that epitomized future luxury. As he settled into the plush leather seats, he entered Monica's address into the car's navigation system, and the vehicle smoothly maneuvered its way through the bustling city streets. Monica lived in a charming brick apartment building in a more modest part of town. It had a cozy, welcoming feel that Jimmy found endearing. As he parked outside, he appreciated the stark contrast between his and Monica's lifestyles. It was this contrast that added a unique flavor to their connection. Monica emerged from her apartment, a vision in a simple yet elegant dress. Her smile was radiant, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing her, Jimmy felt a rush of affection. He admired not just her beauty, but her intelligence, her warmth, and her independence. His live feed went wild as he exited the car to open the door for her. Countless comments poured in, speculating about the woman who had won the heart of the city's favorite bus driver. Jimmy, however, kept his focus on Monica, his live feed forgotten for the moment. "Good evening, Monica," he greeted her, his voice filled with genuine warmth. Monica's laughter rang out, a delightful melody that washed away the remnants of Jimmy's busy day. "Good evening, Jimmy. Are you ready for our date?" Jimmy, his charming smile in place, responded, "More than ready." And so, They embarked on their evening together, the city lights their backdrop, the hum of the city their symphony. Unseen by them, the city buzzed with the news of their date, the world of SMC eager to be a part of their journey. But for now, it was just Jimmy and Monica, two individuals from contrasting worlds, sharing an evening under the city lights. Monica's simple yet elegant navy number dress hugged her figure flatteringly. The fabric shimmered subtly under the streetlights, adding an ethereal glow to her. As she stepped out of the car, the soft fabric rustled like the whisper of the evening breeze, enhancing her natural grace. They arrived at Bella Napoli, an Italian gem tucked away in a quieter part of town. It was a favorite of Jimmy's, its warm and rustic ambience often featured on his live feeds. As they entered the restaurant, a sense of familiarity enveloped them. The charming brick walls draped in ivy echoed with laughter and clinking glasses. Soft music floated in the air, blending harmoniously with the enticing aroma of simmering sauces and baking bread. The staff, recognizing Jimmy, greeted him with genuine warmth. Seeing their favorite bus driver and his attractive date was a delightful surprise. Jimmy's live feed viewers, eagerly anticipating this date, were equally delighted. The comment section was buzzing, filled with speculations and well-wishes. As they were shown to a cozy corner table, the soft glow from the hanging lights enhanced Monica's radiance. Jimmy, enraptured, found himself appreciating the serenity of the moment, a stark contrast to his lively work days. Their conversation flowed easily as they glanced over the menu, a medley of traditional Italian dishes. Monica opted for the fettuccine Alfredo, while Jimmy chose the lasagna bolognese, their order followed by a bottle of red wine. With their order placed, Jimmy shared the news about Mr. Thomas. Monica listened attentively, her empathy evident. "Oh, Jimmy, I'm so sorry. I remember you mentioning him in your videos. That's sad," she commented, her hand reaching across the table to offer comfort. Their food arrived as their conversation drifted between shared laughter and quieter moments of reflection. The rich aroma of garlic, tomatoes, and melted cheese permeated the air, adding a comforting note to their evening. The fettuccine Alfredo was a creamy dream, the pasta cooked to perfection, and the sauce, a symphony of cream, butter, and parmesan. Jimmy's lasagna bolognese, layered with pasta, bolognese sauce, and a hearty helping of cheese, was a hearty feast. The flavors perfectly blend savory and sweet, reminding them of the magic that simple ingredients could weave when paired correctly. As they savored their meals, their conversation flowed naturally, filled with stories, laughter, and shared experiences, and the evening passed like a dream, marked by delicious food, heartfelt conversation, and the sparkling chemistry between Jimmy and Monica. Amidst the lively chatter of the restaurant and the soft music playing in the background, they found a little slice of happiness, a reminder of the beauty that life held amidst its unpredictable twists and turns. While Jimmy and Monica were engrossed in their intimate dinner, their digital audience was equally captivated. They watched as the couple navigated their date, their comments flowing continuously, creating a lively conversation of their own. "Wow, look at them. Such a beautiful couple," one viewer, a long-time follower of Jimmy's live feed, wrote. Her comment was quickly echoed by hundreds of similar sentiments, creating a digital echo of appreciation and approval. "They look like they've known each other for ages," another viewer noted. This remark was met with a flurry of agreement, the genuine chemistry between Jimmy and Monica not lost on their virtual audience. As the camera panned over their dishes, there was a collective digital gasp. "Oh, that fettuccine looks divine," exclaimed a viewer from Italy. Her comment followed by a stream of emojis depicting drooling faces and heart eyes. "Jimmy's lasagna looks so cheesy and delicious. I wish I could have a bite right now," another viewer chimed in, their comment accompanied by several likes and laughing emojis. As the evening progressed, the comment section was abuzz with speculation. "Do you think Monica will start creating content too?" one viewer queried, sparking a lively discussion. Some hoped for joint content from the budding couple, while others respected Monica's privacy. The viewers collectively expressed their condolences when Jimmy broke the news about Mr. Thomas's demise. "Rest in peace, Mr. Thomas. We'll miss seeing you on the Transit Chronicles," one heartfelt comment read. Several viewers pledged to donate SMC to Mrs. Thomas, showcasing the power of their digital community. While Jimmy and Monica continued their date, they unknowingly provided a shared experience for hundreds of thousands of viewers, their interactions sparking digital conversations and building connections. Though the couple was physically alone in their corner of the Italian restaurant, their date was anything but solitary. They had a digital family accompanying them, sharing their smiles, stories, and poignant moments, their collective journey further strengthening the bond between the Transit Chronicles and its followers. As they left the cozy warmth of Bella Napoli, the hum of the city night welcomed them. Their autonomous car, a silent charioteer, was ready to whisk them back to Monica's place. The neon cityscape rolled by in a dazzling blur as they embarked on the drive, the atmosphere inside the car intimate and comfortable. Monica, leaning back against the plush seat, sighed softly. There was a lingering tension around her eyes, a remnant of her day in court. Sensing her unease, Jimmy turned to her, concern etching his features. "You seem a bit tense, Monica. How was your day in court?" Monica, her gaze distant, nodded. "It was quite a day, Jimmy. There's a case that's been particularly challenging." Seeing Monica's serious demeanor, Jimmy intuitively reached for his live feed controls. "I'm going to shut off the live feed, Monica. Whatever you have to share, I want you to feel comfortable." With a soft beep, the live feed went dark, the countless comments and questions temporarily held at bay. For the first time in a long while, Jimmy was disconnected from his digital audience, his focus solely on Monica. Monica looked at him gratefully. "Thanks, Jimmy. The case I'm dealing with isn't open to the public yet." She took a deep breath, as if bracing herself to dive into a turbulent sea. "We're dealing with a group of criminals, hackers. They've been infiltrating people's devices, stealing their SMC." Jimmy's eyes widened in surprise. The concept of SMC theft was foreign to him. The thought of these criminals disrupting the balance of the social media economy was troubling. "That sounds serious, Monica. How are they doing it?" Jimmy asked, his curiosity piqued. Monica leaned back, her brow furrowing as she began to explain. "They're using sophisticated techniques, exploiting the vulnerabilities in devices. They're stealing SMC without leaving a trace. We are doing our best to track them down, but they're elusive." Jimmy, listening attentively, interjected, "And today's court session, how did that go?" Monica sighed, her fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on the edge of her seat. "We presented our evidence, the data we managed to gather. It was intense. They have a cunning legal team making our job harder." Jimmy listened to her words, his mind racing. The thought of this group disrupting the lives of ordinary SMC users, including his digital family, was unsettling. As they continued their drive, Monica explaining more about the case, a sense of shared concern washed over them. Their conversation, a stark contrast to the lively chatter at dinner, painted a different picture of their world, one where the beauty of the SMC economy also had its darker facets. As they pulled up outside Monica's apartment, the reality of their conversation lingering in the air, Jimmy looked at Monica, his gaze filled with newfound respect. Monica, in her quiet way, was fighting to protect the world they cherished, the world they lived and loved in, a world where social media wasn't just a way of life, but life itself. Chapter 3. A Bus Ride of Entertainment. As the sun cast its soft morning glow on the city, Jimmy readied himself for another day of the Transit Chronicles. Freshly rejuvenated from his evening with Monica, he was ready to dive back into his social media universe. He started the day with an exuberant greeting to his viewers, his live feed illuminating the bus interior with a warm, familiar glow. The news of Mr. Thomas's tragic death had touched the hearts of many. In the empathetic spirit of their digital community, thousands of viewers donated SMC to Jimmy, significantly boosting his social credit score. As his regular passengers began to board the bus, they greeted Jimmy warmly. Each greeting was reciprocated with Jimmy's signature smile and a nod, their names and brief pleasantries shared with his viewers. As the cityscape unfolded outside the bus, a woman in her mid-30s rose from her seat. The soft hum of the bus fell into a hush as she cleared her throat. As she started to sing, the first notes of Whitney Houston's "I Will Always Love You" filled the air. Her voice, pure and powerful, soared above the engine's drone, turning the bus into a moving concert hall. The passengers, captivated by her performance, watched it in awe. Jimmy's viewers, equally entranced, flooded the comments with applause and heart emojis. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bus, a man in his 20s drew the passengers' attention with his unique talent. He juggled 4 apples, his movements swift and smooth, providing a visual treat to the singing spectacle. The bus erupted in cheers and laughter as he tossed the apples high, easily catching them. The viewers on the live feed, entertained by this unexpected performance, cheered him on in the comments. Amidst the music and the juggling, a third passenger, an elderly man known for his wit, began sharing jokes, his laughter ringing through the bus. His jovial spirit was infectious, each punchline followed by the passengers' and digital viewers' hearty laughter. The bus had transformed into a stage for spontaneous performances, the passengers becoming unexpected entertainers. Jimmy, driving and witnessing the festivities, couldn't help but grin. The upbeat energy was palpable, his live feed alive with positive comments and a steadily rising view count. As he navigated the streets, his viewers savored the eclectic mix of music, humor, and juggling, their morning commute turning into a joyous celebration of community spirit. The Transit Chronicles, a window into Jimmy's world, was more than just a live feed. It was a testament to the beauty of everyday life, where ordinary moments bloomed into extraordinary memories, all under the watchful lens of a city bus driver named Jimmy. As the melodies and the juggling faded into applause, a new form of entertainment surfaced on the bus. A hush settled over the crowd, a moment of anticipation hanging in the air. From the back of the bus, the elderly man, a twinkle in his eyes, leaned toward the woman seated behind him. Eager for the next act, Jimmy's viewers shifted their attention to the old man, their digital anticipation palpable. The man, known as Old Jack on the bus, was known for his grand tales and infectious laughter. With his broad grin and twinkling eyes, he had the air of a jovial grandfather, his presence a beacon of comfort amidst the city's hustle. As the bus rumbled down the city streets, Old Jack began his tale. "You see, young lady," he said, his voice clear and full of mirth, "I was quite the ladies' man back in my day. Now, this one time, I found myself on a blind date." The woman sitting behind him chuckled, already drawn into his story. The passengers on the bus leaned in, smiles playing on their lips, their attention held captive by Old Jack's words. The comment section on the live feed buzzed, laughter emojis and eager messages filling the digital space. Now, this was before the times of SMC and lived feeds, Old Jack continued, so I didn't know much about the lady. I showed up at the restaurant wearing my best suit, my hair slicked back, feeling like $1,000,000. But as I walked in, I spotted a parrot sitting on the counter. Jack paused for dramatic effect, a mischievous glint in his eyes. The passengers on the bus held their breath, anticipation building. The live feed's viewers were also waiting eagerly, their comments buzzing with speculation and amusement. Now you'd think, what's a parrot doing in a fancy restaurant? Well, that's exactly what I thought. So I went up to the bird and said, "Hello? Are you here for the blind date too?" A ripple of laughter flowed through the bus at Old Jack's unexpected punchline. The woman behind him laughed heartily. The rest of the passengers echoed her amusement. The live feed was filled with laughing emojis and positive comments, and Jimmy's viewers thoroughly enjoyed Old Jack's humor. As the laughter subsided, Old Jack leaned back in his seat, basking in the jovial atmosphere. "And do you know what the parrot said?" he asked, a twinkle in his eye. "What did it say, Jack?" the woman asked, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Old Jack delivered the punchline with perfect comedic timing. The parrot looked at me and said, "No, I'm just here to parrot A tonight." The bus erupted in laughter once again, the passengers clapping and hooting at Old Jack's unexpected twist. The comment section on Jimmy's live feed exploded with laughter, applause emojis, and positive comments. The humor and warmth of Old Jack's story, shared within the moving capsule of Jimmy's bus, was a moment of shared joy for the passengers on the bus and the viewers worldwide alike, their laughter a testament to the universal language of humor. Inspired by Old Jack's story, the atmosphere on the bus and the live feed turned jovial, an invisible thread of humor connecting everyone. One of Jimmy's viewers, known online as Laugh Riot 101, initiated a round of knock-knock jokes. Laugh Riot 101. "Knock knock, Jimmy." Jimmy, chuckling at the screen, played along. "Who's there, Laugh Riot?" Laugh Riot 101. "Olive." Jimmy. "Olive. Who?" Laugh Riot 101. "Olive, you and your amazing live streams, Jimmy." A ripple of laughter echoed through the bus at the unexpected compliment. Jimmy's face split into a wide grin as he thanked Laugh Riot 101. His feed was immediately filled with laughing emojis and heart reactions as viewers expressed their appreciation for the humor and the sentiment behind the joke. Encouraged by this, another viewer, GiggleGal22, chimed in with her knock-knock joke. GiggleGal22. "Knock knock, Jimmy." Jimmy. "Who's there, GiggleGal?" GiggleGal22. "Lettuce." Jimmy. "Lettuce who?" GiggleGal22. "Lettuce, enjoy another day of your Transit Chronicles." The joke and GiggleGal22's pun sent another wave of laughter through the bus and the live feed. Jimmy's viewers were having a field day, their comments and reactions flooding the feed. SMC donations started pouring in, the points steadily adding to Jimmy's account. The knock-knock jokes continued. Tickle Me Tim, Fun-Loving Fiona, and Jester James each came up with their pun-laden jokes. The laughter and amusement on the bus and the feed was palpable. This unexpected humor thoroughly entertained Jimmy's viewers. The air was filled with positivity and cheer, the bus and the live feed filled with people sharing in light-hearted amusement, and the day had started on an energetic note, the morning commute turning into a shared experience of humor, joy, and community spirit, all thanks to the infectious laughter sparked by Old Jack and fueled by Jimmy's dedicated viewers. As Jimmy navigated the bus through the city, he couldn't help but appreciate the digital camaraderie that had been fostered. His live feed, the Transit Chronicles, was not just a stage for his life as a bus driver, but a platform for shared laughter, joy, and an ever-growing sense of community. The influx of SMC was a testament to his viewers' love and appreciation for him, making his journey even more rewarding. The bus depot was a hive of activity as Jimmy pulled in that evening. His live feed was still rolling, capturing the bustle of the depot, the swooshing buses, the clanging tools, and the hushed conversations. The humdrum of city life faded into the background as he descended from his bus and made his way to the depot office, exchanging greetings with the depot staff as he passed. Upon entering the office, he saw his boss, Bill, a bear of a man with a heart of gold, hunched over his desk, a frown etched on his usually jovial face. The stark fluorescent lights highlighted the worry lines on Bill's face, giving him an unusually somber appearance. "Bill, everything okay?" Jimmy asked, his brow furrowing in concern. Bill looked up at Jimmy, his usual spark dimmed. "Jimmy," he began, his voice heavy, "have you heard about Old Jack?" "Old Jack?" Jimmy's heart skipped a beat. "He was on the bus this morning and had the entire bus in stitches with his story. What's wrong, Bill?" Bill took a deep breath, steeling himself for the news he was about to deliver. Jack was found dead in an alley a couple of hours ago. He's been killed, Jimmy." Jimmy felt his knees go weak, the shock of the news hitting him like a physical blow. A wave of disbelief washed over him. The image of Old Jack, his eyes twinkling with mischief as he shared his joke, was still fresh in his mind. But he was just on the bus. How could... Bill put a hand on Jimmy's shoulder, a silent gesture of shared sorrow. The police are looking into it. They might need a statement from you about his time on the bus. You were the last to see him, as far as they know. Jimmy nodded, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Of course, anything to help. But I didn't see anything unusual, Bill. He was just himself, sharing a joke, making people laugh. As the news spread, a hush fell over the depot, the bustling energy replaced with a mournful silence. Usually filled with lively chatter, the live stream became a channel for shared grief and condolences, messages pouring in from around the globe. With a heavy heart, Jimmy returned to his booth. As he stared out of the windshield, the city lights seemed less vibrant, the night air heavy with sorrow. 2 of his passengers were murdered within weeks. A grim shadow had replaced the joy of the day. As he ended his live feed, the comments section filled with messages of mourning, SMCs pouring in as digital tributes to old Jack. The lively energy of the day felt like a distant memory. The jokes, the laughter, the spontaneous performances, the cruel reality of loss had tainted all. Jimmy's heart ached with grief, the echoes of Jack's laughter haunting the silence of the bus. He sat there in silence, contemplating the unsettling reality. The once joyful bus is now a stage for shared grief. Jimmy was a bus driver, yes, but also a custodian of human experiences, a bearer of stories. It was his duty to share, to connect, to remember. And remember, he would. Old Jack, his stories, and his laughter would live on in the Transit Chronicles. This tragic chapter would not end in despair, but in remembrance, in keeping the spirit of old Jack alive. Under cover of the night, Jimmy navigated the city streets, driving towards Monica's place. The solemn silence inside the car was a stark contrast to the vibrant chaos outside. His live feed was still on, the screen filled with concerned messages and condolences for old Jack. As he walked through the bustling city streets, Monica's place appeared like a comforting sanctuary. Its soft, warm lights acted as a guiding beacon amidst the harsh glare of the urban landscape. Knowing Monica was eagerly awaiting his arrival filled him with a sense of solace amidst the storm of his swirling thoughts. With a sigh, Jimmy switched off the car engine and momentarily stared at Monica's place before turning to his live feed. "Friends," he began, his voice breaking slightly. "I'm going to spend some time with Monica. I appreciate all your messages and all your support. Let's remember old Jack for his laughter and his stories. Let's continue to be the community he loved being a part of." With that, Jimmy ended the live feed, the screen going dark, and his viewers left to digest the weight of the day's events. Inside Monica's place, a sanctuary of comforting smells and familiar warmth, Jimmy found himself collapsing into her arms. Monica held him close, her touch a soothing balm over his distress. He told her about old Jack, his last moments on the bus, and the laughter he had shared. Their shared sorrow hung in the air, a solemn specter of the day's events. "I'm worried, Jimmy," Monica confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "First Mr. Thomas, and now old Jack. What's happening?" Jimmy took her hands in his, looking deep into her eyes. "I don't know, Monica. It's unsettling, but I won't let it scare me away from doing what I love. I'm not just a bus driver. I'm a channel for people's stories, their experiences, and that won't change." Monica nodded, understanding Jimmy's commitment. Still, she couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Jimmy had become a beacon of hope and connection in a world that often felt disconnected. His safety was crucial to her and the millions of people tuning into his live feed daily. They spent the night together, talking, comforting, and reminiscing about old Jack. They laughed at his jokes, remembered his twinkling eyes, and mourned his loss. Their shared sorrow served as a testament to the community that Jimmy had built through his Transit Chronicles. As they drifted off to sleep, Jimmy couldn't help but appreciate the comfort of Monica's presence, the shared understanding, and their joint strength in the face of adversity. The world outside was complex, filled with layers of joy, sadness, and a constant interplay of human emotions. But with Monica, he felt a sense of peace and connection, a grounding force in the chaos. In a heart-wrenching turn of events, old Jack and Mr. Thomas's deaths left a profound void. However, their legacies continued to live on in the memories they had created and the impact they had made. Their stories of hope, laughter, and genuine human connection would forever be cherished by the millions of viewers whom their presence had touched. Though they were no longer physically present, their spirits endured, serving as a timeless reminder of the power of storytelling and the enduring bonds forged through shared experiences. Chapter 4. A Driver's Past, a World's Present. The next day he brought a whirlwind of emotions for Jimmy. The news of old Jack and Mr. Thomas's tragic ends had spread like wildfire across the city, casting a somber shadow on the usually bustling morning routines. Jimmy started his bus engine. His heart was heavy with loss, but he was determined to continue. His live feed flickered to life, the screen immediately filling with condolences, messages of support, and an undeniable undercurrent of fear. 2 million eyes were on him, waiting, watching. People speculated on what was happening, on who could be next. The band of singers who often frequented his bus. The striptease artist who added an unexpected flavor to the daily commute. It was a grim lottery nobody wanted to win. Jimmy could feel the increased scrutiny as the bus trundled down the city streets. The world was watching, and he didn't intend to disappoint them. He knew old Jack and Mr. Thomas would want him to carry on, to keep sharing, to keep the spirit of the Transit Chronicles alive. And so he did. As he maneuvered the bus through the bustling streets, he began sharing stories about old Jack and Mr. Thomas. He talked about their jokes, their insights, and their shared laughter. It was as if they were there, their spirits alive in his words. It was a heartfelt tribute that left many of his viewers in tears. Amidst the stories, a new viewer chimed in. "Jimmy," he began, his message popping up on the feed. "Tell us about yourself. How did you end up driving a bus in Chicago?" Jimmy paused, looking into the feed's camera. His story was a common one, a tale of pursuit and discovery. But for these viewers, for this community, he would share. "I'm from Athens, Georgia," he began, his voice softening at the memory of his hometown. "I spent my childhood running around the backyards and dirt roads of my neighborhood, dreaming of grand adventures. After high school, I joined the Navy and spent 4 years serving my country. 4 years on a ship, watching the world through a porthole, living in close quarters with men from all walks of life. It's where I learned about unity, about the power of shared experiences. After the Navy, I ended up in Chicago. I was chasing love, chasing a dream. But as dreams often do, they fizzled out. The relationship didn't last a year. But Chicago stuck with me. It's where I found my calling. When I saw a hiring sign for veterans at the bus depot, I applied. I was given this route, this bus, and the rest, as they say, is history." As Jimmy continued his narration, the screen was filled with messages of respect, appreciation, and shared empathy. His viewers felt a deeper connection to him, understanding his journey and choices. In this world of virtual credits and digitized emotions, Jimmy's genuine storytelling was a breath of fresh air. It made him relatable, real, a tangible entity in their digital lives. He felt a renewed sense of purpose as he navigated the bus through the city streets. The shadows of the previous days were beginning to lift, replaced by a sense of community, a shared understanding of grief and hope. The journey was far from over. It was another chapter in the Transit Chronicles, a story that was still being written with each bus ride, each shared laugh, each heartfelt conversation. Jimmy looked into the feed camera again, a solemn promise etched on his face. "For old Jack, for Mr. Thomas, for each and every one of you, I'll keep driving, keep sharing." As the city awoke to another day of Jimmy's Transit Chronicles, another drama was unfolding in the solemn corridors of the city court. In her tailored black suit, Monica stepped confidently into the courtroom, her eyes scanning the room. The three accused hackers sat in the defendant's box, their faces a mix of defiance and apprehension. The courtroom was a mix of mahogany and marble, the grandeur of its architecture reflecting the gravity of the cases tried here. High-arched windows allowed slivers of morning light to filter in, illuminating the faces of the jurors lined up to one side. The atmosphere was tense, the air heavy with anticipation. Presiding over the courtroom was Judge Harrington, a stern, imposing figure known for his adherence to the law and his no-nonsense approach to trials. His steel-grey eyes peered down from his elevated bench, observing the room with an intimidating calm. Monica's gaze moved to the jurors. They were a mix of ages and backgrounds, their expressions a mixture of curiosity, apprehension, and responsibility. She knew how crucial their role was in ensuring justice was served, and she trusted them to fulfill their duty. As Monica approached the prosecutor's table, the accused hackers watched her warily. They were young, their lives dictated by lines of code and virtual worlds. But their actions had caused chaos and disrupted lives, and it was Monica's duty to ensure they faced the consequences. In her opening statement, Monica painted a vivid picture of the extent of the crimes committed. She talked about the victims, the ordinary people who had lost their hard-earned social media credits and their livelihoods. She spoke of the scale of the crime and the international reach of the hacking ring. She presented the evidence and the digital trails that led back to these three individuals. Monica's voice echoed through the room, her words painting a picture of calculated digital thievery. She didn't mince her words, and she didn't hold back. She stood up for the victims, for justice. The defense lawyer, a middle-aged man with a sharp gaze and quick retorts, was a seasoned player in the courtroom. He acknowledged Monica's arguments, engaging in a battle of wit and law. However, Monica remained unruffled, her responses calm and precise. Throughout the proceedings, the three hackers maintained a united front. They seemed unflustered by the mounting evidence, the emotional testimonies, and the stern gaze of the judge. But beneath their bravado, Monica could sense a hint of apprehension. As the court session adjourned for the day, Monica felt a sense of satisfaction. Her arguments were solid, and the evidence was substantial. The jury seemed empathetic to the victim's plight, and Monica hoped they would see through the hackers' bravado. Monica, the calm and relentless prosecutor, had done her duty for the day. As the court emptied, she took a moment to absorb the silence, to mentally prepare for the trial's continuation. The city was in turmoil, with loss and fear permeating the streets. But in the solemn corridors of justice, Monica was determined to bring some semblance of order, some beacon of hope. As she stepped out of the courtroom, her phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from Jimmy. She smiled, a touch of warmth seeping into her day. They were two sides of the same coin, working in their unique ways to ensure a better future and a safer city. And they would continue to do so, day after day, for as long as it took. Monica switched on her live feed as she exited the courthouse, immediately greeted by a flurry of notifications from her viewers. She noted with a smile that many of them were law students, eager for insights into her world. The SMC system has revolutionized many aspects of life, and education is no exception. Students worldwide tuned into her feed to learn firsthand about law and order in action. One question caught her eye immediately. "Can you share some details about today's trial?" Monica took a deep breath before answering, careful not to divulge confidential information. "I'm afraid I can't disclose specific details due to the ongoing investigation," she said, a respectful nod to the legal limitations. "But broadly speaking, we're dealing with a case of extensive cybercrime. Our defendants are accused of hacking into personal devices, stealing social media credits or SMCs, which, as you know, is our primary currency." Another viewer asked, "How do you prepare for such a complex case?" I start by understanding the extent and implications of the crime, Monica responded. Then I work closely with our digital forensics team to gather evidence. It's a meticulous process of following the digital trails these hackers leave behind. There were queries about the defendants. How do they react during the trial? Do they show any remorse? The defendants' reactions can vary widely, Monica answered. Some might appear nonchalant or even defiant, while others might show fear or remorse. In today's case, they've maintained a united front, but each individual will react differently as the trial progresses. As Monica continued her live feed, she found herself navigating a delicate line between sharing valuable insights and maintaining the integrity of the ongoing case. Her viewers appreciated her transparency and willingness to bring them along on her journey. Despite the gravity of the situation, Monica found herself enjoying these interactions. It was a way for her to decompress, to shift gears from the high-stakes courtroom drama. And it was a chance for her to inspire the next generation of lawyers, to give them a taste of the challenges and triumphs that came with upholding justice in this new world. After several insightful exchanges, Monica signed off for the day, promising to share more in the coming days. As the glow from her device dimmed, she was left with a sense of accomplishment and a renewed sense of purpose. The city was evolving, the world was watching, and she was right in the middle of it all, doing her part to ensure that justice prevailed. Monica pushed open the door of Been There, Done That, greeted by the familiar, comforting aroma of coffee. This trendy downtown coffee shop, with its inviting blend of rustic and modern, was her chosen sanctuary, a place to meet her best friend, Julia. Across the room, Julia, a fiery-haired reporter for Windy City News, was engrossed in her newsfeed. But at Monica's entrance, she glanced up, and her face broke into a wide smile. "Monica, over here!" she called out, waving her over to their usual corner table. Monica walked over and settled down, ordering an almond milk cappuccino while Julia opted for her customary black coffee. The scents of their orders filled the air, mixing with the soothing aroma of the soup. "Monica, tell me all about the trial today," Julia urged, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Monica sighed, her gaze going distant for a moment before she refocused. "Well, Julia, it's complex. These cyber criminals are smart, but we're determined to bring them to justice. It's not easy, but it's why I became a lawyer," she said, her resolve evident in her voice. "Monica, you're doing such an important job," Julia responded, squeezing Monica's hand. "And what about Jimmy? How is he handling everything?" Monica's eyes softened at the mention of Jimmy. "He's been my rock, Julia. I don't think I could have gotten through these past few weeks without him," she confessed. Julia smiled warmly at Monica's words. "He sounds like a keeper, Monica. But speaking of tough times, I've been covering these recent murders for the news. It's disturbing. And now, with 2 victims from Jimmy's bus route, I can't help but worry," she said, her brows furrowed with concern. Monica felt a pang of fear at Julia's words, but quickly composed herself. "I worry too, Julia, but Jimmy is strong, and I trust him. We have to hope for the best," she said, trying to instill some optimism into the gloomy subject. Their conversation flowed easily after that as they shared their concerns, hopes, and dreams. Even though the city around them was in turmoil, their bond of friendship served as an anchor, a source of strength in these challenging times. And when Monica left the coffee shop that night, she felt a little lighter, ready to face another day in this unpredictable world. Chapter 5. The Detective's Visit. Monica called Jimmy before retiring for the night, the soothing sound of his voice the perfect end to her day. The next morning found Jimmy at the bustling bus depot, ready to start another day. The depot was full of the usual early morning chaos, buses moving in and out, drivers preparing for their routes, and the hum of the city beginning to wake up. Jimmy was absorbed in his routine, his live feed already rolling, providing his loyal viewers a glimpse into his daily life. In the midst of this organized chaos, a figure in a crisp trench coat stood out, moving with purposeful strides toward Jimmy. The man was of medium height, with salt and pepper hair and sharp, observant eyes that spoke of years in law enforcement. "Are you Jimmy?" he asked, extending his hand. "That's me," Jimmy replied, taking the man's hand. "I'm Detective Rodriguez. If you have the time, I'd like to ask you a few questions about Mr. Thomas and old Jack." Jimmy felt a chill run down his spine, but he nodded, gesturing towards a nearby bench. "Sure, Detective. What do you want to know?" Detective Rodriguez took a seat, pulling out a notepad. "Just need to get some basic information. Can you tell me about the last time you saw them? Anything unusual about their behavior?" Unbeknownst to Jimmy, his live feed was still rolling, capturing this unexpected encounter. His viewers watched with bated breath, reacting to this sudden development with a flurry of comments. "You Jimmy Driver, are you okay?" typed one viewer, while another chimed in. "Wow, this is intense." As Jimmy began answering the detective's questions, sharing his interactions with Mr. Thomas and old Jack, his viewers followed along with their own speculations and theories. Meanwhile, the detective continued questioning, documenting Jimmy's responses diligently. Jimmy's replies were calm and composed, his experiences on the bus proving invaluable to the detective's inquiry. While Jimmy and Detective Rodriguez remained engrossed in their conversation, the live feed became a microcosm of concern, speculation, and suspense. Comments poured in, some offering condolences to the victims' families, some theorizing about the murders, and others expressing worry for Jimmy. As their conversation ended, Jimmy, realizing that his live feed was still on, offered a reassuring smile to his viewers. "It's all part of the process, folks," he said. And so the day began with a touch of uncertainty, the shadow of the recent murders casting a long, somber shadow over the city. Yet life moved on as it always did, with Jimmy at the helm of his bus, guiding his passengers through the winding roads of the windy city. The morning brought a palpable sense of energy to Chicago. The White Sox had scored a big win the night before, and the city was celebrating. The echoes of that victory resounded through every corner, every street, and most notably on Jimmy's bus. When Jimmy began his route, he was greeted by an eclectic mix of celebratory displays. As soon as one enthusiastic fan, built like a linebacker, decided to show off his strength by doing one-handed push-ups in the middle of the aisle, the energy on the bus ignited. "Hey, check this out," he announced, bracing himself on the bus floor and launching into an impressive display of strength. The passengers laughed and cheered, and even Jimmy, from the driver's seat, chuckled. His viewers too were entertained, and a flurry of SMC donations began to pour in. Not to be outdone, a man at the back, dressed in a magician's hat and cape, began pulling handkerchiefs out of an empty bag. His spectacle garnered cheers and laughter from the passengers, their mirth contributing to the festive atmosphere. "Next stop, Wonderland," he joked, and a wave of laughter swept through the bus, leading to an even bigger influx of SMC for Jimmy. Meanwhile, a young woman, a beauty influencer with her own set of loyal followers, decided to make the most of her journey by turning it into an impromptu makeup tutorial. Setting up her phone, she began her live feed, demonstrating how to achieve the perfect sock supporter look. "Start with a base of white and black, of course," she said, expertly applying eyeshadow, her voice carrying through the bus. Her broadcast was met with nods of approval, and choruses of "Go Sox" resonated through the vehicle. Throughout this carnival of celebrations, Jimmy remained at the helm, smiling at the joy around him. His live feed was lit up with comments, viewers enjoying this slice of Chicagoan spirit. "Nothing like a Sox win to light up the city," Jimmy said into his feed, his eyes twinkling joyfully. He was rewarded with a stream of SMC, his viewers appreciating his unique perspective of their beloved city. As he navigated the streets, Jimmy couldn't help but appreciate the unique tapestry of life he got to witness on his bus every day. He was the driver, the audience, and the host of this lively performance, one that managed to outshine the somber news of recent days. And even though uncertainty lay ahead, today joy and celebration reigned supreme on this bus. A spirit of spontaneity hung in the air as Jimmy turned to his live feed. Glancing from the road to his screen, he brought a question to the viewers that had been nudging at the back of his mind. "So, folks," he started, his voice steady despite the sudden butterflies in his stomach, "what do you think about me taking a vacation? And if so, where should I go?" The response from the viewers was immediate and overwhelming. Thousands of comments streamed in, moving so fast that it was almost impossible for Jimmy to keep up. The suggestions ranged from local weekend getaways to extravagant international destinations. "Aloha, Jimmy. I think you should hit up Hawaii," suggested a viewer from Honolulu, who posted picturesque photos of serene beaches along with her comment. "Ever thought about backpacking in Europe? The history, the food, the people, you'd love it." Another viewer chimed in, her profile picture showing her in front of Rome's Colosseum. "Vacation? Yes, Jimmy, it's about time," exclaimed a regular viewer who went by the username Chi-Town Queen. "You need to let loose a bit. How about Vegas? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, you know," she added with a winking emoji. "Bro, come to Brazil. The music, the people, the food. And we have the best soccer teams." Another viewer joined in, his comment accompanied by photos of colorful festivals. Jimmy couldn't help but laugh at the flurry of suggestions. "Wow, you folks are more excited about this vacation than I am," he said, his eyes dancing with amusement. "I can't even keep up with all your comments." A middle-aged woman in the front row turned to him with a bright smile. "Jimmy, I've been to the Bahamas on a cruise. It was the best experience of my life. You should think about that." Jimmy looked at her through his rear-view mirror. "The Bahamas, huh? That does sound tempting." This exchange prompted more responses from the viewers, who now also shared their own travel experiences and more vacation suggestions. As he drove through the familiar streets of Chicago, Jimmy was suddenly dreaming of beaches, mountains, cities he'd never seen, and adventures that awaited him. The routine ride had turned into an exciting brainstorming session for a vacation he never knew he needed so badly. Whether or not he'd go on this vacation, the discussion had already started to feel like a journey in itself. And at that moment, as the city passed him by, Jimmy realized that perhaps it was time to explore a new route, and with his loyal viewers alongside him, it would be one unforgettable ride. When Jimmy arrived at Monica's apartment, a delightful aroma greeted him. The scent of seasoned fried chicken, cornbread, and greens reminded him of his grandmother's home down in Georgia. It was a warm welcome, and the tantalizing smells already had him salivating. Monica, ever the gracious host, had already started her live feed, treating her followers to a cooking show. "Monica, your place smells incredible," he said, inhaling the comforting scents as he entered her kitchen, his eyes falling on the feast spread on the counter. "Thank you, Jimmy," Monica replied, her face lighting up at the compliment. Her voice carried a note of pride as she continued, "Everything you're smelling is my mum's recipe. She taught me how to cook when I was a girl." Jimmy moved the camera around Monica's kitchen on his live feed, showing his viewers the mouth-watering spread. "Look at this, folks. I wish you could smell this through the screen." He picked up a piece of fried chicken, holding it up for his viewers. "See this? This is what heaven smells like," he joked, earning him a chorus of laughter emojis in the comments section. As they sat down to eat, the conversation flowed naturally. They discussed their day, their cases, and Monica's southern cooking techniques. But as the evening wore on, the topic of conversation shifted. "Monica," Jimmy started, his tone a touch more serious now, "I've been thinking about taking a vacation, a cruise perhaps, and I was hoping you could come with me. Would you like that?" Monica looked up at him, her eyes wide with surprise. But then her surprise turned into a soft smile. "Jimmy, I would love that," she replied. "The case I'm working on should be over soon. I'll put in for the time off." Her response sent a wave of happiness through Jimmy. "Great, we'll make it happen then." As the night wore on, the anticipation of the shared vacation added a certain sparkle to their eyes. There was joy, comfort, and a sense of relief. They shared a meal, dreams, hopes, and a sense of togetherness. It was a simple, perfect moment, a southern feast, a shared future, and two hearts beating in sync in the heart of Chicago. Monica and Jimmy's followers were elated by the news of their upcoming cruise, and their feeds were inundated with reactions and comments. "Lovebirds on a cruise," one follower commented, with a string of heart emojis following the remark. Another said, "You two look great together. Have a great time on your cruise." Their SMC count started to surge. Donations poured in, each with a cheerful message, wish, or piece of advice. One viewer sent a large donation saying, "For the best couple on the net, some vacation fun money. Enjoy your cruise." Even the viewers who couldn't afford to send a lot of SMC were enthusiastic in their support. "You guys are so cute together. Enjoy every moment of your vacation," one wrote. "Take us with you via live feed," another viewer requested. Jimmy chuckled at the viewers' comments and donations. He turned to Monica. "Looks like our followers are just as excited as we are for this vacation." Monica laughed, blushing at some of the compliments. "We should definitely do some live streams on the cruise. They are as much a part of this journey as we are." As they finished their meal, Jimmy raised his glass. "Here's to our upcoming adventure, and to the best followers anyone could ask for. Thank you for your generosity, everyone." "Cheers to that, Jimmy." Monica joined in, lifting her glass. Their clinking glasses were met with a chorus of cheers and applause emojis, signifying the viewers' shared joy and anticipation. This virtual celebration gave Jimmy and Monica a unique sense of gratitude. The notion of going on a vacation funded by the goodwill of their followers added an extra layer of happiness to their upcoming adventure. It wasn't just a cruise anymore. It was a shared experience and journey with millions worldwide. After donating some SMC to charity, Jimmy was unable to contain his excitement about the upcoming cruise. Monica shared in this joy. They had 3 weeks to prepare, and it was going to be a whirlwind of anticipation and planning. A week after their dinner at Monica's, Jimmy secured 2 tickets for a 5-day cruise to the Bahamas. He called Monica to share the news. "Monica, we're set. We've got our tickets. 5 days in the Bahamas." His voice was full of excitement. Monica laughed at his enthusiasm. "That's great, Jimmy. I can't wait." With Monica's court case concluded, she could fully dedicate her attention to the trip preparations. She was relieved and happy. The hackers had been found guilty, and justice had been served. She celebrated the win with Jimmy over a quiet dinner at his penthouse, toasting the victory and the upcoming vacation. Their conversations during these weeks were filled with discussions about the cruise, potential activities, and their shared excitement. Jimmy continued his daily routine throughout the next couple of weeks, driving his bus and engaging with his passengers and viewers. His live feeds were filled with cruise-related discussions. "Should I try snorkeling?" he would ask his viewers. "Or what's the best seafood dish to try in the Bahamas?" Monica also made preparations on her end. She started shopping for new vacation outfits and sharing her selections with her viewers, asking for their opinions. "Should I go with the blue or the red dress?" she asked during one live feed. Her viewers loved being part of the preparation process and showered her with positive comments and SMCs. The days slipped by and the anticipation grew. Before they knew it, it was just a couple of days before the cruise. They decided to pack their bags together at Monica's place. Their live feeds were on, and they bantered playfully while folding clothes and deciding what to bring. "Monica, do I really need 3 pairs of swim trunks?" Jimmy held up the colorful swimwear for his viewers to see. Monica laughed. "Well, Jimmy, you do plan to try snorkeling, right? And who knows, you might end up spending most of your time in the water." Their viewers chimed in with their opinions. "You can never have too many swim trunks on a cruise, Jimmy," one said, while another suggested, "Bring all 3, Jimmy, you'll thank us later." Packing turned into a fun-filled activity. With their viewers participating and their banter flowing, it wasn't just a chore, it was a live event, a part of the journey they were sharing with their viewers. Their live feeds buzzed with activity, their SMCs grew, and the excitement mounted. They finished packing with a sense of satisfaction. They were ready for their Bahamas cruise. The journey was about to begin, not just for them, but for their millions of viewers as well. The last few weeks had been a whirlwind of excitement and preparations, and now the cruise awaited them. Their viewers eagerly anticipated the upcoming live feeds. The journey they were all about to embark on was going to be a memorable one. Chapter 6. Departure and Arrival. It was a sunny morning in Chicago when Jimmy and Monica reached the bustling O'Hare International Airport. The sounds of rolling luggage and hurried footsteps echoed in the terminal, complemented by the hum of distant planes taking off and landing. They moved through the airport, each with their live feed running, broadcasting their journey to millions of viewers. "Just another couple of hours, Monica, and we'll be in sunny Florida," Jimmy said, grinning at his girlfriend as they headed towards their gate. "I can't wait, Jimmy," Monica replied, her excitement evident on her face and in her voice. They navigated through the airport, waving and greeting a few viewers who recognized them. "Hey, isn't that Monica and Jimmy? They're going on that cruise, right?" They could overhear as they passed. And just like that, they became a source of intrigue and excitement for other travelers. Boarding the plane was a thrill in itself. As they moved down the jetway, their viewers commented on their anticipation and excitement, showering them with SMCs. One viewer commented, "I wish I were on that plane." Settling into their first-class seats, Jimmy and Monica relaxed in their plush chairs, the spacious cabin around them filled with a sense of expectation. Jimmy turned towards the window, his live feed capturing the receding airport as the plane taxied and took off. Monica talked to their viewers about the amenities of the first-class cabin, showing off the gourmet food and drinks they were being served. The flight was smooth and enjoyable. They were served a delicious meal, chatted with their viewers, and even took a short nap. Their first-class experience delighted their viewers, many of whom had never flown first class before. At 11 a.m., they landed in Orlando, Florida, the warmth of the Florida sun welcoming them. They exited the plane, their live feed showing the bustling Orlando airport. "We're here," Jimmy said, a grin spreading across his face. They hailed a taxi to Fort Lauderdale, their live feed capturing the scenic route filled with palm trees, sparkling waterways, and vibrant Florida architecture. Monica gave a running commentary, her viewers loving her detailed descriptions. Finally, they reached Fort Lauderdale. Their destination was in sight, the majestic cruise ship waiting for them at the port. The journey had truly begun. Their viewers had been part of their journey from the busy Chicago airport to the scenic Florida route. The anticipation was at its peak, and the cruise awaited them. Their adventure was about to start in earnest, and the world was watching. Standing at the Fort Lauderdale port, Jimmy and Monica marveled at the majestic beauty of the cruise ship. Named the Odyssey of the Seas, the ship was a dazzling spectacle of modern engineering and luxurious design. Stretching nearly 200 feet in length and reaching a height equivalent to a 20-story building, it was a city on the water. Sleek and white, it was a testament to human ingenuity, with multiple decks, massive curved glass windows, and elegantly designed balconies. Monica turned her live feed towards the ship, giving her viewers a full panoramic view. Comments flooded in, expressing awe and excitement. "That ship is huge!" one viewer exclaimed. "Can't wait to see inside," another one added. As they moved towards the boarding line, the anticipation built. Jimmy exchanged light-hearted banter with other passengers. "First time on a cruise?" he asked an elderly couple in line. "It's our anniversary," the elderly man replied, his wife smiling beside him. 50 years of wedded bliss." "Congratulations, that's a great way to celebrate," Jimmy replied, his live feed capturing the exchange, sparking a shower of congratulations from his viewers. Boarding the ship was an experience in itself. They were welcomed aboard by the ship's crew, dressed in crisp white uniforms. Their live feed captured the smiles of the staff and the grandeur of the ship's interior. Monica shook hands with the captain, who wished them a great voyage. Their cabin was luxurious and inviting on one of the upper decks. The room was adorned with rich wooden paneling, a plush king-sized bed, and a living area with a soft, comfortable sofa. The best feature was the balcony, which provided a breathtaking ocean view. "Jimmy, look at that view," Monica exclaimed, walking onto the balcony. Her live feed showed the vast expanse of the ocean, a sight that elicited wow reactions from her viewers. The ship's steward, a cheerful young man named Toby, greeted them. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Carter, Ms. Moore. I'm here to ensure your stay is comfortable. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." Their grand voyage had begun. From the magnificence of the cruise ship to the luxury of their cabin, every detail was captivating for Jimmy, Monica, and their viewers. They were ready to sail toward an adventure of a lifetime. The following morning, Jimmy and Monica woke up to a beautiful sunrise. The orange hues of dawn washed over the sea, and they took in the view from their private balcony, their live feeds capturing the idyllic scene. The day was packed with activities on board the ship. They toured the ship, exploring the multiple restaurants, bars and lounges, the movie theater, the swimming pool, the fitness center, the spa, and the shops. Each place they visited was another opportunity for their viewers to live the experience with them. During a live stream from the top deck, Jimmy asked his viewers, "What should we do first?" The replies were quick, with suggestions ranging from taking a dip in the pool, trying out a dish from the varios eateries, or even engaging in the onboard trivia contest. Jimmy and Monica chose the last, excited to test their general knowledge. The trivia contest was held in a vibrant lounge. Several other passengers had joined, and the atmosphere was electric. Jimmy and Monica teamed up, answering questions ranging from world history to pop culture. They were doing well, their competitive streaks shining through their laughter and playful banter. Their viewers sent in answers, contributing to the fun. The rest of the day was a mix of relaxation and excitement. They dined at one of the ship's elegant restaurants, enjoyed a movie under the stars at the ship's open-air cinema, and even tried out salsa dancing at a Latin-themed party. Jimmy and Monica returned to their cabin as the night descended, tired but exhilarated. Their live feeds were filled with comments, praising their energy, sharing their enjoyment and applauding their zest for life. "Today was amazing," Monica said, falling into the plush bed. Jimmy agreed, adding, "And we still have 4 more days of this." Their viewers were equally enthusiastic, looking forward to the next day's adventures. Little did Jimmy and Monica know that their dream vacation would soon take an unexpected turn. But for now, they were content, adrift on a sea of pleasure and anticipation, thousands of viewers riding the waves with them. Day 2 on the cruise ship began with a breakfast buffet that offered a selection of foods from around the world. As they enjoyed the delicious spread, Jimmy and Monica interacted with their viewers, discussing the day's itinerary and asking for suggestions. The ship's daily schedule was packed with activities, from yoga classes to culinary demonstrations, games, trivia contests, theatrical performances, and even a comedy show in the evening. While the day was filled with various activities, it was during dinner when things took a slightly more serious turn. Jimmy received a message from a viewer who turned out to be an officer from the Chicago Police Department. The viewer disclosed that there had been a breakthrough in the murder cases of Mr. Thomas and Old Jack. A possible suspect was in custody, and the investigation was ongoing. This news cast a sobering light on the otherwise cheerful ambience. Monica, being a lawyer herself, advised Jimmy to stay informed, but reminded him that they were on vacation and that it was essential to strike a balance. They decided to focus on the present moment, savoring their dinner as the sun set over the ocean. Jimmy shared the news in a live conversation with their viewers that night. Their viewers sent in supportive messages, with some even offering to contribute SMCs to Mr. Thomas's and Old Jack's families. Toward the end of the evening, Monica turned to Jimmy. "Jimmy, let's make a pact. During this trip, we won't let anything cloud our happiness. We owe it to ourselves and our viewers." Jimmy agreed, his face resolute. They toasted to their resolution, their glasses clinking against the backdrop of the starlit sea. The evening concluded with a mesmerizing firework display from the ship's deck. As the vibrant hues of the fireworks reflected on their faces, Jimmy and Monica looked forward to the upcoming days of their vacation, determined to remain in high spirits despite the sobering news from back home. Their viewers applauded their resilience, and the comments section was filled with words of encouragement. As the fireworks display ended, so did their live feed for the day. A promise of more adventures was left hanging in the air as they retreated to the comfort of their cabin hand in hand. As the first rays of the sun illuminated their room, Jimmy and Monica awoke to the breathtaking view of Nassau, the capital city of the Bahamas. The picturesque pastel-colored buildings, the turquoise sea, and the radiant white sand greeted them as they stepped out onto their balcony. With their live feeds on, they shared this panorama with their viewers, giving them a preview of what the day would entail. Once ashore, the day was a montage of Bahamian fun and culture. Jimmy and Monica headed to a popular beach spot where they rented a pair of jet skis. Racing each other on the azure waters, their laughter echoed across the sea, creating a spectacle for their viewers who found joy in their enjoyment. Monica, who was slightly more adept at jet skiing, managed to drench Jimmy with a perfectly executed splash. The look of surprise on Jimmy's face, followed by a hearty laugh, was a hit with their viewers. After their aquatic adventure, they treated themselves to some local Bahamian cuisine. Jimmy, broadcasted live as a local chef, taught them how to make conch salad, a famous Bahamian seafood dish. Monica tried her hand at it, chopping the fresh ingredients while exchanging playful banter with Jimmy. Their viewers were engrossed, some even noting down the recipe. However, the day's highlight was their encounter with the dolphins at Blue Lagoon Island. It was a surreal experience for Monica and Jimmy, their faces beaming with delight as they interacted with these playful marine creatures. Their viewers watched in awe as Jimmy and Monica swam alongside the dolphins, their laughter and joy resonating through the live feed. Jimmy and Monica chatted with their viewers throughout the day, sharing anecdotes, responding to comments, and fostering an engaging connection. The day ended with a stunning sunset over the Caribbean Sea. As they held hands, their viewers felt as if they were part of this beautiful moment, sharing the couple's joy and tranquility. Sitting at the beach's edge, their feet buried in the soft sand, Monica looked at Jimmy and said, "Today was just perfect, wasn't it?" Jimmy smiled and nodded, capturing this candid moment for their viewers. Their love for each other and the sheer joy of the day's events filled the hearts of their viewers, making this day in the Bahamas a memorable one for all. The evening saw Jimmy and Monica dressed to the nines, attending the Sea Captain's Dinner, a formal dinner event on the cruise. Monica looked radiant in her emerald green gown that brought out the warmth in her dark skin. Jimmy, on the other hand, was dapper in a classic black tuxedo. Their viewers sent compliments and admiration, adding to the couple's already beaming confidence. Their live feed painted an elegant picture of the ballroom, adorned with crystal chandeliers and exquisite decor. Soft, melodious music played in the background as elegantly dressed passengers moved around, partaking in the jovial atmosphere. Laughter and chatter filled the room as the evening progressed. As the couple entered, they were warmly welcomed by the ship's captain. A tall, burly man with a friendly disposition, Captain James had been at sea for nearly 3 decades. The trio started a conversation, the captain sharing anecdotes of his seafaring days. Jimmy turned to the captain and asked, "Captain James, what's the wildest thing you've seen on a cruise?" The captain let out a hearty laugh, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "You wouldn't believe it if I told you," he exclaimed, launching into an incredible tale about a particularly adventurous group of seniors who had once decided to stage an impromptu X-rated talent show on the ship's deck. Jimmy, Monica, and their viewers laughed along with the captain's story. The dinner that followed was a gastronomic delight. They savored a mouth-watering spread of seafood and delicacies, paired with fine wine, and ended with a delectable dessert. Their viewers salivated at the sight of the sumptu spread, enjoying the virtual adult drink. After dinner, the couplet took to the dance floor, swaying to the slow rhythm of a romantic waltz. The room filled with applause and cheers, as Jimmy and Monica gracefully moved across the floor, lost in their own world. Their viewers sent messages of appreciation, captivated by the couple's chemistry. As the night drew to a close, Jimmy and Monica returned to their cabin, their hearts full of joy. They ended the live feed with a goodnight message, thanking their viewers for sharing yet another memorable day with them. Their day in the Bahamas and the delightful dinner painted a vivid picture of their adventures and deepened their bond with their viewers. It was another unforgettable day, a testament to the magic of exploration, the thrill of new experiences, and the warmth of shared moments. The final day of their cruise brought another splash of Bahamian adventure. Jimmy and Monica started the day by visiting the bustling straw market in Nassau. The market, pulsing with life and color, was a riot of vibrant hues. Stalls selling beautifully crafted straw bags, hand-woven hats, vibrant island attire, and various trinkets lined the streets. Their viewers enjoyed the cultural immersion, learning about Bahamian crafts and traditions. As they wandered through the market, Jimmy struck up a conversation with an elderly stall owner, a woman with a warm smile and eyes that held countless stories. She shared tales of the island's history, people, and life experiences. Her words painted a vivid picture of the Bahamian culture, and Jimmy's viewers were enthralled by her storytelling. As the day wore on, Jimmy and Monica savored a delicious Bahamian lunch, feasting on conch salad, fried grouper, and johnny cakes. Their viewers could almost taste the exotic flavors, as Jimmy described each dish with gastronomic delight. In the afternoon, they indulged in one final plunge into the mesmerizing turquoise waters of the Caribbean Sea. Their hearts overflowed with memories, yet a touch of melancholy colored their emotions as they bid a temporary farewell to the breathtaking Bahamas, vowing to revisit its beauty in the future. With a heavy but hopeful sigh, they embarked on their sail back to Florida, a voyage that stretched across 5 tranquil hours. The ship gracefully glided through the gentle swells of the sea. Soft ocean breezes whispered through their hair, carrying the faint scent of salt and adventure. As they navigated the vast expanse of water, their thoughts danced between cherished moments and the excitement of sharing their experiences with loved ones back home. Laughter and animated conversations filled the air as fellow travelers reminisced about the highlights of their journey. As the ship pulled back into Florida, Jimmy and Monica shared a quiet moment on the deck, watching the sun dip below the horizon, their hearts content. The ship's crew, who had become like an extended family during their voyage, bid them a heartfelt farewell. Their smiles held a touch of bittersweetness, knowing that this particular adventure had reached its conclusion. Yet their warm wishes and genuine camaraderie left an indelible mark, reminding them of the profound connections formed during their time at sea. As they boarded the flight back to Chicago, they shared their plans for future cruises with their viewers. The idea of a Mexican cruise was met with enthusiasm, sparking a flurry of suggestions for must-visit spots in Mexico. The flight home was a time for reflection and relaxation. They sat hand in hand, reminiscing about the adventures they had experienced and the memories they had created. They were excited about the prospect of future travels, but were equally eager to return to their lives in Chicago. The trip was incredible, filled with laughter, exploration, and shared experiences. The story of their cruise, broadcasted to their viewers, had been a testament to the joy of living, a vibrant celebration of life and love that had resonated with millions. They ended the live feed with a heartfelt thank you to their viewers for being part of their journey, promising more adventures to come. As the plane touched down in Chicago, they held each other tighter, excited for the next chapter of their journey. Chapter 7. Return to Reality. Jimmy had hardly unpacked his suitcase when he reported back to work the following day. The Chicago bus depot, a familiar setting that usually brought a sense of comfort, now seemed eerily unsettling. As he walked through the depot, the echoes of past laughter and camaraderie felt like distant memories, replaced by an oppressive silence. His live feed was active, and his loyal viewers were eager to hear more about his vacation. They had become like an extended family, sharing their joys and sorrows. Their chatter was light-hearted, filled with comments about the Bahamas and excited speculations about his future Mexico trip. However, this jovial atmosphere was abruptly halted when his boss, looking grim, pulled him aside. Jimmy could see the heavy worry etched on his boss's face. His heart pounded as he cut the feed, sensing something was amiss. His boss broke the news gently. "Jimmy, it's Lisa, the makeup tutorial gal. She was found... She's been murdered." The world around Jimmy seemed to freeze. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he processed the news. Lisa, the vibrant young woman who spread joy with her makeup tutorials, was gone, murdered. The third passenger from his bus in just 6 weeks. "Are the police sure?" Jimmy croaked out, hoping against hope that there had been some horrible mistake. His boss nodded solemnly. "Yes, they're sure. And it gets worse. They arrested a guy for Thomas and Jack's murders, but he's been released. It seems he was innocent." Jimmy felt a knot of dread in his stomach. If the arrested man was innocent, then the real killer was still out there. Guilt washed over him. He had been on vacation, enjoying himself while a monster roamed free, harming his passengers. He turned his live feed back on, his face pale and his eyes reflecting the horror he felt. He broke the news to his viewers. The comments section froze, then erupted in shock and grief. Lisa had been well liked, and her hair and makeup tutorials were appreciated by many. The viewers sent their condolences, a wave of collective sadness washing over them. Jimmy sat on his bus, its metal frame offering little comfort. The bus was empty, but he could still see Lisa's smiling face, hear her bubbly laughter, and remember her as she animatedly explained a makeup technique. The bus, once a symbol of connection and community, now seemed tainted with an undercurrent of fear and loss. His feelings of dread intensified as he started his route. Every stop, every familiar face, was a stark reminder of the senseless violence that had taken 3 of his passengers. Jimmy drove on, a silent prayer on his lips for the safety of his remaining passengers and a vow in his heart to do whatever he could to help find the perpetrator. Detective Rodriguez was a seasoned professional, but the recent murders had left him restless. Sitting in his cluttered office at the Chicago Police Department, he shuffled through the case files of Mr. Thomas, Old Jack, and now Lisa, the lively young woman who had become the latest victim. Surrounded by the sterile grey of the precinct, the detective was in his element, yet he felt an uncharacteristic sense of unease. 3 murders in 6 weeks, each victim a passenger on the same city, bus driven by the same man. And the internet sensation, Jimmy. His live feed had brought an unexpected level of visibility to the case, but it had yet to yield any substantial leads so far. "Rodriguez!" A gruff voice echoed through the room, pulling him from his thoughts. He looked up to see his superior, Captain Sanchez, standing at the entrance of his office, a stern look on his face. "Got a minute?" "Of course, Captain," Rodriguez replied, quickly setting aside the files. Sanchez walked in, his heavy boots echoing in the quiet room. He was a tall man, gruff and demanding, but fair. "Rodriguez, these murders, what's the link?" "Jimmy's bus," Rodriguez stated, pulling out a city map pinned with the locations of each incident. Each victim was a regular passenger on his route, but Jimmy's been cooperative. His live feeds have been a goldmine for public support, but as for concrete evidence, we're coming up empty. Sanchez frowned, his weathered features creasing further. "And the suspect we had?" "False lead," Rodriguez admitted, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "Alibi checked out. We had to let him go." A tense silence fell over the room, the gravity of their situation sinking in. The killer was still out there, and they were no closer to catching him. "We need to dig deeper, Rodriguez," Sanchez said sternly, breaking the silence. "Interview Jimmy again, look into the victims' backgrounds, rewatch the live feeds, anything. We need a break." "You're right, Captain," Rodriguez agreed, determination setting into his features. "I'll get on it immediately." As Sanchez left his office, Rodriguez returned to the files spread across his desk. With renewed resolve, he dived back into the case, his mind whirling with theories, clues, and the chilling knowledge that he was racing against time. Meanwhile, Jimmy was at Monica's apartment. It had a comforting vibe, with the warm tones of her decor and the softness of her plush furnishings. But tonight, the coziness of her home did little to lighten the grim atmosphere between them. The news of Lisa's murder had struck them both hard. "Another one, Monica," Jimmy began, his usually warm voice filled with an undertone of despair. "Lisa, the makeup lady. She's gone too." Monica, her lawyerly demeanor struggling under the weight of the news, let out a slow breath. "Oh, Jimmy," she murmured, her hand reaching out to cover his. "I'm so sorry. This is terrible. I can't just stand by and watch this happen, Monica. I've got to do something." There was a resolve in Jimmy's eyes that Monica hadn't seen before. It frightened her a little, but also filled her with a sense of admiration. She knew Jimmy had a strong spirit, a spirit that wouldn't let him sit idle when his passengers, his friends, were being harmed. "I want to help, Jimmy," she replied, her determination matching his. "I think I know someone who could be of assistance. There's a man. His name is Derrick. He was a detective but now works in private security. He could be exactly what we need to start our own investigation." Jimmy took a moment, looking into Monica's earnest gaze. He sighed, nodding his head. "All right, let's do this. We need to bring this person to justice, Monica. For Mr. Thomas, for old Jack, for Lisa, and for all the passengers that are counting on me every day." The room seemed to hum with their shared resolve, the gloom replaced by a spark of hope. They were venturing into the unknown, but they were doing it together. And that made the daunting task ahead a little less scary. They would find the truth, not just for their friends, but for the city they called home. They had to. Chapter 8. Jimmy the Investigator. Jimmy started his journey into the unknown the very next morning. As the sun began its ascent, casting the city in a beautiful light, he set out to meet Derrick, the former detective Monica had told him about. She had arranged the meeting, assuring him that Derrick was experienced, intelligent, and dedicated. At a small, relatively quiet coffee shop in the heart of the city, Jimmy came face to face with Derrick, a man in his early 50s with sharp, intelligent eyes and a demeanor that spoke of years of experience in the field. A certain air of authority about him instantly put Jimmy at ease. "Derrick, I appreciate you taking the time to meet me," Jimmy began, extending a hand to the man across the table. "No problem at all, Jimmy. Monica speaks very highly of you," Derrick replied, shaking Jimmy's hand firmly. His voice was deep and calm, instilling a sense of confidence that they were on the right path. For the next hour, they delved into the cases of Mr. Thomas, old Jack, and Lisa. Derrick listened intently, taking notes, asking questions, and piecing together the information. By the time they concluded, they had a solid starting point. Over the next few days, Jimmy and Derrick began their investigation. They interviewed passengers who had been on the bus with the victims, visited the crime scenes, and combed through any evidence they could find. Jimmy's viewers followed his journey closely, their support and concern never wavering. They provided tips and words of encouragement, and even aided in gathering information. It was a community effort, a city coming together in the face of tragedy. Though their progress was slow and sometimes disheartening, Jimmy and Derrick were relentless. They had a shared goal, a shared resolve. They were doing it for Mr. Thomas, old Jack, and Lisa. They did it for every passenger who boarded Jimmy's bus daily, and every viewer tuned into their live feeds. They were doing it for justice, and they wouldn't stop until they found the killer or killers. The next day, the morning air was crisp as Jimmy fired up the bus, its purr echoing through the silent depot. His live feed was on as usual, giving viewers a front-row seat to another day in his unique world. Driving through the city, the rising sun painting the skyline in a golden hue, Jimmy greeted his passengers with warmth. The familiarity, the friendly smiles, nods, and the exchanges of pleasantries were all part of his routine. But today, there was something more. There was a palpable sense of unity, of solidarity. People were banding together in light of the recent events, and that sense of togetherness spilled into every conversation. The performers on his bus ranged from musicians to poets, comedians to jugglers. Every day was different. Every day was a surprise. Today, a teenage boy had set up a small keyboard and was playing a haunting melody that had everyone's attention. A group of students broke into a synchronized dance routine to the beat of a hand drum. An elderly man with a gravelly and melodious voice recited poetry about the city they all loved and lived in. The conversations with his viewers reflected the same sense of community. Comments poured in by the thousands, all of them expressing support, admiration, and concern for Jimmy. One viewer wrote, "Jimmy, you are our beacon in this storm. We're with you every step of the way." Another echoed, "Stay strong, Jimmy, you're making a difference." There were tips and suggestions, debates and discussions. It was a vibrant space of engagement, and Jimmy navigated it with grace and humility. His SMC was climbing higher each day, a testament to the popularity and importance of his mission. His viewers kept contributing, their donations a show of trust and admiration for their favorite bus driver. Meanwhile, in the background, Jimmy's investigation continued. He was more determined than ever to get to the bottom of the heinous crimes and to bring justice for Mr. Thomas, Old Jack, and Lisa. He continued to work with Derrick, diving deep into the labyrinth of clues and leads. Through it all, Jimmy maintained his genuine, approachable demeanor. He was an everyman doing extraordinary things, a humble hero in the eyes of his viewers and passengers. And even though the shadow of the murders hung over them all, they refused to be pulled down. Instead, they found joy in the little things, shared smiles and stories, music and poetry, and humanity that prevailed amidst the chaos. And so, Jimmy's bus trudged on, a stage on wheels carrying with it a symphony of voices and stories, each day offering a slice of life, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and a beacon of hope in a troubled city. They were all on this journey together, determined to see it through and to see justice served. The buzz of Jimmy's phone drew his attention away from the vibrant chorus of voices on his bus. Seeing Derrick's name flash on the screen, he navigated the bus to the side of the road and parked at the nearest bus stop. He said to his viewers with a reassuring smile that he would take a quick break. "Hey Derrick, got something?" Jimmy asked as he exited the bus, his tone carrying a mix of anticipation and concern. "You bet I do, Jimmy," Derrick's voice crackled over the line. His excitement was palpable, even over the phone. "We might have a lead, an actual tangible lead." A feeling of relief washed over Jimmy. After countless days of hitting dead ends and running in circles, this felt like a breath of fresh air. "That's great news, Derrick. What have we got?" Derrick explained the lead, a piece of crucial evidence from one of the crime scenes that had been overlooked until now. It was a small silver pendant, the kind that goes unnoticed and only be noticed if looked for. Upon closer examination, it revealed intricate engravings, initials of a name possibly. It wasn't much, but it was a start, a thread to pull in this complex web. Jimmy listened attentively, taking in every detail Derrick shared. The buzz from his viewers grew louder with every passing second, their curiosity piqued by the conversation they were privy to. Jimmy knew he would need to address them soon, but for now he focused on the details Derrick was sharing. When Derrick finished, Jimmy responded, "That's solid, Derrick. Let's chase this lead and let's be careful." With the conversation over, Jimmy returned to his bus. Now numbering in the thousands, his viewers bombarded him with questions and comments about the call. Derrick's SMC had indeed risen significantly, his involvement in the investigation drawing the attention of the public. With unwavering transparency, Jimmy continued to share his journey with his devoted viewers what he could, assuring them that they were making progress. He then urged his viewers to stay hopeful and patient, promising to keep them updated as the investigation continued. That night, Jimmy wrestled with a storm in his mind. A nightmare, fueled by the recent murders, took hold of his sleep. He found himself behind the wheel of his bus once more, only the atmosphere was eerily different. The usually vibrant bus was dipped in a veil of gloomy darkness, and an ominous silence reigned instead of the lively chatter he was used to. In the dream, he looked into the rearview mirror, and what he saw sent a chill down his spine. Instead of their familiar faces, he saw the lifeless faces of Mr. Thomas, Old Jack, and Lisa. Their hollow eyes stared back at him, a silent plea for justice echoing in their gaze. The bus rolled on in his dream, the cityscape outside morphing into a labyrinth of narrow, shadowy alleyways. He wanted to stop, to help his deceased passengers, but he couldn't. His feet wouldn't obey his commands, pressing harder on the accelerator instead. The harder he tried to stop, the faster the bus seemed to go. The dream transformed into a nightmare, and a sense of impending doom loomed large over Jimmy. He woke up in a cold sweat, the remnants of the nightmare still clinging to him. The disturbing images of the dream made him feel sick to his stomach, and he felt a wave of guilt washing over him. He knew, logically, that he was not responsible for the murders, but the subconscious mind often played by its own rules. It took him a while to compose himself, the echo of the nightmare lingering in his mind. The memory of their faces in the rearview mirror haunted him. They were gone, their lives cut short in the most tragic way, and he had been powerless to stop it. That feeling of powerlessness was what disturbed him most. Jimmy knew he couldn't go back to sleep that night. He got up from his bed and walked over to the window, looking out at the sleeping city. His heart ached with the weight of the couldn't, but the resolve to bring justice to his deceased passengers strengthened within him. He knew he had a long, difficult path ahead. The nightmares may come, but he wouldn't let them deter him. He made a silent promise to the silent city, to Mr. Thomas, Old Jack, and Lisa, that he would do everything in his power to ensure their justice. That promise, he knew, would be his beacon in the darkness that lay ahead. The city was rousing from its slumber as Jimmy walked through the doors of McDonald's, the morning chill still clinging to his skin. The aroma of brewing coffee and toasting bread filled his senses, a comforting scent that brought a small smile to his face. His live feed was already running, recording every moment. "Good morning, sir. What can I get started for you?" A youthful cashier greeted him from behind the counter, her cheerful smile lighting up her eyes. "Good morning," Jimmy responded, his voice warmly resonating through the live feed. He scanned the menu board, remembering a suggestion from one of his viewers. "Let me get an Egg McMuffin and a large coffee, please." The cashier quickly typed in his order. "Will that be all for you today, sir?" "That'll be it, thank you," Jimmy affirmed. His live feed was already teeming with early risers, their comments ranging from approval of his breakfast choice to witty remarks. "Your total is $6.35. Your order will be up shortly." "Thank you," Jimmy replied, handing over the cash and stepping aside to allow the next customer to order. While waiting for his order, Jimmy glanced at his live feed. His viewers were discussing their McDonald's breakfast favorites, making playful comments and speculating about his upcoming day and the ongoing investigation. He engaged with them, his mood lightening as he chatted with his virtual companions. His number was called, and he collected his breakfast tray. The morning sun was starting to paint the city in hues of gold as he found a seat by the window. Despite the uncertainties the day might bring, Jimmy was ready. With his viewers' support, he was prepared to face the challenges ahead. Chapter 9. A day on the bus. With the warm aroma of breakfast still lingering, Jimmy started his day on the bus. His live feed painted a vivid picture for his viewers as he interacted with lively characters throughout the day. The interior of the bus was a microcosm of the city. Colorful advertisements lined the ceiling, flashing the latest offerings from various local businesses. The digital display up front blinked out stops and important landmarks. The seats were a mix of vinyl and fabric, worn by years of use, and the chatter of riders rose and fell like a city symphony. Jimmy greeted every passenger as they climbed aboard, their faces lighting up when they realized they were stepping into a live feed. The dynamic on the bus had changed drastically over the past weeks. Instead of merely being a mode of transport, it had transformed into a stage for people to perform, share knowledge, and interact. "Morning, Mr. Jimmy," a young woman greeted, her phone out to capture her entrance onto the bus. "Good morning, Linda," Jimmy replied, his warm smile captured on both of their feeds. As the bus trundled along its route, Jimmy noticed a new passenger board, a tall man impeccably dressed in a sleek suit. "Good morning, sir. First time on the live feed bus?" Jimmy asked, intrigued by the newcomer. The man smiled, adjusting his tie. "Indeed it is. I've heard a lot about this place. Name's Mr. Richard." Mr. Richard turned out to be an investment banker, keen on educating people about financial literacy. He had chosen Jimmy's bus as his platform, aiming to collect SMC in the process. "All right, folks," Richard began, standing confidently in the aisle. "Let's talk about the stock market, shall we?" As Mr. Richard explained concepts like dividends, market cap, and PE ratios, the bus turned into a makeshift classroom. Questions flowed freely, and people eagerly drinking in the knowledge. Some viewers typed out Mr. Richard's advice, their comments filled with appreciation. "Stocks aren't just about buying low and selling high," Mr. Richard lectured. "It's about investing in businesses you believe in, ones you understand." Jimmy watched the proceedings with a warm sense of contentment, proud of the community he had helped foster. His viewers were not just passive spectators anymore. They were learners, performers, and active contributors. The bus had transformed into a space of growth and development, a testament to the power of shared experiences and collective learning. By the end of the ride for Mr. Richard, the viewers were more invested than ever, emotionally and thanks to his advice, potentially financially. Meanwhile, Monica sat behind her desk at the prosecutor's office, poring over the file of her new case. Her office was a well-lit room, filled with organized chaos, bookshelves filled to the brim with law manuals and case files, photos of memorable moments from her career adorning the walls, and her desk littered with case files and legal paperwork. The new case involved two individuals, Alex and Colin, who had allegedly committed a series of virtual break-ins. These were not ordinary criminals. Both men were brilliant, known in their circles as skilled programmers and seasoned hackers. Their playing field was not the physical world, but the virtual realm of the metaverse, specifically in the sandbox. The sandbox was a virtual world where users could own, create, and monetize their gaming experiences on the Ethereum blockchain. Alex and Colin, according to the charges, had managed to bypass the system's security protocols, breaking into virtual homes and stealing valuable digital assets. The case was one of the first of its kind, making it complex and challenging yet undeniably intriguing for Monica. Her boss, District Attorney Reynolds, had assigned this case to her. Reynolds was a stern but fair man who believed in Monica's capabilities. Monica could still remember their conversation when he handed her the case file. "Monica," Reynolds had begun, his eyes sharp behind his thick-framed glasses. "This is unlike anything we've dealt with before. These aren't tangible items being stolen, yet they carry value in the real world. It's a new frontier." Monica had nodded, her gaze on the file. "It's fascinating and definitely a challenge. But we must take this seriously. Virtual or not, theft is theft." "I agree," Reynolds had replied, a hint of a smile on his face. "That's why I'm assigning this to you. We need to set a precedent." As Monica delved deeper into the case, she felt a surge of determination. Despite being in unfamiliar territory, She was excited about navigating this novel landscape. The victims of the virtual break-ins, just like victims in the real world, deserved justice, and Monica was intent on ensuring they received it. As she delved deeper into the technical aspects of the case, consulting with cybercrime experts and diving into the world of the metaverse herself, she felt the adrenaline kick in. The law was evolving with technology, and she was at the forefront of it. It was daunting but exhilarating. In the coming weeks, Monica knew she'd be battling in uncharted waters, but the thought of putting away these virtual criminals was driving her forward. She was in this fight to the end, no matter where it took her. Meanwhile, Derrick squeezed into the bustling bus, a perceptible hum of chatter and activity surrounding him. The bus, adorned with colorful graffiti-like art on its exterior, was a stage for countless performers trying to attract viewers and earn SMC. In one corner, a flamboyantly dressed magician was performing card tricks, while at the back, a poet was reciting verses, her words poignant and heart-tugging. Amid the cacophony, the distinctive voice of Jimmy, the driver and most popular figure on the bus, floated through the PA system, guiding his passengers and viewers through the streets of Chicago. Derrick had decided to ride Jimmy's bus today, hoping to gain insight into the community and possibly clues to the recent murders. He was there as a passive observer, his eyes scanning the bus and its occupants with professional precision, looking for anything that could potentially lead him to the culprit. Viewers on both his and Jimmy's live feeds started throwing questions at them. "Hey Derrick, what's your primary suspicion regarding the murders?" a viewer from Jimmy's feed asked. In contrast, another on Derrick's feed inquired, "Jimmy, have you noticed any unusual behavior among your regulars lately?" Judging not to reveal too much, Derrick replied, "Well, part of being a detective is not jumping to conclusions. Every bit of information is a potential lead. We have some theories, but we're exploring all possibilities." Jimmy, looking into his rear-view mirror to address his audience, responded, "Honestly, everyone's been shaken up since the incidents. People are a bit more cautious, I guess, but nothing I'd call unusual." The interaction was a balancing act between maintaining the engaging nature of the live feeds and ensuring they didn't compromise the ongoing investigation. It was challenging, but necessary. Like everyone else, Derrick hoped that the murderer would be found soon, restoring peace to the community that was now living in a shadow of fear. For now, he sat back and watched the show. He observed the colorful array of performers on the bus and noticed a young woman who had started dancing. Her movements were fluid, graceful, and full of energy, instantly catching the attention of the passengers and online viewers alike. He found himself standing next to an older gentleman who was watching the impromptu performance with a bemused smile. Derrick seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation. "Quite the spectacle, isn't it?" he began, gesturing to the dancing woman. The older man chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Never a dull day on this bus. That young lady certainly knows how to move." "Yes, she does," Derrick replied, keeping his tone casual. "I wonder how long she has been practicing. Dancing like that is not something you just wake up and do one day." The man chuckled again. "You're absolutely right, son. But then again, you never know with people. This city is full of surprises." The conversation was inconspicuous, a regular interaction between two passengers enjoying the show. But for Derrick, it was more than that. He was humanizing himself in the eyes of the passengers, hoping it would make them more open, if they ever had crucial information about the murders. Amidst the smiles, the performances and the dance, Derrick, like everyone else, wished for the swift resolution of the murder investigation. The unease that blanketed the community was palpable, a dark cloud hanging over the city. Everyone longed for the day when they could ride the bus, not with apprehension, but with the simple joy of witnessing the unique talents that colored their daily commute. Chapter 10. The Convergence. The trio met at El Sol Brillante, a warm and bustling Mexican restaurant tucked away in a small corner of Chicago. The rich scent of spices wafted through the air, mingling with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat and vegetables. Colorful woven fabrics adorned the walls, with vibrantly painted pottery displayed on rustic wooden shelves. They were seated at a table in a quieter section of the restaurant, affording them a degree of privacy for their discussion. Their live feeds were turned off, an unusual move that signified the gravity of their conversation. They each had a plate of enchiladas and a cup of spicy hot chocolate in front of them. "All right, let's talk," Jimmy began, his usually jovial demeanor replaced by a grim seriousness. "What do we know so far, Derrick?" Derrick pulled out a small notepad from his pocket, flipping through its pages. "From what I gathered, our victims were all popular personalities on your bus route. They were earning a significant amount of SMC and had a strong following. It's not much, but it's a connection." "Could it be a jealous competitor? Someone who felt threatened by their success?" Monica chimed in, her eyes focused on Derrick. "Possible," Derrick responded, "but unlikely. The methods of murder were too varied and the victims too diverse for it to be a simple case of professional jealousy. It's more likely that the killer has a personal grudge against the victims. And there's one more thing," Derrick added, his brows furrowing slightly. "The killer left a coin at each crime scene. A small golden coin engraved with the image of an old-fashioned stagecoach. It could be a signature or a clue to their identity." Jimmy and Monica exchanged a glance. "A stagecoach coin?" Jimmy echoed, his mind racing. He remembered a viewer who often used the alias Stagecoach on his feed. Could it be a coincidence, or was there more to it? The conversation continued late into the night, each of them bouncing ideas off each other, exploring different theories. They discussed potential suspects, speculated about possible motives, and strategized their next steps, all while the lively ambiance of the Mexican restaurant hummed around them, oblivious to the gravity of their conversation. As they wrapped up their meeting, they felt a renewed sense of determination. They were a team now, driven by their shared goal to bring the killer to justice and ensure their beloved community's safety. Their resolve was unwavering. They would not rest until the mystery was solved. After dinner, they all headed home. Jimmy closed the door of his luxurious penthouse behind him, his fingers lightly brushing against the smooth surface of the state-of-the-art bioscanning lock. He flicked his wrist as he shrugged off his designer jacket, activating his advanced live feed wrist device. His spacious living room, adorned with plush, modern furniture and floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing a breathtaking view of Chicago, filled instantly with the virtual presence of his viewers. "Good evening, everyone. Just got back to my place," Jimmy greeted, his eyes scanning the holographic projections of comments and emojis floating mid-air. "And to answer your earlier inquiries, dinner was superb, and Monica is in high spirits." The comments streamed in with a rapidity that was as overwhelming as it was heartening. Curiosity, greetings, and of course questions about his dinner filled the virtual space. "Jimmy, what was on the dinner menu tonight?" a viewer with the handle Stardust queried. "We enjoyed Mexican cuisine tonight. The enchiladas and hot chocolate were divine," Jimmy replied, a touch of a smile curling his lips as he relived the enticing flavors. "Sounds like a feast. Bet you had a blast," Stardust shot back, punctuating the comment with a flurry of taco and burrito emojis. Jimmy chuckled softly. "Yes, indeed, though it wasn't all just dining and laughter. We had some pressing matters to discuss." As his viewers leaned into this nugget of intrigue, they began probing further. "Oh? Serious talks? Are you planning another vacation, perhaps?" Jimmy grinned. "Not exactly, although another vacation does sound tempting right about now. Let's say we're in the midst of unraveling a few complexities." While maintaining the lively chatter, Jimmy subtly initiated a search for a particular viewer alias. Stagecoach. His pulse quickened at the prospect of uncovering new leads. As the search ran, he continued to engage with his viewers. A regular viewer, Firefly, said, "How's Monica, Jimmy? She's been conspicuously absent from your feed recently. Monica's doing splendidly, Firefly. She's been quite occupied with her work, but she sends her regards to all, Jimmy responded, stealing a glance at the search result. No current activity from Stagecoach. Then, a new viewer, Space Traveler, emerged from the virtual crowd. "Hey Jimmy, it's my first time here. Your reputation precedes you. Is it true that you're onto some mystery?" Taken slightly aback, Jimmy replied, "Welcome, Space Traveler. As for the mystery, well, life is full of them, isn't it? Stick around, there's always something riveting unfolding." Jimmy kept the conversation buoyant and captivating as the evening stretched into the night. Though Stagecoach remained elusive, Jimmy mentally bookmarked the alias, vowing to remain vigilant for any activity. Every bit of information brought him a step closer to unraveling the puzzle. As he peered out at the glittering cityscape from his penthouse window, he knew he wouldn't back down. His future was here in this dazzling world of technology, connection, and yes, even mystery. By the time Jimmy arrived at the bus depot that morning, dawn was beginning to cast a soft glow over the city of Chicago. It was early, but the city's vibrant energy was already humming along. The promise of a new day carrying a mixed sense of hope and foreboding, given the recent series of unsettling events. When Jimmy boarded the bus, he did his routine check: seats for any leftover belongings or garbage, the aisles for anything that might cause a passenger to trip, and the general state of the bus for any required maintenance. Today, something glinted off the light coming in through the bus windows and caught his eye. He found a coin in a small crack on the floor near the back of the bus. The coin was unlike any currency he'd seen. It was a tad larger than a quarter, with an intricate design of a stagecoach embossed on its surface. A well-crafted piece, it had a certain vintage charm to it, possibly an antique. Its origin was a mystery, and how it ended up on his bus was even more so. Later that day, as he interacted with his viewers on the live feed, he noticed a new participant who went by the handle Stage. They seemed particularly keen on asking about the ongoing investigations. Unlike his regular viewers who expressed concern or curiosity, Stage appeared to have a more profound interest. The type of questions they asked and their knowledge about the case details felt different. Amid this online intrigue, a new passenger boarded the bus. A robust man in his late 40s, with salt and pepper hair and an aura of quiet confidence, introduced himself as Coach. With his permission, Jimmy turned the live feed on him. The Coach was there to give a live demonstration of self-defense tactics. His efficient movements and the way he explained each technique, it was clear that he was a professional. The passengers on the bus were engrossed, and the viewers online were equally captivated. By the end of the day, Jimmy grappled with these seemingly disparate but peculiarly interconnected elements: a stagecoach coin, a viewer named Stage, and a man named Coach. It seemed too distinctive to be a mere coincidence. As Jimmy locked up the bus that night, the silent bus felt like a testament to the mysteries it carried within its confines. Jimmy was lost in thought, with the city's lights glimmering around him. He was no detective, but his instincts told him that these were clues, pieces of a puzzle that needed solving not just for the victims and their families, but for the safety of his passengers and the peace of his city. He resolved then that he would do whatever he could to uncover the truth behind these murders and hopefully bring an end to this disconcerting chapter. In the quiet and privacy of Jimmy's penthouse, with a sturdy oak coffee table between them, he carefully placed the stagecoach coin on the table. A sense of recognition crossed Derrick's face. He picked up the coin and studied it intently. "This," Derrick started, his voice trailing off as he turned the coin over in his hands. "This is not just a collector's item, Jimmy," he said after a moment of silence, his voice carrying an unusual gravitas. The room seemed to shrink in on itself, the breathtaking view of the Chicago skyline momentarily forgotten as Derrick continued. "I've seen coins identical to this one, near where the victims' bodies were found." heavy silence followed Derrick's revelation. The cityscape outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of Jimmy's penthouse seemed to fade away as the implication of Derrick's words took hold. The stagecoach coin, a token Jimmy had found innocently lodged in a crack on the bus floor, was linked to the dark undercurrents of the investigation. The same unique embossed stagecoach design, the same unusual weight and texture. There could be no mistake. This was an ominous connection, suggesting that whoever left these coins at the murder scenes was also on Jimmy's bus. The connection was not lost on Jimmy. He looked at Derrick, a new determination lighting his eyes. The investigation had chosen him in a way he hadn't expected. It wasn't just about driving the bus anymore, not just about connecting with his viewers. It was about justice, and Jimmy was ready to play his part. Upon Coach's arrival on the bus the next day, Jimmy greeted him with his usual friendliness, but his curiosity sparked a different conversation this time. "Morning, Coach," Jimmy began, his voice resonating through the bus. "I've been thinking. With these unusual incidents happening around town, learning a thing or two about self-defense might be wise. What do you think?" The bus filled with a sudden anticipatory silence as passengers perked up at the mention of self-defense. Slightly surprised, but far from unprepared, Coach responded with a friendly nod. "I couldn't agree more, Jimmy. Being able to defend oneself is a valuable skill." The passengers' interests were piqued on the bus and tuning into the live feed. Coach, known for his self-defense tactics, was now about to share his knowledge. He swiftly moved into the open space near the fare box, turning it into an impromptu stage. "Well, Jimmy," Coach started, showcasing an easy stance that was unassuming yet ready for action. "The first thing about self-defense is being aware of your surroundings." He provided Jimmy with a brief introduction to self-defense techniques, explaining the importance of maintaining a safe distance, the proper way to block an attack, and how to use your body's natural weapons effectively. His demonstration was a balance of knowledge, experience, and pragmatism. Jimmy listened attentively, observing Coach's movements, his confidence, and his expertise in the subject. The bus ride took on a new form of entertainment, but for Jimmy, it was an attempt to understand better the man named Coach. By the end of the bus ride, Jimmy found himself with more pieces to an ever-growing puzzle. His newfound knowledge of self-defense techniques had given him insight into Coach. Yet the man remained a mystery as he pocketed the stagecoach coin. Chapter 11. The Viewer Investigation. A new day greeted Jimmy as he prepared for his day, climbing into the driver's seat of his familiar bus. He felt a new sense of purpose, embarking on this unusual journey with his viewers. This wasn't just about driving the bus anymore. The usual hubbub of the morning commute was punctuated by anticipation as he readied himself to bring his viewers into the heart of his investigation. "Good morning, everyone," he began, his voice ringing out clear and confident as the bus started moving. "I hope you're ready for something a bit different today. Derrick and I have been thinking, and we've decided that we could use your help in this investigation." A chorus of excited responses flooded his live feed, causing a ripple of energy that seemed to spread across the digital world as countless viewers tuned in, eager to contribute to the investigation. "All right, here's how we'll do this," Jimmy explained. "I'll ask you a series of questions and I want you to respond with either a yes or no. You ready?" With the affirmations of his viewers, Jimmy dove into the first question, his voice ringing out loud and clear. "Do you believe all three murders are connected?" The live feed erupted in a flurry of responses, the yeses outweighing the no, signaling a majority consensus among his viewers. Jimmy nodded thoughtfully, making a mental note of the overwhelming response. He continued in this vein, casting out more questions for his viewers, their responses helping him gauge their collective opinion and perspective. "Is it possible that the murderer is among my viewers?" he asked, causing a wave of surprise and intrigue among his viewers. This time, the majority voted yes, making Jimmy's heartbeat quicken at the possibility. Could the stagecoach coin be a significant clue? The viewers again mostly agreed that it could be a significant lead. With each question, Jimmy could feel the pulse of his audience, their collective minds working together to unravel the mystery. They debated among themselves, bringing forth theories and explanations. And while the virtual discussion was on, he also paid attention to his physical reality, observing his passengers for any reaction. In this new chapter, Jimmy found himself stepping beyond the role of a bus driver, embracing a part he never thought he would play. This investigation, which had started as a concerning backdrop to his daily routine, was now intertwined with his everyday life. It had also transformed his live feed from a simple platform for sharing his bus rides into a collaborative hub for problem-solving. And while the investigation was indeed a serious matter, Jimmy couldn't deny the thrill that came with it. The shared energy, the collective brain power, the feeling of being a part of something bigger. He could sense his viewers felt the same way too, their excitement manifesting in the form of the increased SMC donations and avid participation in the discussion. As the sun started setting, bringing an end to another day, Jimmy knew that this was far from over. The journey was just beginning, and he was ready to ride it out with his city, his bus, and his viewers beside him. After wrapping up his day, Jimmy returned to his penthouse and dialed Derrick's number, thoughts whirling in his mind. "Hey, Derrick, you there?" he began as the call connected. "Yeah, Jimmy, I'm here," Derrick responded. His voice was calm, carrying a weight of patience and wisdom that Jimmy had come to rely on. "I've been talking with the viewers today," Jimmy began, his voice tense with excitement and nerves. "I asked them a bunch of questions about the case." There was a pause on the other end before Derrick responded. "And what did they have to say?" he asked, his tone suggesting genuine interest. "Well, most of them think the murders are connected. They also think it's possible that the murderer is one of the viewers," Jimmy explained, his voice steady despite the gravity of his words. "And they believe the stagecoach coin could be a significant clue." Derrick hummed in contemplation. "Interesting. Your viewers seem to have a good sense of this. Did they say anything else?" "There were discussions, theories," Jimmy continued, recalling his viewers' flurry of ideas and speculations. "It's just all of this information, Derrick. I never thought I would find myself in a situation like this." Derrick let out a slow sigh, his voice warm and reassuring when he spoke next. "You're doing well, Jimmy. This isn't easy, but we're in this together. Remember, we are working towards a common goal here." Jimmy nodded, though he knew Derrick couldn't see him. He appreciated his friend's steady presence, his calm voice a balm against the chaotic uncertainties. "I'll go through your live feed and read the viewers' responses and theories," Derrick added. "Maybe something will catch my eye." "Sounds like a plan," Jimmy replied, feeling slightly lighter. "Thanks, Derrick." As they ended the call, Jimmy stared at the skyline of Chicago, lost in thought. He knew they were taking a step in the right direction, relying on collective wisdom. The next day was another step towards unraveling this mystery. The next day, Monica found herself in the bustling environment of the courthouse, engaged in a heated conversation with the defense lawyer of the two men involved in the metaverse robberies. The familiar murmur of lawyers, prosecutors, and staff filled the large, imposing building, a symphony of justice in progress. The defense attorney, a wiry man with sharp features and eyes that missed nothing, was putting up a strong fight. His name was Arnold Hamilton, and he was known in the legal community for his fierce advocacy and high-profile cases. "Ms. Chapman, my clients assert their innocence," Hamilton said, his voice firm. "They are tech enthusiasts, that's all. They are not thieves." Monica, calm and composed, replied, "Mr. Hamilton, tech enthusiasts don't break into virtual properties and steal digital assets. Your clients left a trail of evidence in their wake." Hamilton was about to respond when a voice caught Monica's attention. It was one of the defendants, an oddly charismatic young man with a shock of red hair, engaged in a hushed conversation with his co-defendant. a tall, lanky individual with a vacant expression. "Stagecoach coin. Supposed to be a symbol of trust in the metaverse," the red-haired man murmured. Monica's heart jumped. The words stagecoach coin resonated in her mind. Jimmy had been talking about a stagecoach coin connected with a series of murders he was investigating. Could there be a link? Pretending to shuffle through her papers, Monica tried to eavesdrop more, but the two men fell silent. A sudden urgency flooded her, and she knew she had to share this information with Jimmy. As the legal proceedings continued, Monica couldn't help but feel as if she had stumbled upon a jigsaw puzzle piece, and it was a piece that could potentially link the virtual world of the metaverse with the chilling, all-too-real world of murder. As Monica grappled with this revelation, she realized that the world around her had become a complex web of physical and virtual realities. A web she, Jimmy, and Derrick were trying to untangle. With the mention of the stagecoach coin, Monica felt a shiver of anticipation. They were one step closer to connecting the dots, one understanding the enigma that shrouded the city. Later that evening, Monica met Jimmy at a local bar for a cocktail. The air was rich with the scent of oak and bourbon, the flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows on the rustic walls. They'd chosen a cozy corner table, a place where they could converse without interruption. Their live feeds were on, but both had made the decision to mute the influx of comments, focusing instead on each other. The viewers seemed to understand, respecting their privacy, while still reveling in the ability to watch their favorite personalities in real time. With glasses of deep red wine in hand, Monica began to relay the events of her day, her voice laced with excitement. "Jimmy, something happened at court today that you need to know about," she started. Jimmy raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Yeah? What's up, Monica?" Monica took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling in the dim light. "I overheard one of the defendants in the metaverse burglary case. They mentioned a stagecoach coin." Jimmy's interest was piqued immediately. He leaned forward, his gaze intense. "A stagecoach coin, the same kind we found on the bus? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, what are the odds, right?" Monica replied, taking a sip from her wine glass. Jimmy ran a hand through his hair, his mind working rapidly. Could they be related? I mean, the stagecoach coin and the murders? Monica shrugged. "It's a long shot. The metaverse burglaries and these murders seem worlds apart. But then again, the stagecoach coin is a strange coincidence." The two fell into a thoughtful silence, sipping their wine, each lost in their thoughts. Their viewers, witnessing this exchange, buzzed with excitement and theories. "But Monica, isn't it strange?" Jimmy finally broke the silence, his tone thoughtful. "We're talking about a token from the metaverse and real-world murders. These are two different realities." Monica nodded, her gaze distant. "Yes, but it seems like these realities are colliding, and we're caught in the middle of it." The evening drew on, the cozy bar humming with low chatter and laughter, while Jimmy and Monica, two figures caught in the dance between virtual and real, contemplated the mysteries that lay ahead. Monica swirled the wine in her glass, watching the crimson liquid lap against the glass walls. "Jimmy, I'll see if I can interview these guys tomorrow," she said, her tone determined. "If I can get them talking, maybe they'll let something slip about the stagecoach coin." "That would be great, Monica," Jimmy responded, appreciation echoing in his voice. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow on his face, accentuating the weary lines around his eyes. Despite the development's excitement, the day was begging to show. Monica looked at him with understanding. "You should head home, Jimmy. Get some rest. We've made some headway today, and I'll make more tomorrow." Jimmy nodded, running a hand through his hair. "Yeah, you're right. I'm beat." He reached for his jacket, the soft leather worn with use. "But Monica, thank you for everything." Monica smiled warmly at him. "We're in this together, Jimmy. Let's get to the bottom of this." With a last exchange of encouraging words and tired smiles, Jimmy left the cozy warmth of the bar, stepping into the cool Chicago night. The city was alive around him, but in his heart was a quiet determination. He would sleep, and tomorrow he would continue to seek the truth. As he walked, his live feed buzzed with words of encouragement and theories from his viewers, their collective enthusiasm fueling his resolve. As he reached his home, the lights of Chicago twinkling in the distance, Jimmy looked back on the day. It had been long, intense, but undeniably productive. Tomorrow would bring new developments and new leads, and with Monica on his side, Jimmy felt ready to face whatever was to come. Chapter 12. The Performance Express. The morning sun cast long shadows on the streets of Chicago as Jimmy climbed into his familiar seat. The bus's engine hummed beneath him, a comforting rhythm that signaled the start of a new day. He looked into the mirror, his gaze meeting the expectant faces of his passengers. The air was alive with the chatter of people and the rustling of clothes. A woman shuffled a deck of tarot cards, her fingers nimbly flipping and rotating the mystic illustrations. A few seats away, a man was set up with his easel, his skilled hands deftly sketching the passengers willing to pose for him. Meanwhile, the rhythmic jingling of a belly dancer's costume filled the bus, creating a peculiarly joyful morning ambience. Jimmy's live feed was buzzing with activity, his viewers eagerly commenting on the various performances. Some sought advice from the tarot reader, others complimented the artist's skills, and several more admired the graceful movements of the belly dancer. The energy was high, and Jimmy found himself smiling at the screen, thrilled by the diversity and talent on his bus. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Two women, previously engrossed in monitoring their live streams, stood up. A heated exchange about viewer counts escalated quickly into a physical altercation. Jimmy's heart pounded as he swiftly put the bus in park and stood up. "Hey, hey!" he called out, his voice firm and commanding. "This is a bus, not a boxing ring. We're all here to make our commutes a little more enjoyable. There's no room for fights." The women, taken aback by Jimmy's intervention, looked at each other sheepishly before settling back into their seats. The bus was silent momentarily before the artist cleared his throat. "I think we can all agree that peace is more enjoyable than conflict." Jimmy nodded, appreciating the sentiment. "Let's respect each other's space and remember why we're all here. To share, learn, and enjoy. No competition necessary." With that, he put the bus back into drive, and the engine's hum filled the space once more. The live feed lit up with comments applauding Jimmy's intervention, and the performances resumed. The tarot cards continued to be shuffled, the artist resumed sketching, and the rhythmic jingling of the belly dancer's costume once again filled the bus. Despite the brief disturbance, the Performance Express was back on track. After the dust settled from the brief scuffle, Jimmy found himself curious about the tarot reader. The woman, named Eliza, was a regular on his bus route, but he had never taken the time to interact with her. Today was the right opportunity. Eliza was a woman of about 60, with silver-streaked black hair tied up in a loose bun. Her eyes twinkled with mischief and wisdom, and her laughter line suggested a life well lived. She had a bohemian air about her, dressed in layers of colorful, mismatched clothing. Chunky beaded necklaces adorned her neck, and she wore multiple rings on her fingers, each one an antique or a trinket from a different corner of the world. "Eliza," Jimmy called her over the microphone. "Mind if I have a reading?" Eliza beamed at him, her golden hoop earrings jingling as she moved toward the front. "Of course, Jimmy, I'd be delighted." Eliza shuffled her deck with an experienced hand before spreading out the tarot cards in front of Jimmy. The cards gleamed under the overhead lights, their intricate designs and symbols dancing in the semi-darkness. "Now pick 3 cards, Jimmy," she instructed, her voice gentle. Jimmy did as told, drawing 3 cards from different parts of the spread. He flipped them over one by one. Tower, Death, the Magician. Eliza's eyes widened slightly at the combination, a hint of intrigue sparkling in her gaze. "The tower," she began, her finger tracing the circular symbol on the card. "It represents sudden upheaval and chaos. There is a turning point coming in your life." She moved on to the next card, the death card. "This card doesn't predict actual death, but rather the end of something, a period of transformation or change." Lastly, she pointed at the magician. "This card symbolizes resourcefulness and potential." As Eliza interpreted the cards, Jimmy listened intently. Each word she spoke felt meaningful, her insights resonating with him. She painted a picture of a journey of discovery and change, filled with hope and determination. It seemed uncannily accurate, considering his current involvement in the murder investigations. With a gentle pat on his hand, Eliza finished the reading. "Remember, Jimmy, tarot is about guidance, not predictions set in stone. You have the power to shape your destiny." As Eliza returned to her seat, the bus humming along, Jimmy sat there contemplating. The bus rumbled along the city's veins, carrying its human cargo and one man deep in thought. Having witnessed the reading, his viewers were busy discussing their interpretations and sending him encouraging messages. Today was just another day on the Performance Express, but for Jimmy, it was a day of introspection and self-discovery. The sun had set by the time Jimmy found himself seated across from Monica at a local bistro, their usual spot after a long day. The faint hum of conversation and clinking of glasses was a comforting backdrop, a slice of normalcy amidst the chaos that had become their lives. "So, how was your day, Jimmy?" Monica asked, her eyes scanning the wine list. "You're not going to believe it, but I got a tarot reading on the bus today," Jimmy replied, his tone laced with amusement. Monica looked up, a hint of surprise crossing her features. "A tarot reading? Really? What did the cards say?" Jimmy leaned back in his chair, his eyes distant as he recalled the day's events. "Eliza, the tarot reader. She's a viewer who decided to share her skills on the bus. She drew the Tower card first, which she said represents sudden upheaval and chaos. Given our current situation, it felt fitting." Monica nodded, her gaze steady on him. "That sounds about right. What else?" "She then drew the Death card, which she was quick to assure me doesn't predict actual death, but rather the end of something, a period of transformation or change." Jimmy paused, taking a sip of water. "The final card was the Magician, symbolizing resourcefulness and potential." Monica mulled over this information, her fingers drumming on the tabletop. "So, chaos, change, and potential. Sounds like a summary of our lives right now, doesn't it?" Jimmy chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Quite accurate. It was an interesting experience. Some of the viewers even got into it, discussing what the cards could mean." "Seems like your bus is becoming quite the hub of entertainment and introspection," Monica said, a hint of a smile tugging at. Chapter 13. The Stagecoach. The two young men, Leon and Adam, were an unlikely duo who had found a common purpose in their shared love for the metaverse and, unfortunately, in their shared propensity for mischief. Leon, the red-haired individual, was a gifted programmer. Raised in a modest neighborhood in Chicago, he'd been fascinated with computers from an early age. On the other hand, Adam was a brilliant strategist and social engineer. He had the uncanny ability to manipulate online environments and their participants to achieve his objectives. They met in a metaverse forum where enthusiasts shared tips, tricks, and experiences. Their mutual curiosity and audacity soon led them into the darker corners of the metaverse, specifically into the sandbox. There they began their spree, cleverly exploiting the system's vulnerabilities and the naivety of other participants. Their modus operandi was simple yet effective. Adam would charm and distract the property owners, while Leon would manipulate the metaverse's code to transfer property ownership to themselves. They operated under pseudonyms, leaving behind only a signature, the digital image of a stagecoach coin. Their misdeeds didn't go unnoticed for long, and eventually they were tracked and apprehended by metaverse security. Monica opened the case file and started going through their backgrounds, her eyes flitting across the lines of text. Leon and Adam were high school dropouts with a history of minor offenses, including hacking and identity theft. Monica frowned as she scanned their recorded interactions in the metaverse. Their talk of a stagecoach coin was not just a casual chat, it was their trademark, a symbol of their mischief in the digital world. Suddenly, the connection between the stagecoach coin found at the murder scenes and the one mentioned by these two metaverse robbers began to take shape. Monica felt a chill run down her spine. It was too much of a coincidence. This link, however tenuous, needed to be investigated further. She decided to share this with Jimmy and Derrick at the earliest. Their live feeds for the moment would have to wait. Monica decided to delve into the timeline. She ran through the details of each incident. The first murder had happened 9 weeks ago, a gruesome scene discovered at a seemingly abandoned house in the city. Then a week later, the second victim was found. Both had a stagecoach coin left at the scene, a haunting signature that remained as mysterious as it was unsettling. Leon and Adam were arrested almost 6 weeks ago, their crime spree in the metaverse coming to a sudden halt. They had been incarcerated ever since. Lisa's murder had occurred just 2 weeks ago, while the duo was securely behind bars, monitored round the clock. Monica's brow furrowed as she considered the implications. Leon and Adam couldn't have committed Lisa's murder, yet the stagecoach coin linked all 3 incidents. Could it be that Leon and Adam have replicated someone's grim work? Or were they pawns in a much larger, sinister game, unknowingly leaving behind clues that pointed toward these tragic deaths? It was a puzzling conundrum, and Monica knew it would take more than a mere perusal of the timeline to solve it. The stagecoach coin was the key. She felt certain. It was the one piece that linked these disparate elements. And the link, however convoluted, was beginning to unravel thread by ominous thread. Later that night, in the privacy of Jimmy's penthouse, the 3 friends gathered around the dining table, their respective live feeds turned off for a change. Outside, the city lights twinkled like distant stars, oblivious to the earnest discussion taking place inside. "I managed to dig up more on Leon and Adam, the metaverse thieves," Monica began, her fingers tapping on her iPad. "Seems they were into a lot more than just petty theft." Derrick leaned forward, his gaze intense. "What do you mean?" "Interestingly enough," Monica continued, her fingers swiping through the information on her iPad, "every time they committed a crime in the metaverse, they left behind a digital image of a stagecoach." "A calling card?" Derrick asked, leaning forward in interest. "Exactly," Monica confirmed. "It was their unique signature. The digital stagecoach was like a mark of their exploits. They wanted people to know what they'd done. But that doesn't make sense," Jimmy interjected. "If they were so bold about their crimes in the metaverse, why would they leave a physical coin on my bus? That's a big jump from virtual to reality." "Unless the coin's purpose wasn't just to signify a crime," Derrick speculated, his gaze meeting Jimmy's. "It could have another meaning. Or perhaps there's a third party involved," Monica suggested, joining the dots. "Someone else who knew about their digital signature and used it for these murders." Jimmy and Derrick shared a look. They had a new line of inquiry to explore. Their conversation continued long into the night, the mystery of the stagecoach coin casting a long shadow over their discussion. They knew the case had deepened, the puzzle pieces growing in number, but they were resolute in their determination solid as they delved deeper into the intricate web of the stagecoach coin. A few days later, Monica found herself seated across from Leon in the sterile, grey confines of the police interrogation room. He was handcuffed, his red hair vibrant against the dull surroundings. There was a stark contrast between the charismatic, flippant defendant she had seen in the courtroom and the sullen man in front of her. "I have some questions about your case, Leon," she began, her tone professional, maintaining a careful distance. "Depending on your answers, We may be open to a plea bargain." Leon's eyes flicked up to meet hers, a glimmer of interest appearing in them. He remained silent, however, waiting for her to continue. Monica chose her words carefully, threading the needle. "Let's talk about the stagecoach, Leon. It seems to be a recurring theme with your exploits." He smirked, leaning back slightly. "Ain't nothing but a bit of flair, detective. A bit of showmanship." "I'm sure," Monica nodded, keeping her face neutral. "But why a stagecoach? What does it represent?" Leon was silent for a while, his gaze drifting to a spot on the wall behind her. When he spoke, his voice was soft, almost contemplative. "The stagecoach, ma'am, it's like us, a relic from a time gone by, out of place in the modern world. But still, it keeps moving, it keeps delivering, no matter the weather, no matter the danger. We felt it, resonated with what we were doing." Monica listened, her mind racing as she took in his words. It didn't tie in with the murders directly, but it still offered some insight into Leon's twisted perspective. His answers were unsettling, the romanticism with which he viewed their digital crimes. "And the coin, Leon?" Monica inquired, her voice steady. "The one with the stagecoach?" Leon's eyes flicked back to hers, a spark of curiosity in his gaze. "Coin? We never used a coin, detective. The stagecoach was always digital. A coin, that's a whole different game." Monica held his gaze, a chill running down her spine. The plot was thickening. After the interview with Leon, Monica left the police station feeling enlightened and puzzled. She had been sure that Leon and Adam, with their signature stagecoach, were somehow linked to the murders. Yet Leon's admission that they'd never used a coin, always a digital symbol, cast doubts on this assumption. She needed to share this information with Jimmy and Derrick. Arriving at Jimmy's penthouse, Monica found both men engaged in a heated discussion about the case. Their live feeds were turned off, evidence scattered across Jimmy's modern glass coffee table. The soft glow of the city lights from outside the windows cast long shadows across the room, giving their meeting an air of urgency. "Monica." "Perfect timing," Derrick greeted as he noticed her arrival, his eyes gleaming with determination. "We were just discussing possible connections." Monica nodded, taking a seat on one of the sleek white couches. "I have news too. Just spoke with Leon, one of our sandbox thieves. Their stagecoach is always digital, never a coin." Silence hung in the room as both men processed this new information. It was Jimmy who broke it. "So, we're dealing with a copycat, or something entirely different?" Monica shook her head. "I can't be sure yet. But it's evident that there's more to the stagecoach symbol than we initially thought." Over the next few hours, the trio discussed the case at length, reviewing every bit of evidence and clue they had gathered. The stagecoach, the coin, the victims, the viewers. Everything was interconnected, and yet the solution to the puzzle still eluded them. As Monica left the penthouse later that night, the city was hushed, except for the occasional car honking and distant police sirens. Despite the day's revelations, the stagecoach murderer was still at large, and the mystery remained unsolved. But with every new day and clue, they were getting closer. Monica could feel it. Meanwhile, on the bus, life continued. Performers performed, viewers viewed, and the SMC flowed. Unbeknownst to them, their vibrant world of live feeds was more intertwined with the city's dark underbelly than they could ever imagine. It was just another day in the future. Chapter 14. Fourth murder strikes Chicago. The sky was just turning from inky black to a gentle lavender as Jimmy prepared for his day. He had his live feed on, scrolling through the morning messages from his viewers. They were sharing their morning routines, sending in greetings and SMC, and sharing the latest news. Jimmy was about to switch the feed off to make his breakfast when a breaking news alert popped up on his screen. It was from the Chicago Tribune, and the headline sent a chill down his spine. Fourth murder strikes Chicago. Richard Stanton, beloved bus rider, found dead. His heart pounded as he tapped on the alert, pulling up the full article. Richard Stanton, better known to Jimmy and his viewers as Mr. Richard, was a familiar face on the Performance Express. His jovial presence, financial advice, and the kind words he always had for the performers made him a favorite amongst Jimmy's audience. The article revealed that Richard's body was found in an alley near his home, the telltale Stagecoach coin left at the scene. No other details were released, as the police had just begun their investigation. The news hit Jimmy like a punch to the gut. Mr. Richard had been more than just a regular on his bus. He was a part of the vibrant community that had formed around Jimmy's live feeds, a beacon of positivity in a world that often felt heavy with turmoil. Jimmy turned towards the camera, his eyes welling up. "Guys," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "we've lost one of our own." The messages flooded in, shock and sorrow coloring the comment section. Jimmy took a moment to compose himself, then continued, "We must stand together in these trying times. Mr. Richard would have wanted that." The day had just begun, but for Jimmy and his viewers, it was already marked by a somber note. Jimmy couldn't help but feel an undercurrent of dread as he left his apartment. The Stagecoach killer had struck again. The atmosphere on the Performance Express was somber as it meandered its way through the streets of Chicago. Jimmy had a hard time driving and keeping his emotions in check, his eyes often drifting to Mr. Richard's usual seat, now achingly empty. "Mr. Richard was one of us," Jimmy said, his voice a steady, comforting presence amidst the shock and grief. "He was a part of this family we've created here. Today we've lost a member of our family." The bus was unusually quiet. The riders were lost in their thoughts. Some had known Mr. Richard as a fellow passenger, while others knew him through the screen, his larger-than-life personality radiating through Jimmy's live feeds. A message popped up on the screen from a viewer named Angel Wings. "I can't believe this," she wrote. "Mr. Richard was such a good person. It's scary to think this could happen to us." Jimmy nodded, his eyes briefly meeting the camera. "Yes, Angel Wings," he replied. "But we must remember that in times of fear, we must rely on each other. Let's honor Mr. Richard by continuing to build the community he loved." The messages continued to pour in, the viewers sharing their memories of Mr. Richard, offering condolences, and asking about the police investigation. Jimmy answered as best as he could, the conversation steering towards safety measures and ways they could support each other. Meanwhile, on the bus, a sense of solidarity started to form. Passengers, some of whom barely spoke to each other before, began to share their feelings and thoughts. One woman initiated a moment of silence for Mr. Richard, and everyone on the bus participated, their heads bowed in respect. The rest of the day unfolded under a heavy cloud of loss, but there was a strong sense of unity through it all. They were in this together, riders and viewers alike, bound by shared grief and a common resolve to face whatever came next. Meanwhile, Detective Rodriguez sat at the crowded table in the precinct's dingy meeting room, files and coffee cups scattered about. The atmosphere was charged, an undercurrent of frustration pulsing through the room. The case had taken a nasty turn with Mr. Richard's murder, and they were grappling with the disturbing implications. "All right, folks," Rodriguez started, his gruff voice cutting through the uneasy silence. "We have another victim, another Stagecoach coin. We need to figure out the significance." Detective Marquez, a younger, ambitious woman, voiced her thoughts. "We've looked into the history of stagecoaches. Nothing. The coins, they're just generic novelty items. You can buy them online." Rodriguez nodded, stroking his thinning hair. "Yes, but why leave it at the crime scene? It has to mean something. It's not a coincidence." Detective Robbins, an experienced cop with a knack for reading people, chimed in. "Maybe it's a calling card, a symbol for the killer." "A symbol of what, though?" Rodriguez pressed, his bushy brows furrowed. Silence hung in the room, punctuated only by the distant sounds of the bustling precinct. The detectives exchanged glances, the weight of their collective uncertainty pressing down on them. Rodriguez broke the silence. "All right, let's dig deeper. Recheck victims' backgrounds, any connection to stagecoaches, horses, or anything. And let's not rule out the possibility that the killer is part of the victims' social circles. Most of them were active in that live streaming community." The meeting broke with renewed energy. Despite the grim circumstances, the team felt a sense of urgency and a commitment to solving the murders. The stagecoach coin was their only clue, a silent and enigmatic witness to the gruesome murders. The key to understanding it was the key to catching the killer. As evening blanketed the city, Jimmy found himself at Monica's apartment, his heart heavy with sorrow and worry. Monica's place was a comfortable sanctuary, filled with a calming presence that felt like a balm to his frazzled nerves. She had soft lights illuminating her living room, and the soothing scent of vanilla wafted from a candle on the coffee table. The live feed was on, but the usual buzz and excitement were absent, replaced by an undercurrent of sympathy for Jimmy. The viewers were sending him messages, expressing their condolences and shock at the tragic events. They were a community, and they felt Jimmy's pain. "I can't believe it, Monica," Jimmy began, his voice hoarse with emotion. "Mr. Richard, he was a good man." Monica nodded, her eyes soft with understanding. "I know, Jimmy. It's just horrifying." They sat there, engulfed in solemn silence, punctuated only by the soft hum of the city beyond the window. Monica put a comforting hand on Jimmy's shoulder, a silent show of support. Jimmy looked at her, his eyes filled with grief and gratitude. "Thanks, Monica, for being here." She offered him a sad smile. "Of course, Jimmy. We're in this together." As the evening turned into night, they continued their quiet companionship, offering each other support and a shoulder to lean on. This was a tough time of loss and fear, but they were not alone. The live feed was a testament to that. Hundreds of people sharing their sorrow, offering words of comfort, and reminding Jimmy that he was not alone in his grief. The night wore on, and the sadness lingered. But amid the grief, there was a glimmer of hope, a shared resolve to fight back, to solve this mystery and bring justice to the victims. The viewers felt it, Jimmy felt it, and Monica thought it. They were all in this together, united in their sorrow and united in their determination to find the truth. As dawn broke over the city, the new day brought with it a fresh sense of resolve. Monica and Jimmy had spent the night poring over information, determined to find something that could lead them closer to the truth. The viewers, a constant presence in their investigation, were part of this too. A global network of eyes and ears, all intent on solving this gruesome mystery. Jimmy's day started on the bus as usual, but there was a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The city was mourning, and the typical lively interactions on the bus had dimmed significantly. People were quiet, lost in their thoughts, fears, and grief. The tragic loss of Mr. Richard had struck a chord within everyone, reminding them of their shared vulnerability. Throughout the day, viewers would occasionally break the silence with messages of support, their digital voices echoing in the shared space of grief. Jimmy found comfort in these messages, and though his heart was heavy, he pushed on. He understood the importance of keeping his live feed going. It was a source of comfort for him and countless others who were part of this shared experience. At the police station, Detective Rodriguez and his team were working tirelessly. The news of the fourth murder had shocked everyone, but it had also galvanized them. They were more determined than ever to find the culprit. Discussions were intense, ideas were exchanged, and every potential lead was explored. The puzzling stagecoach coin left at each crime scene was a puzzle they were desperately trying to piece together. Meanwhile, Monica continued her work with the two defendants who had mentioned the stagecoach coin. Though this was a separate case, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was a connection. She interviewed them, studied their case files, and tried to glean any information that might be useful in Jimmy's case. Days turned into nights, and the investigation continued. Monica, Jimmy, and Detective Rodriguez, each in their own way, pushed forward, fueled by a shared determination to bring justice to the victims. The viewers were with them every step of the way, providing support, ideas, and sometimes crucial insights. A unique bond was formed in this shared experience of grief and determination, a bond that gave them hope and the strength to carry on. Chapter 15. A return to normalcy. The rhythm of the city slowly returned, and the morning sun found Jimmy once again at the wheel of his performance express. As lively as ever, the bus hummed with its passengers' creative energy. Musicians strummed their guitars, poets recited verses, and artists doodled on their sketch pads. The screen in front of Jimmy flickered with live comments, a testament to the constant stream of virtual applause and SMC donations. Amid the backdrop of the city's hustle and bustle, life on the bus felt surprisingly normal. However, normal didn't necessarily mean quiet. One afternoon, two teenagers, armed with selfie sticks and mischievous grins, decided to transform the Performance Express into their personal prank show. They would sneak up behind unsuspecting passengers, honk mini air horns, and relish the startled reactions. The bus, usually filled with laughter and applause, was now filled with surprised gasps, followed by a mix of annoyed grumbles and stifled giggles. With the agility of a seasoned showman, Jimmy handled the situation before it could escalate. He pulled over to the side of the road and turned to address the troublemakers. "Gentlemen," he began, his voice steady but stern. "This here isn't a playground. It's a stage for respectful entertainment, not for pranks at the expense of others. If you want to join us, you're going to have to change your act." The teenagers, taken aback by the bus driver's resolution, mumbled apologies and quickly disembarked, leaving behind a trail of laughter and applause. Jimmy's live feed lit up with supportive comments and generous SMC donations. "Good riddance," one viewer typed out, accompanied by a laughing emoji and a generous tip. "Jimmy, the true sheriff of the Performance Express," another commented, attaching a virtual badge to their comment. A wave of relief swept through the bus as Jimmy resumed their route, his handle turning the giant wheel with practiced ease. The bus was filled with chuckles and whispers, the memory of the teens' sudden exit providing a collective moment of amusement. The daily performances resumed, the melody of a guitar gently filling the bus, turning the disrupted afternoon into a melodious evening. Life on the Performance Express continued, the gentle hum of normalcy offering a comforting melody amid the discord of the unsolved mystery. Just when things seemed to be settling into a comforting rhythm, life threw another curveball. Derrick called Jimmy early one morning, his voice laden with worry and urgency. "Jimmy," he began without any preamble, "we have another lead. It seems that the stagecoach coin isn't unique. We found another one." Jimmy, still groggy with sleep, felt his stomach tighten. "Where?" "In the old part of the city, near the abandoned warehouses. We believe it might be the killer's lair." Jimmy's blood ran cold. The thought of being so close to the murderer's domain was terrifying. However, he knew they were one step closer to solving the mystery. "Can I help in any way?" he offered, aware of the hundreds of eyes watching him through the live feed. He was careful to avoid any information that might interfere with the investigation. "Just be careful, Jimmy, and keep your eyes open. You never know what you might stumble upon." The day passed in a tense blur. On the bus, Jimmy found it hard to focus on the performances. His mind kept going back to the conversation with Derrick. The viewers picked up on his subdued demeanor, their comments filled with worry and support. That evening, as he was returning home, Jimmy decided to take a detour. He drove to the old part of the city, near the abandoned warehouses, that Derrick had mentioned it. He parked his car at a distance and, turning off his lev feed, ventured closer. The place was eerily quiet, the dilapidated buildings casting long shadows. Every creak and rustle made Jimmy jumpy. But he persisted, reminding himself of Derrick's words, "Keep your eyes open." And then, in the dim light, he saw a gleam of silver. He moved closer and picked it up. It was another stagecoach coin. His heart pounding, Jimmy quickly called Detective Rodriguez and relayed his findings. The detective was silent momentarily before speaking. "Jimmy, get out of there. Now. We're on our way." As he retreated to the safety of his car, Jimmy couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. He was now quite literally in the middle of a killer's playground, but he wasn't alone. His viewers were with him, as were Derrick and Monica. They were all in this together and would see it through no matter how twisted the path became. The tension in the air was palpable as Detective Rodriguez and his team pulled up to the site. Waiting anxiously in his car, Jimmy couldn't help but feel a shiver of apprehension. His live feeders were a buzz of anticipation and anxiety, commenting and sending virtual gifts of encouragement. Det. Rodriguez approached Jimmy, his expression stern and focused. The glow of the squad car's lights cast ominous shadows on his face. "Jimmy," he began, his voice steady, "I need you to stay put. No heroics, understand?" Jimmy nodded, his throat dry. "I understand, Detective. I won't interfere." "Good," the detective affirmed, before turning towards his team. "Let's go." Jimmy watched as the armed and prepared team moved toward the abandoned buildings. Their flashlights cut through the darkness, casting long, spooky shadows. The viewers, tuned into the live feed, were hanging on to every moment, their comments a mix of fear, anticipation, and concern. The squad of officers disappeared into the looming structure, leaving Jimmy alone with his thoughts and the silent audience of his live feed. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours. The anticipation was almost unbearable. Faint echoes of the detective's instructions could be heard from inside the building. A sudden shout, followed by a flurry of movement, caused Jimmy's heart to leap into his throat. He held his breath, waiting for an update. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the officers emerged. Det. Rodriguez, his face grim, approached Jimmy. He appeared tired but resolute. "We found something, Jimmy," he revealed, his voice weary but laced with a newfound determination. "Evidence that could lead us to our killer." The wave of relief, excitement, and apprehension washed over Jimmy. The end of this grisly chapter was in sight, but the road there was fraught with dangers. His viewers shared in his emotions, their comments reflecting the whirlwind of feelings. As he drove home that night, Jimmy felt fear, excitement, and responsibility. He was more than a bus driver now. He was part of something bigger, something that mattered to the entire community. He was determined to see this through, whatever it took. That evening, Jimmy met with Derrick and Monica at their usual spot, a small, cozy diner that had become their unofficial headquarters. The ambient lighting and the hum of quiet conversation around them offered a sense of normalcy amidst the turmoil. "Detective Rodriguez didn't tell me what they found," Jimmy started, his voice slightly strained from the day's events. "He just said that it could lead us to the killer." Derrick, ever the analytical one, leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled. "That's something at least. It means they have a tangible lead. Maybe they can find a connection that we've missed." Monica sighed, swirling her coffee absently. "This case, it's like a puzzle with too many missing pieces. Every time we find one, it feels like two more disappear." Jimmy nodded, feeling the weight of her words. "We just have to keep going for the victims, for our friends." Derrick raised his cup in a silent toast. "To finding the truth. I've been digging into the meaning of the stagecoach among criminals, and let me tell you, it's more than just a mode of transport." Derrick replied, his voice filled with intrigue. "Monica leaned in, curiosity etched on her face. "Tell us more, Derrick. What did you find?" Derrick took a deep breath, eager to share his discoveries. To criminals, the stagecoach represents an era of lawlessness and audacious exploits. It symbolizes freedom and rebellion against societal norms. It's not just about the money, it's about the adventure and untold riches that come with it. Jimmy's eyebrows raised, his interest piqued. "So, it's like a ticket to a different world?" Derrick nodded. "Exactly, Jimmy. The stagecoach holds a magnetic allure for criminals. They see it as a vessel of escape, a means to evade law enforcement and venture into uncharted territories. It's their gateway to unimaginable wealth, a chance to pull off legendary heists and leave their mark in criminal history." Monica leaned forward, her eyes gleaming with fascination. "But it's not just about the riches, is it?" Derrick shook his head. "No, it's about the thrill, the rush of living on the edge. The stagecoach embodies the unknown, the adrenaline-fueled chase and the freedom from societal constraints. It symbolizes audacity, resourcefulness, and the unwavering determination to outsmart their adversaries." Jimmy's mind raced, connecting the dots. "So when criminals set their sights on a stagecoach, it's not just about the money. It's about embracing the challenge, executing daring maneuvers, and leaving law enforcement in awe of their cunning." Derrick nodded, impressed by Jimmy's insight. "Exactly, my friend. It's a complex mix of wealth, adventure, and the pursuit of notoriety within the criminal underworld. The stagecoach becomes their canvas for creating legendary robberies, and they become the modern-day outlaws of our time." Monica grinned, her imagination ignited. "It's like they're stepping into the shoes of the infamous stagecoach robbers from the past, forging their own path and leaving their mark on history." As the trio delved deeper into the meaning of the stagecoach for criminals, their minds spun with possibilities and newfound understanding. They realized that the stagecoach held material riches and a gateway to a life filled with danger, excitement, and the ever-present risk of capture. The trio sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts. The viewers too shared in this solemn moment, their comments reflecting the gravity of the situation. Despite the uncertainty and fear, a shared sense of determination bound them all. Jimmy, Derrick, Monica, and the viewers. They were in this together, come what may. The next day, a buzz of activity returned to the bus. Life seemed to regain its regular rhythm, even amidst the undertow of anticipation that lingered in the air. The performers were back, the viewers logged in, and Jimmy was at the wheel, guiding the performance express on its course. The next day, Monica managed to get some information. She had been granted an interview with Adam, the metaverse robber who had mentioned the stagecoach. Sitting across from Adam in the visitor's room at the county jail, she felt a shiver of anticipation. This was the moment she had been waiting for. "Adam," she began, keeping her tone casual, "I've been reviewing your case files and want to clarify something." "What's that?" Adam asked. "It's about the stagecoach you mentioned. Can you tell me more about it?" As Monica navigated the conversation, careful not to arouse any suspicion, she hoped to unearth some clue that could tie them to the murders or shed more light on the significance of the stagecoach coin. Meanwhile, back on the Performance Express, Jimmy's viewers anxiously followed the updates. Jimmy, whom Monica had informed about the interview, kept them posted, adding another layer of intrigue to his live stream. As Monica and Jimmy pushed forward, and with Detective Rodriguez working his leads, they were one step closer to solving the puzzle. It was a race against time, with lives hanging in the balance and justice waiting at the finish line. The only question remaining was, who was the face behind the stagecoach coin? And would they catch them before they struck again? Chapter 16. Uncertain Shadows. It was a couple of days after Monica's jailhouse interview with Adam. He had been somewhat cooperative, revealing a few more details about their criminal activities in the metaverse. However, He remained adamant that he had no knowledge about the real-world murders. Jimmy, on the other hand, was grappling with his own emotions. The day's work had been taxing, but it was Mr. Richards' death that had taken a significant toll on him. His jovial nature had subdued, replaced with a somber demeanor that reflected the heaviness of his heart. Despite the heartache, and Jimmy knew he had a role to play and intended to play it well. Back on the bus, he had switched on his live feed, ready to share with his viewers. He informed them about the recent developments, his voice somber yet steady. He knew his viewers looked up to him for reassurance, and he tried to provide that amidst his turmoil. Meanwhile, at the police station, Detective Rodriguez was looking over the evidence from the dilapidated buildings. It was a daunting task. The buildings had been used as a hideout by numerous petty criminals over the years, and sorting through the endless amount of evidence was a Herculean task. As the day wore on, Monica, Jimmy, and Rodriguez continued their individual tasks, hoping that the key to solving the disturbing mystery lay somewhere within their efforts. Little did they know that the wheels of destiny were in motion, pushing them closer to a revelation that would shake the very core of their investigation. The morning found Jimmy back at the helm of his bus, greeting his usual array of passengers. The bus hummed along its route, the soft morning sunlight filtering through the windows. Despite the lingering sense of unease from the ongoing investigation, life had to go on. Meanwhile, Monica had arranged a second interview with Leon. She arrived at the detention center, her mind focused on the task at hand. As she passed the security checks, she felt a knot of tension in her stomach. This was an important step, and she knew she had to tread carefully. Back on the bus, Jimmy continued to facilitate the lively atmosphere. A talented street musician had come on board, his soulful voice filling the bus with a beautiful melody. The viewers seemed to enjoy it, and the SMC donations flowed. Amidst all the chaos, there was still room for art and enjoyment. As the day wore on, Monica sat across from Leon in the cold, sterile interview room. His nonchalant demeanor was a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. Monica began to ask her questions, careful not to arouse suspicion about her real motive, the stagecoach coin. On the bus, Jimmy had to mediate a minor dispute between two passengers over a seat. His calm, patient demeanor helped diffuse the situation, earning him several appreciative messages and SMC donations from his viewers. In the interview room, Leon seemed more cooperative than the last time. Monica skillfully steered the conversation towards the stagecoach coin, her heart pounding in her chest. And then, almost casually, Leon dropped a piece of information that sent a chill down Monica's spine. Back on the bus, the day was winding down. The street musician had left, replaced by a poet reciting beautiful verses about life and love. As Jimmy navigated the bustling city streets, he found himself reflecting on the past few days, wondering where the next clue would come from. As Monica left the detention center, she had a lot to process. The conversation with Leon had provided another piece of the puzzle, but the image it was forming was far from complete. She felt a mixture of apprehension and determination. The stagecoach coin, the murders, and Leon and Adam's virtual robbery all seemed to be connected in an intricate web, and she was determined to untangle it. The day ended with Monica sharing her findings with Jimmy and Derrick. They discussed the new information, each trying to make sense of it in their own way. The viewers, too, participated in the discussion, offering their theories and interpretations. The path to truth was still obscure, but they were one step closer. The rising sun painted the city in hues of golden orange. It was another day in the pursuit of the elusive truth. As Jimmy embarked on his daily bus ride, the city, filled with its daily buzz and hustle, reflected a stark contrast to the undercurrent of apprehension that ran deep. On the bus, life went on in its beautiful, chaotic manner. Performers were back with their myriad talents: the enthusiastic belly dancer, the insightful tarot card reader, and the man with his soulful guitar. All contribute to the unique tapestry of human life, oblivious to the underlying tension. Jimmy, however, found himself split between his duty as a bus driver and his role in this real-life whodunit. He felt a particular responsibility towards his viewers, who had been with him every step of the way, feeding off the thrill of the chase and yet emotionally invested in the quest for justice. On the other hand, Detective Rodriguez was knee-deep in the evidence gathered from the dilapidated buildings. The cluttered police station was alive with hushed whispers and the rustling of papers. Amidst it all, the image of the stagecoach coin became the symbol of their quest, casting a shadow over their discussions. Later in the evening, the trio, Monica, Jimmy, and Derrick, found themselves again in the midst of files and hot coffee, dissecting every piece of information. They bounced off theories, meticulously connecting the dots between the stagecoach coin, the metaverse robberies, and the chilling murders. Jimmy felt a rush of emotions as he ended his live feed for the day. The responsibility he felt towards his viewers was weighty. Their bond deepened by this shared pursuit. He shared a brief message of gratitude for their support, assuring them of their collective strength and resilience. As the screen darkened, his words seemed to hang in the virtual space, a promise of relentless pursuit and justice. The police station, a brick-built monument to law and order, buzzed with activity. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, officers shuffled paperwork, spoke on phones, and exchanged grim nods. A corkboard was filled with photographs and notes, all linked by a web of red yarn, the heart of which was a picture of a stagecoach coin. In one corner, Detective Rodriguez stood in front of Captain Moreno, his superior officer. Moreno was a grizzled veteran, his face marked by 1,000 battles fought in the trenches of law enforcement. His office, a small room with a single window overlooking the city, was filled with the sound of a quietly whirring fan and the murmur of police radio chatter. "Derrick," Moreno began, his voice gravely and serious, "give me an update." Rodriguez nodded, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. "We searched the buildings as planned," he began, his voice clear and assertive. "We found traces of blood at the site and a shell casing. Forensics is working on them as we speak. There was also a piece of fabric that may belong to a victim's clothing." "Anything else?" Moreno asked, steepling his fingers in front of his face. "There was this," Rodriguez said, pulling out a bagged item from his pocket. It was a crumpled paper with an odd symbol, something that looked like a code or a part of a puzzle. "We found this stuffed into a crack in the floor. It's hard to make sense of it yet, but our cryptographers are looking at it." Moreno leaned back in his chair. His eyes squinted in thought. He sighed heavily. "Derrick," he started, leaning forward again, "we've got 4 victims and a city on edge. We need to find whoever is responsible for this." "I understand, sir," Rodriguez replied. "We're doing everything we can." Jimmy, the bus driver, has been a significant help. His viewers have provided useful insights, and his unique position allows us to reach out to the public more effectively. Moreno nodded. "Good. I want daily updates, Rodriguez. And remember, we're racing against time here. This killer isn't going to stop until we stop him." As Rodriguez stepped out of Moreno's office, he felt the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. He looked at the busy police station, the hub of law enforcement, and steeled himself. They had a killer to catch. Later that evening, Detective Rodriguez pulled into his driveway, a modest suburban home sitting comfortably amongst neatly lined houses, each with its well-manicured lawn. His house was bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, the windows reflecting the warm hues of twilight. Inside the house, his wife Marissa was already busy with her after-work routine. Marissa was a beautiful woman in her early 40s, with chestnut hair that she usually wore in a ponytail. She had sparkling blue eyes that always seemed to hold a warm smile, a perfect match for her outgoing and lively personality. When she wasn't teaching science at the local high school, she was a passionate home chef, her delightful cooking adventures captured and shared with her ever-growing number of TikTok followers. "Hi, love," Marissa greeted her husband as he stepped inside, a wooden spoon in one hand as she stirred a pot on the stove. The inviting aroma of her cooking filled the air. "You're home late." Work, was all Rodriguez could muster, removing his coat and hanging it on the rack by the door. Their daughter, Sophia, a bright 16-year-old with her mother's hair and her father's determined eyes, was seated at the kitchen table, textbooks and notebooks spread out before her. She was the perfect blend of her parents, studious, kind, and with a dash of mischief in her eyes. "Dad!" Sophia exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sight of him. She quickly closed her textbooks, keen to hear about her father's day. Despite the grim nature of his work, she found his tales of solving mysteries fascinating, often more compelling than any detective novel. "Hey, kiddo," Rodriguez replied, giving Sophia a gentle pat on the head as he made his way to Marissa, placing a soft kiss on her cheek. "How was your day?" Marissa asked, concern etched on her face. She knew her husband's job was taxing, especially in the current case. "Progress," he said, forcing a small smile. "We found some evidence. Hopefully it will lead us somewhere." "That's good to hear," Marissa replied, returning to her cooking. "Dinner will be ready soon. Your favorite? Lasagna." He smiled, watching his wife cook and his daughter return to her studies, their normalcy a sharp contrast to his tumultuous day. At this moment, Rodriguez was not a detective chasing a serial killer, but a husband and a father in the peaceful sanctuary of his home. It was a role he cherished just as much, if not more, and it was a role he was determined to protect by ensuring the city's safety from the shadows that lurked in its corners. The following morning, the sun rose over the city, casting long shadows that slowly receded with the increasing light. Jimmy woke up early, like he always did, and prepared for another day of driving the Performance Express. He had received a flurry of messages from his viewers overnight, asking for updates on the investigation and expressing their concern. As he made his way to the bus depot, he couldn't help but replay the previous day's events. He had witnessed firsthand the dedication of the detectives and the police officers who were tirelessly working on this case. It made him feel small, yet an essential part of this grand scheme. On arriving at the depot, Jimmy climbed into the driver's seat of his bus. It was still early. The performances were a couple of hours away. The bus was quiet, the seats empty, and the Isleys clear. In these moments of solitude, Jimmy often found a strange comfort, a calm before the storm. His morning was usually spent in conversation with Derrick. Today was no exception. He called Derrick, who was already up and had a cup of coffee. They discussed the investigation and the city's reaction. With a deep sigh, Jimmy started the bus, the engine coming alive with a low rumbly. The city was waking up, people were starting their days, and the Performance Express was ready to roll. Despite the ongoing investigation and the looming fear, life had to go on. As Jimmy navigated his bus through the city, he felt a sense of responsibility, not just to his passengers and viewers, but to the city he called home. He was determined to do his part, to help in any way he could, until the day the killer was brought to justice. Little did he know the next breakthrough in the case was just around the corner. Chapter 17. The Breakthrough. Returning home from the precinct that evening, the aroma of rosemary and lemon tickled Rodriguez's senses, signaling Marissa's exploration of a new recipe. Isabella, engrossed in her digital world, barely looked up from her phone as he entered. Maria, stirring a sizzling pan, broke the silence. "Any updates?" "We have a DNA match," Rodriguez said, his voice heavy yet laced with a sense of satisfaction. Marissa halted her stirring, her eyes wide with surprise. "Really? That's amazing, a major breakthrough." He nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "It is indeed, but it's merely a stepping stone. The road to unveiling the truth is still long and winding." As the evening rolled in, and Marissa enthusiastically shared her culinary creation with her online followers, Rodriguez observed his family's home life from his comfortable chair. The Stagecoach murders investigation had advanced, but they were still far from the finish line. Despite this substantial breakthrough, the culprit remained a faceless spectre haunting the city. and it was his duty, along with his team's, to unmask this threat. While Detective Rodriguez's personal life buzzed with normalcy and familial warmth, the investigation's momentum began picking up pace. In the office early next morning, the detective Studi meticulously studied the DNA match report. Coffee in his hand was forgotten, growing cold, as he delved deeper into the profile of the DNA match. The DNA belonged to William Baxter, a small-time crook with a record mainly consisting of petty thefts and minor assault charges. William was hardly the profile of a ruthless killer, yet his blood had been found in the dilapidated building. Simultaneously, Jimmy, Monica, and Derrick were trying to find some sense in this new twist. They had gathered in Monica's apartment, her coffee table littered with takeout boxes and mugs of coffee. "How does a petty thief get involved in something like this?" Jimmy asked, bewildered, as he read the news about the DNA match already circulating online. "I don't know, Jimmy," Monica said, rubbing her temples. "But it's clear now that we're dealing with more than we initially thought." Their conversation went in circles, the trio feeling the weight of the situation. Their viewer count grew with each passing minute, people anxiously awaiting updates while they shared their theories and condolences for the victims. As the city held its breath, awaiting more developments, Detective Rodriguez prepared to bring in William Baxter for questioning. The stakes were higher than ever before, and every new piece of information seemed to lead them deeper into the labyrinth. Unknown to them, the next chapter of this riveting saga was about to unfold, leading them closer to the faceless phantom that had, until now, successfully evaded their grasp. Detective Rodriguez had been on the road for just over an hour when he received the shocking news of William Baxter's death. His hands tightened on the wheel, the gravity of the situation sinking in. William Baxter, the potential lead in the string of murders, was now a victim himself. Back in the city, Jimmy was halfway through his morning run when he got the update from Rodriguez. He had to stop, his breath hitching, as the detective delivered the news. William Baxter was found dead, Jimmy, at some amusement park near the city. As he relayed the news to his viewers, his live feed was inundated with shocked reactions. People were throwing out theories, condolences, and even accusations, the atmosphere thick with tension and disbelief. It felt as if the world had paused, the city waiting with bated breath for what would come next. Meanwhile, in the car now streaking across the highway towards the amusement park, Rodriguez grappled with a whirlwind of thoughts. The case had just taken an even darker turn. He had to recalibrate, adapt, and figure a new angle to this already complicated jigsaw. Detective Rodriguez arrived at the Wild West amusement park, steeped in nostalgia and a sense of adventure. With its charming Western theme, the park has been a beloved attraction for locals and tourists for decades. Nestled amidst sprawling greenery, the park exuded an old-world charm that transported visitors to the era of cowboys, saloons, and daring gunfights. As Detective Rodriguez stepped out of his car, he couldn't help but take in the sights and sounds that enveloped him. The entrance gate, adorned with weathered wooden planks, featured a weathered sign that proudly proclaimed the park's name. The familiar scent of popcorn and cotton candy lingered in the air, invoking memories of carefree childhood days. The park's main street was a bustling activity hub, complete with wooden facades replicating old-timey storefronts. Saloons, sheriff's offices, and general stores lined the street. Their vivid colors faded with the passage of time. The creaking of old wooden boards beneath Detective Rodriguez's feet echoed the history and stories that the park held. To the left, an old-fashioned stagecoach stood poised to take visitors on a journey back to the Wild West. Its weathered wheels and worn leather seats bore witness to the countless adventures it had facilitated over the years. Nearby, a shooting gallery beckoned visitors to test their marksmanship, its mechanical targets shifting with every successful hit. Further, the sound of lively music down the street drew Detective Rodriguez's attention to a saloon. The swinging doors welcomed him inside, revealing a cozy interior adorned with rustic decorations and dimly lit lanterns. The tinkling of a player piano filled the air, evoking a sense of nostalgia for a bygone era. As he explored the park, Detective Rodriguez couldn't help but be captivated by the attention to detail and the dedication to authenticity. The wooden boardwalks, lined with Western-style lampposts, led him past an ultimate photo booth where visitors could capture their Wild West-themed memories forever. The sweet aroma of freshly bucket peas drifted from a nearby bakery, tempting Detective Rodriguez to indulge in a taste of the past. The towering Ferris wheel stood in the heart of the park, a testament to the park's enduring popularity. Its vibrant colors contrasted against the clear blue sky, its gondolas swaying gently in the breeze. Detective Rodriguez imagined the laughter and excitement that once filled the air as families and friends enjoyed breathtaking views from the Ferris wheel. But on this day, the atmosphere was heavy with a somber silence. The crime scene, marked off with yellow tape, disrupted the park's cheerful facade. Detective Rodriguez couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, knowing that a heinous act of violence had marred the joyful memories associated with this place. As he made his way through the park, Detective Rodriguez was reminded that darkness could lurk even in the most idyllic of settings. With its rich history and whimsical charm, the Wild West amusement park had become the backdrop for a chilling crime. Detective Rodriguez, accompanied by the local police, approached the crime scene. The body lay near the entrance of the ghost train ride, a grim parody of the harmless scares the ride was supposed to deliver. As Rodriguez got to work, piecing together the new crime scene, Jimmy, Monica, and Derrick were huddled around Jimmy's live feedback in Chicago. They watched, the silence between them echoing the grim atmosphere that had enveloped the city. Whoever did this, they're leading us on a wild goose chase. Monica finally broke the silence, her voice weary. Jimmy nodded a grim agreement. And they're not stopping anytime soon, he added, looking at his viewers. Their faces echoed his sentiment, their silent support a small comfort in these trying times. Look at this, Detective Rodriguez mused to himself as he picked up the stagecoach coin from the souvenir shop. It was the exact replica of those found at each of the murder scenes. The implications of this discovery were massive, and Rodriguez could feel a renewed sense of hope and determination surging through him. He quickly purchased one of the coins and approached the shop owner, who seemed flustered under the sudden attention. Rodriguez introduced himself and explained the situation. Upon hearing William Baxter's name, the owner's eyes widened in recognition. William Baxter, he echoed, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Yeah, he used to work here, ran the stagecoach ride, but we had to let him go about 3 months ago. Caught him stealing cash from the ride receipts. Rodriguez felt a chill run down his spine. Another piece of the puzzle fell into place, pointing to an unsettling conclusion. Later that evening, he called Jimmy, who immediately turned on his live feed. Jimmy's viewers buzzed with anticipation as Rodriguez relayed the day's discoveries. The chat box was flooded with theories and questions, the viewers clinging to every word that Rodriguez uttered. The stagecoach coin. It's sold at the amusement park where William used to work. He was fired for stealing. It's not definitive, but it's certainly a connection, Rodriguez said, his voice weary but determined. The revelation struck a chord among Jimmy's viewers. The chat exploded with exclamations and theories, some outlandish, some surprisingly plausible. One thing was clear. They were engrossed in the mystery and wouldn't let it go until they had answers. Jimmy looked into the camera through the dim lighting of the live feed, his eyes reflecting a mixture of emotions. He felt a pang of sadness for William, another life lost in this twisted game. But he also felt a sense of determination. They were getting closer. The pieces of the puzzle were slowly falling into place, and the perpetrator would not remain hidden for long. This isn't over, Jimmy promised his viewers. We will find the person responsible for this. Justice will be served. The silent agreement from thousands of viewers on the other side of the screen was all the encouragement he needed to keep going. Detective Rodriguez was poring over the case files, each detail now bearing more significance than ever before, when he received an anonymous tip. The message read, "Saw a woman with William on the day of his murder. They were arguing. She was in a hoodie despite the heat." Rodriguez's eyes narrowed as he read over the message again. The park had been bustling on the day of William's murder. A woman in a hooded sweatshirt would undoubtedly have stood out. He quickly made a note of this new piece of information. Although it was vague, every lead was worth pursuing. The next step was clear. He needed to locate the mysterious woman. He reached out to Jimmy, who was quick to activate his live feed, eagerly awaiting the latest development. "I received a tip," Rodriguez began, his voice serious, eyes focused on the task at hand. "An anonymous witness saw a woman in a hoodie arguing with Baxter on the day he was killed. I'm going to try and track her down." Jimmy's viewers erupted with speculations. The live feed became a frenzy, with theories spiraling out from every corner. Amidst the chaos, one comment caught Jimmy's eye. "A rusty voice. Maybe she's a regular performer?" Jimmy paused, his mind racing. The clue was significant. Could this woman be a part of his regular bus crew? Could she be a performer hiding in plain sight? This revelation added a new dimension to their investigation. While Rodriguez worked his official channels, Jimmy and his viewers started their investigation, attempting to identify regular passengers or performers who might match the description. The bus had always been a place of entertainment and camaraderie. Now it had turned into a hub of amateur detectives, each passenger eager to assist in the quest for justice. As they delved deeper into the mystery, they all shared the same unwavering resolve: to find the murderer before another life was taken. Chapter 18. A new lead. The next day, Jimmy drove his usual route, the weight of the new information sitting heavily on him. Despite the intensity of the situation, the bus remained lively with performances. It was almost surreal, the contrast between the unfolding murder investigation and the regular jovial bus antics. Yet he had to maintain this balance, knowing that any of his passengers could be the key to solving the murders. Jimmy's viewers were unusually observant that day, closely examining each passenger, especially those wearing hoodies. Suggestions and theories flowed in, some logical and some entirely bizarre. Nevertheless, Jimmy welcomed them all, knowing the power of collective intelligence. Meanwhile, Detective Rodriguez, along with the local police, was exhaustively combing through the Wild West amusement park, questioning employees about Baxter and the mystery woman. Each conversation was a new opportunity, another chance to find the elusive piece of the puzzle that would connect the dots. Late that evening, Jimmy, Monica and Derrick met up at Monica's apartment, their impromptu investigation headquarters. As they discussed the day's findings and viewer theories, Jimmy's phone buzzed. It was a message from Detective Rodriguez. "Found William's ex-co-worker. Confirms the argument with a hooded woman, trying to get more details." This confirmation sent a wave of anticipation through them. Jimmy promptly shared the news with his viewers, eliciting a flurry of excitement and apprehension. The image of a woman clad in a hoodie and shrouded in mystery was becoming more concrete. Yet, her identity remained elusive. With this new lead, the investigation took a crucial turn. The realization that the murderer might be closer than they thought was chilling. Yet they knew they had to continue their search. The hunt for the hooded woman was on. As the evening descended into night, they were acutely aware that the clock was ticking. The next breakthrough felt imminent, and with it, hopefully, the final resolution. The following days were a whirlwind of investigation and speculation. Detective Rodriguez worked relentlessly with local police and park staff, checking CCTV footage, combing through Baxter's contacts, and interviewing park visitors. Jimmy continued his daily route on the Performance Express, his viewers on high alert for anyone suspicious, especially women in hoodies. The bus was buzzing with theories and ideas, with the occasional performance serving as a much-needed respite from the tense atmosphere. Despite the heavy situation, Jimmy's passengers were sticking together, a testament to the tight-knit community they'd formed. Jimmy, Monica and Derrick gathered at Monica's apartment in the evenings, to review the day's developments. Derrick's tech expertise came in handy as they meticulously scanned through digital footprints and connections that could lead them to the hooded woman. With her legal acumen, Monica was a guiding force in interpreting clues and connections. Finally, after several exhausting days, Detective Rodriguez found a potential match for the hooded woman. It was Emma Barnes, an ex-girlfriend of William, who worked at a restaurant near the park. Her voice had a notable husky quality that matched the witness's description, and she was seen wearing a hoodie in several social media photos. On receiving the news, Jimmy relayed it to his viewers, who received it with a mix of relief and apprehension. Emma Barnes, a potential murderer, or an innocent woman caught in the crosshairs? Only time will tell. As Detective Rodriguez arranged a meeting with Emma, the rest of the team, Jimmy, Monica, and Derrick, waited with bated breath. The search for the hooded woman had led them to Emma Barnes, and now they hoped it would lead them to the murderer. The pressure was mounting, and the resolution fell within their grasp. But the biggest question remained. Was Emma Barnes the killer they were searching for? Detective Rodriguez sat across from Emma in the stillness of the police station's interview room. Her eyes were red-rimmed, a clear sign of distress and the harsh reality of William's untimely demise. "William, he contacted me 2 days before he was killed," Emma began, her voice frail and teetering on the edge of tears. "He sounded terrified, like he was running from something, or someone." "And did he mention why?" Rodriguez asked, his tone steady, maintaining eye contact with Emma, who was clearly struggling with the unfolding reality. He said he got involved with a snuff film. At first, I thought he was just trying to scare me or play a twisted joke," she confessed, her hands nervously twisting a thread on her hoodie. "But he mentioned he was paid in SMC, a substantial amount by an anonymous person who requested 12 stagecoach coins. It seemed absurd. But I knew he had access to those coins from his time working at the amusement park. His theft was the reason he was fired to begin with," Emma continued, her voice gaining a touch of bitterness. Rodriguez's brows knitted together, deeply processing her words. "Did he provide any details about this anonymous person?" he inquired, his voice remaining calm despite the unsettling information. Emma shook her head. "No. No names, no identifiers. Just the film and the coins. And you gave him SMC at the park. Was that in response to his situation?" Rodriguez pushed further, following the trail of Emma's narrative. "Yes, he asked for a loan to get out of Chicago, to escape it all. I gave him 500 SMC. I thought it would give him a chance," she confessed, the last of her words barely audible. Rodriguez took a deep breath, processing the unnerving revelations. The puzzle pieces were slowly coming together, forming a picture more sinister than anyone had anticipated. "Thank you for your cooperation, Emma," Rodriguez expressed sincerely, giving her a moment to collect herself. "We're committed to finding out who's responsible for this." With that, the detective stood up, leaving Emma to grapple with her emotions and the weight of her revelations. Meanwhile, a cold-blooded killer was still at large in the city, their next move disturbingly unknown. Jimmy sat quietly in the corner of his apartment, the comforting drone of his live feed viewers providing a hollow contrast to the heaviness that marked his heart. Detective Rodriguez's face was up on the screen, mirroring the gravitas of the situation. "I just finished questioning Emma, William's friend," Rodriguez began, his eyes firmly set on the screen. "She confirmed some disturbing details." Jimmy leaned closer, the low hum of his viewers in the background heightening his sense of anticipation. "Go on," he urged, his voice weighed with concern. "William called her 2 days before his murder," Rodriguez relayed. "He claimed someone was after him, that his life was in danger. He was involved in something dark." Detective Rodriguez hesitated momentarily before pressing on. "He told her he was down on his luck when someone offered him a large amount of SMC to film a snuff film. This wasn't in the metaverse, Jimmy. This was here, in our world. Jimmy's face paled at the revelation, his breath hitching in his throat. A myriad of reactions flashed across the chat of his live feed, but they were all white noise against the shocking disclosure. And it gets more twisted, Rodriguez continued. The person requested a dozen Stagecoach coins. William had access to these coins from his previous job at the amusement park, where he was fired for stealing. He still had cases of them. Silence pervaded Jimmy's apartment, punctuated only by the hum of his viewers reacting in the background. His mind raced to process the unsettling details. He asked Emma for a loan to leave Chicago, claiming he was in danger, Rodriguez added. She gave him 500 SMC in the park. That was probably when the eyewitness saw them arguing. Jimmy swallowed hard, forcing his mind to stay focused. We need to find this person, Rodriguez. We can't let them get away with this. Rodriguez nodded solemnly. We won't, Jimmy. We're on it. As the call ended, Jimmy sat back, the gravity of the situation pressing heavily on him. His viewers buzzed with theories and well-wishes, their presence providing a strange sense of comfort in the grim reality. Despite the darkness that clouded their path, Jimmy, Rodriguez and their community of viewers were committed to unveiling the truth. And with every revelation, they were one step closer. Later that evening, in his apartment, Jimmy sat with his friends Monica and Derrick, his viewers flitting across his screen, their virtual presence like a distant echo. The news about William Baxter, the Stagecoach coins, and the snuff film had taken a grim hold of their conversation. Derrick, a tech-savvy part of their trio, started sharing information he'd come across about the dark web. His typically jovial demeanor was replaced with a somber seriousness. You'd be amazed at what's out there, Jimmy, he said, his eyes focused on his own screen as he scrolled through data. The dark web isn't like the surface web. It's not accessible by normal browsers, and it's where some people go to engage in illicit activities, shielded by layers of encryption and anonymity. Derrick paused, the gravity of his words permeating the room. Monica interjected, You're talking about places where things like the snuff film William mentioned could be found, right? Derrick nodded, his gaze not leaving his screen. Exactly. The dark web is a haven for all sorts of illegal stuff. Stolen data, drugs, weapons, and even disturbing videos. It's possible that William wasn't lying about his involvement. Jimmy ran a hand through his hair, a sigh escaping his lips. His viewers filled the screen with their reactions. They were on this journey with him, riding the highs and lows. Can we find this person, Derrick? The one William was involved with? It's difficult, Derrick admitted. The people operating on the dark web are good at covering their tracks, but not impossible. With enough resources, law enforcement agencies can sometimes break through the layers of anonymity. Monica chimed in. Detective Rodriguez should hear about this. If he hasn't considered it already, the dark web could be a potential avenue for his investigation. Their conversation deepened into the night, a mix of grim revelations and desperate hope. Jimmy shared all of this with his viewers, their constant presence a reminder that they weren't alone in their pursuit of justice. Monica's mind whirled with thoughts as she contemplated the potential connection between her case, the Stagecoach coins, and the dark web. It was a chilling possibility that sent a shiver down her spine. The internet's dark corners held secrets, and she was determined to uncover them. She shared her suspicions with Jimmy and Derrick, their brows furrowed in deep contemplation. Jimmy's viewers eagerly awaited the next revelation, their collective curiosity piqued. If Leon had been involved in the dark web, it could explain the Stagecoach connection, Monica said, her voice laden with concern. Monica's mind raced with the implications. If William had stumbled upon the dark web and its illicit activities, it could have been a dangerous path that ultimately led to his demise. The puzzle pieces started coming together, revealing a much larger and more sinister picture. The key now is to find a way to trace William's digital footprint, Monica suggested, her eyes filled with determination. We need to dive into the darkest corners of the web, where anonymity reigns, and unravel the threads connecting him to the stagecoach coins and potentially the murderer. Jimmy's viewers buzzed with excitement and anticipation. They had become part of this investigation, their collective minds working together to solve the mystery. The power of the digital community was at play, transcending physical boundaries to shed light on the darkest shadows of the internet. "We'll need help," Jimmy said, his voice resolute. "We've seen the power of collaboration and the support of my viewers. We can reach out to experts who specialize in navigating the dark web. Together we can uncover the truth." Monica and Derrick nodded in agreement, their minds already racing with ideas and possibilities. They would utilize every resource available, tapping into the vast network of online connections, hoping to find the answers they sought. As the night deepened, they formed a plan, a roadmap that would lead them into the murky depths of the dark web. Their determination burned brighter than ever, their resolve unwavering. They would follow the digital breadcrumbs, hoping that they would lead them to the truth and justice they sought. Jimmy shared the latest update on the case the next day with his viewers. He couldn't have anticipated the bombshell that awaited him in the live chat. One of his new viewers, going by the username Shadow Hacker, had a crucial piece of information to share. "Hey Jimmy, I've been lurking around the dark web for a while, and there's this chat room called The Stagecoach," Shadow Hacker typed excitedly. "In that chat room, criminals compete to outdo one another and prove who's the best." The revelation sent a shiver down Jimmy's spine. It was a chilling realization that the stagecoach coins, found at the crime scenes, may be connected to this underground competition of criminals. He couldn't help but feel a mix of apprehension and curiosity. Intrigued by this lead, Jimmy asked Shadow Hacker for more details about how the chat room operated. Shadow Hacker explained that members shared their criminal exploits within the chat room and assigned each other scores based on the audacity and success of their crimes. "It's like a twisted game, Jimmy," Shadow Hacker continued. "They have their own ranking system, and the one who achieves the highest scores gains notoriety and respect among their peers." Jimmy's mind whirled with the implications. Perhaps the murderer was part of this dark community, using the stagecoach coins as a macabre calling card. He knew they had to delve deeper into this chat room and uncover the identity of the killer. With the newfound information, Jimmy, Monica and Derrick intensified their efforts to infiltrate the stagecoach chat room. They employed advanced techniques, relying on their combined skills and the assistance of Shadow Hacker, who proved to be an invaluable asset. Days turned into nights as they navigated the treacherous corners of the dark web, carefully threading the line between vigilance and danger. They engaged with members of the stagecoach, gathering information and slowly gaining their trust. Through covert conversations and intricate maneuvers, they uncovered disturbing conversations about the murders that had taken place. The stagecoach coins were indeed a point of pride and status among the criminals, as they vied for recognition and supremacy. As their investigation deepened, Jimmy, Monica and Derrick discovered that the chat room was more than just a hub for criminal boasting. It served as a breeding ground for collaboration, a sinister marketplace, where illicit schemes were hatched and shared. Jimmy's heart raced as he shared his findings with Detective Rodriguez. They were sitting in the detective's office, surrounded by case files and evidence boards that mapped out the intricate web of the investigation. "Detective, I've been digging deep into the stagecoach chat room on the dark web," Jimmy began, his voice filled with urgency. "It's a twisted game where criminals compete with each other, assigning scores based on the audacity of their crimes, and they use the stagecoach coins as a symbol of their achievements." Detective Rodriguez leaned forward, his brow furrowed with concern. "So you're saying these stagecoach coins are a way for the killer to gain recognition and respect among this criminal community?" Jimmy nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "Exactly. It seems like the murderer is using these killings to climb up the ranks and prove themselves as the most cunning and ruthless player in the stagecoach." Detective Rodriguez sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair. "This is beyond anything I imagined. We're dealing with a dangerous, calculated individual who thrives on this sick game. We need to bring them down before they claim any more victims." "I agree," Jimmy replied firmly. "But we're up against a hidden network of criminals. We'll need to go deeper into the chat room, gather more evidence, and identify the key players involved." Detective Rodriguez nodded, a determined look in his eyes. "We'll have to tread carefully. These criminals won't make it easy for us, but we can't let them continue their reign of terror. We'll use every resource at our disposal to dismantle the stagecoach and bring justice to the victims." As they strategized their next steps, the weight of their mission settled on their shoulders. They knew the risks involved, but their shared determination and the support of Monica and Derrick fueled their resolve. The battle against the killer and the criminal underworld they had uncovered was far from over. But with their combined efforts and the knowledge gained from the stagecoach chat room, they had a fighting chance to expose the truth and put an end to the deadly game that had gripped their city. Little did they know, the killer's true identity lurked in the shadows, observing their every move. As they prepared to descend further into the darkness, they remained vigilant, knowing that the ultimate confrontation was drawing near. The stage was set for a final showdown, where justice would clash with evil in a battle that would determine the fate of everyone involved. Chapter 19. Stagecoach Chat Room. The dimly lit room, Derrick sat hunched over his computer, his fingers typing away in the depths of the dark web. The glow from the screen cast an eerie light on his face, emphasizing the intensity in his eyes. He was deep in the stagecoach chat room, where criminals reveled in their illicit activities and sought validation for their nefarious deeds. Under the guise of an alias, Derrick posed as a mastermind who had just executed a daring heist, stealing thousands of bitcoins from his employer's cold storage. The chat room was buzzing with activity as he entered, the other members greeting him with virtual applause and admiration. "Congratulations, Dark Master 69, that's a heist worthy of admiration," one user remarked, their words echoing through the encrypted channels. Derrick smirked, reveling in the artificial praise. He knew this was all part of the game, a twisted contest where each participant sought recognition for their crimes. It was a world where morality had no place, and the only measure of success was the audacity of their actions. As he continued observing the chat room, Derrick listened to others detailing their criminal exploits. Some spoke of hacking into high-security systems, while others boasted about elaborate fraud schemes. The environment was a toxic blend of arrogance, desperation, and a hunger for validation. In the midst of the chaos, Derrick's attention was caught by a user who claimed to have committed a murder. The room fell silent, anticipation hanging in the virtual air. The user described the gruesome details of the act, relishing in the shock and awe it elicited from the group. Derrick's heart skipped a beat as he read the chilling account. He had a sinking feeling that this was connected to the stagecoach coin murders, the very case he had been tirelessly investigating alongside Jimmy and Monica. The pieces were slowly coming together, revealing a network of criminals intertwined in their dangerous game. But Derrick knew he had to play his cards carefully. He couldn't reveal his true identity or intentions in the chat room. Instead, he gathered every bit of information he could, silently observing and waiting for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, in the other room, Derrick's wife called out to him, "Dinner's ready, honey, are you coming?" Derrick tore his gaze away from the screen, the darkness of the chat room lingering in his mind. He paused momentarily, contemplating the double life he was leading. The dedicated family man on the surface, and the relentless investigator delving into the internet's darkest corners. With a deep breath, he closed his laptop and rose from his seat. The stagecoach chat room may be a cesspool of criminal activity, but it was also a vital source of information that could bring justice to the victims and put an end to the reign of terror. As he joined his family for dinner, Derrick knew that the path he had chosen was treacherous, but he was determined to navigate it, even if it meant immersing himself in the twisted world of the stagecoach, where the boundaries of morality blurred and darkness prevailed. After dinner, with a sense of determination and a hint of trepidation, Derrick re-entered the Stagecoach chat room, ready to delve deeper into the twisted world of criminal one-upmanship. The room was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, the dim glow of the computer screen casting haunting shadows across Derrick's face. As he typed his message, the keyboard clacking seemed to echo through the virtual realm, a sinister symphony accompanying the disturbing conversations. The chat room members greeted him, their aliases flashing on the screen like ghostly apparitions. "I've realized the importance of leaving a signature at the crime scene," Derrick announced, his words dripping with a blend of calculated confidence and underlying unease. "Rest assured, a Stagecoach coin or digital imprint shall mark my presence at my next endeavor." A member named Shadowscape, known for their extensive knowledge of the dark web, quickly responded, "If you're looking to acquire Stagecoach coins, there's a marketplace I can guide you to. It's a den of digital darkness where such tokens of infamy can be obtained." Derrick's heart skipped a beat. The information he sought was within his grasp, but the sinister nature of the conversation sent chills down his spine. He knew he was treading a dangerous path, interacting with individuals who reveled in their macabre pursuits. Amidst the chatter, a user by the name of Nightshade emerged. They claimed to be the top-ranked member in the room, boasting of their heinous acts. Their words oozed with a chilling arrogance that sent shivers down Derrick's spine. "I've already claimed 4 lives," Nightshade declared with twisted pride, "and the 5th victim is soon to fall prey to my darkness. The Stagecoach shall be my legacy, forever etched in the annals of infamy." Derrick's blood ran cold as he absorbed Nightshade's words. The realization hit him like a sledgehammer. The Stagecoach chat room wasn't merely a hub for criminals seeking validation, but a breeding ground for sadistic killers, each vying for the top spot in a twisted hierarchy of depravity. Derrick's determination intensified as he navigated the chat room's murky depths. He had glimpsed the true face of evil lurking within these digital walls and knew that time was running out. Lives hung in the balance, and he was determined to stop the impending tragedy. But deep down, Derrick couldn't shake the creeping feeling that the darkness he encountered in the chat room had seeped into his own soul. He wondered how far he was willing to go to bring these criminals to justice, and if he too was beginning to lose himself in the shadowy world he sought to dismantle. With a heavy sigh, Derrick closed the chat room, the virtual realm fading away as he confronted the stark reality before him. His path was fraught with danger and moral ambiguity, but he was resolute in his mission. Leaning back in his chair, surrounded by the haunting silence of his surroundings, Derrick knew that the battle against darkness had only just begun, and as he prepared to face the horrors that lay ahead, he couldn't help but wonder if he would emerge unscathed or be forever tainted by the darkness he sought to vanquish. Derrick initiated a conference call with Jimmy, Monica, and Detective Rodriguez in the dimly lit room. The atmosphere was tense as they prepared to share their findings, their screens casting an eerie glow in the darkened space. "Guys, I've stumbled upon something truly chilling in the Stagecoach chat room," Derrick began, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and urgency. "There's a notorious figure in the chat room known as Nightshade, and they're the one behind the Stagecoach murders." Monica's voice broke through the silence, laced with disbelief and concern. "Nightshade? Who is this person? Do we have any information about them?" Derrick nodded, his voice filled with unease. "Nightshade is the #1 ranked individual in the chat room. They claim to have committed 4 murders already and have expressed their intention to carry out a 5th. It's a horrifying revelation." Detective Rodriguez interjected, his voice heavy with the weight of the situation. "We need to track down Nightshade immediately. Lives are at stake, and we can't let them continue their reign of terror." Jimmy's voice trembled with a mix of fear and determination. "This is getting worse by the minute. We can't let Nightshade claim another victim. We need to bring this information to the authorities and work together to stop them." Derrick's hands shook as he shared the details of his unsettling experience in the Stagecoach chat room. Nightshade is a cunning and elusive individual. They described in chilling detail their plans for the fifth murder, even hinting at the location and method. It sent shivers down my spine. Monica's voice quivered as she absorbed the gravity of the situation. We can't let this happen. We have to find Nightshade before they strike again. We need to act quickly and decisively. Detective Rodriguez's voice held a firm resolve. I'll contact the Cybercrime Division and task them with tracing Nightshade's online presence. We'll leave no stone unturned in our pursuit of this killer. But we also need to be cautious and ensure our own safety in the process. As the gravity of their discoveries settled upon them, a somber silence enveloped the room. The malevolent presence of Nightshade loomed large, threatening to plunge their world further into darkness. We must gather all the evidence we have and present it to the authorities, Detective Rodriguez said, his voice filled with determination. We need their expertise and resources to track down Nightshade and bring them to justice. Jimmy's voice carried a resolute tone. And in the meantime, I'll use my platform to raise awareness and urge people to stay vigilant. We have to protect ourselves and each other from this dangerous individual. Derrick's voice wavered, a mix of fear and determination evident. I'll continue monitoring the chat room, gathering any additional information that can help us identify Nightshade. We need to stay one step ahead. With their plan of action in place, the group ended the call, each retreating to their respective roles in the fight against Nightshade. In the darkness of their individual spaces, their determination burned bright, fueled by the shared mission to bring down the twisted killer known as Nightshade. As the screens faded to black and the room fell silent, a collective resolve emerged. They would confront Nightshade, unmask the killer behind the stagecoach murders, and restore peace to the lives that had been shattered. The battle against Nightshade had just begun, and they were prepared to face the shadows head-on. The next day, as Jimmy's bus rumbled through the bustling streets of Chicago, the atmosphere seemed alive with a sense of normalcy. The lively chatter of passengers filled the air, blending with the melodic notes of the man singing and the occasional applause for the guy performing his signature one-handed push-ups. The vibrant energy on the bus masked the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. Jimmy, behind the wheel, maintained his charismatic presence, engaging with his viewers through the live feed. He cracked jokes, shared stories, and kept the atmosphere light-hearted, intentionally keeping the conversation away from the grim reality that had consumed their lives. His viewers were none the wiser, enjoying the bus ride as if it were any other day. The passengers, too, seemed oblivious to the hidden shadows that haunted their city. They chatted, laughed, and even marveled at the various talents showcased on the bus. The familiar backdrop of Chicago's streets provided a resemblance of comfort and familiarity, offering a respite from the mounting tension and fear gripping their community. However, there was an underlying sense of unease beneath the veil of normalcy. Each passenger carried their own burdens, their own worries and fears. They were acutely aware that something sinister loomed in the shadows, but for now they sought solace in the small joys and distractions the bus ride provided. Jimmy, too, bore the weight of his knowledge, his heart heavy with the secrets he couldn't share. He kept his composure, maintaining his role as the jovial bus driver, the entertainer, and the beacon of hope for his viewers. The burden of his discoveries weighed on him, but he knew that revealing the truth could incite panic and put lives at risk. As the bus journeyed through the city, the performances continued, each act serving as a temporary escape from the harsh reality that awaited them outside. The passengers laughed, clapped, and even joined the camaraderie filling the air. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the darkness had been momentarily held at bay. But beneath the laughter and applause, the truth simmered. Nightshade's presence loomed large, a constant reminder that danger lurked in the shadows. Jimmy, ever vigilant, kept a watchful eye on his surroundings, his instincts honed by the knowledge that evil could strike at any moment. The bus rolled on, the performers entertaining, and the viewers engrossed in the live feed. The world outside may have been fraught with danger, but for now, the Performance Express provided a temporary sanctuary, a respite from the haunting reality that awaited them all. And as Jimmy navigated the streets with a steady hand and a smile, he remained determined to protect his passengers, even if they were unaware of the darkness surrounding them. That evening, Jimmy met Monica for dinner at an Italian restaurant. Jimmy and Monica stepped through its doors. Soft lighting bathed the cozy space, casting a gentle glow over the polished wooden tables and walls adorned with framed photographs of Italy. The aroma of freshly baked bread, simmering sauces and aromatic herbs wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses and whetting their appetites. They were seated at a table near a large window, offering a view of the bustling city streets outside. The dimly lit room created an intimate ambiance, allowing for private conversation amidst the lively hum of conversation and clinking of cutlery. A friendly waiter approached their table, offering menus and pouring water into crystal glasses. Jimmy and Monica exchanged smiles as they perused the extensive selection of Italian delicacies. The menu boasted a variety of pasta dishes, wood-fired pizzas, and mouth-watering appetizers that tempted their taste buds. "I don't know about you, Monica, but I'm in the mood for some classic spaghetti carbonara," Jimmy said, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Monica nodded in agreement. "Sounds perfect. And maybe we can start with some bruschetta to share?" Jimmy flagged down the waiter and placed their orders. The tantalizing sense of garlic, tomatoes, and herbs filled the air as they waited, making their mouths water in anticipation. The atmosphere was alive with the sounds of laughter and conversation, creating a vibrant backdrop for their evening. "So how are you holding up, Jimmy?" Monica asked, concern lacing her voice. "I know the recent developments in the case have been unsettling." Jimmy sighed, his face reflecting a mix of frustration and determination. "It's been tough, Monica. I want to do everything I can to help catch this Nightshade character, but it's like trying to unravel a web of shadows. We're so close, yet so far." Monica reached across the table, placing her hand on Jimmy's. "We'll get through this together, Jimmy. We've come so far, and we won't give up now. We must stay strong for ourselves and the people counting on us." Jimmy offered her a grateful smile, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. "You're right, Monica. We have to keep pushing forward. We owe it to the victims, and we owe it to this city." Their conversation was punctuated by the arrival of their appetizer, a plate of beautifully arranged bruschetta. The toasted bread was topped with vibrant diced tomatoes and fresh basil, and drizzled with extra virgin olive oil. They savored each bite, relishing the harmonious combination of flavors. As their main courses arrived, the conversation flowed effortlessly. They spoke of their shared determination to bring justice to the victims, their challenges, and their unwavering support from their viewers. The restaurant buzzed with the joyous chatter of other patrons, creating a comforting backdrop to their discussion. Throughout the evening, Jimmy and Monica found solace in each other's presence, finding strength in their shared mission and the bond they had forged. They savored the delectable flavors of Italian cuisine, relishing in the warmth and camaraderie that permeated the air. At that moment, the outside world faded away, and they found respite in the simple pleasures of good food, good company, and unwavering determination. The Italian restaurant became a sanctuary, temporarily escaping the darkness that awaited them outside its doors. And as they raised their glasses in a toast, their hearts filled with renewed resolve, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Shortly after getting home, Jimmy's phone rang. He glanced at the screen to see Derrick's name flashing across it. With a mix of curiosity and anticipation, Jimmy answered the call. "Derrick, what's up?" he greeted, his voice laced with a hint of excitement. "Jimmy, you won't believe what I discovered last night in the Stagecoach chat room," Derrick exclaimed, his voice brimming with urgency. Jimmy's interest was instantly piqued. "Tell me, Derrick, what did you find?" Derrick took a deep breath before sharing his findings. "Nightshade mentioned that he had lost a Stagecoach coin on your bus a few months ago. He revealed that he had been a passenger on your bus, blending in with the other riders. Jimmy's eyes widened in surprise. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, connecting the mysterious stagecoach coin to the enigmatic Nightshade. So Nightshade has been on my bus? But how? I transport thousands of people every week. I have no idea who it could be. Derrick's voice was filled with empathy. I know, Jimmy. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. But we can't let this deter us. We have to stay vigilant and keep our eyes open. Jimmy's mind raced with thoughts and possibilities. He knew that every rider on his bus could potentially be Nightshade, hiding behind a mask of normalcy. A sense of unease now overshadowed the trust he had built with his viewers. I need to report this to Detective Rodriguez and Monica, Jimmy declared, his voice resolute. They need to know that Nightshader has been on my bus. Maybe they can shed some light on this. Derrick agreed, his voice filled with determination. Absolutely, Jimmy. We have to keep sharing information and working together. We're getting closer, I can feel it. With a sense of urgency, Jimmy ended the call and immediately reached out to both Monica and Detective Rodriguez. He shared the newfound revelation, the connection between Nightshade and the stagecoach coin, and the fact that Nightshade had been a passenger on his bus. Monica's voice was concerned and determined as she responded, "This changes everything, Jimmy. We can't underestimate the significance of Nightshade's presence on your bus. We need to be extra vigilant moving forward." Detective Rodriguez's voice, steady and resolute, chimed in. "I'll dig deeper into the surveillance footage from your bus, Jimmy. We need to identify any suspicious individuals who could be connected to Nightshade. We won't rest until we bring this person to justice." With the weight of their shared knowledge pressing on their shoulders, Jimmy, Monica, Derrick, and Detective Rodriguez reaffirmed their commitment to the investigation. The stakes were higher now, the danger more palpable. But together, with their unwavering determination and the support of their viewers, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. As the evening unfolded, Jimmy's mind buzzed with thoughts of the mysterious Nightshade and the realization that this criminal had been in his midst. The trust he had placed in his passengers was now tempered with a cautious awareness. He couldn't help but wonder if Nightshade was watching, lurking in the shadows, or if they were simply another face in the crowd. The investigation took on a new urgency, fueled by the knowledge that Nightshade was not just a distant threat, but a presence that had been intertwined with Jimmy's own bus routes. With their combined efforts and the support of their viewers, they were determined to uncover the identity of Nightshade, bringing an end to the reign of darkness that had plagued their city. Chapter 20. Nightshade. The journey continued, each passing day bringing new challenges and revelations. Detective Rodriguez delved deeper into the surveillance footage, meticulously analyzing every passenger who had set foot on Jimmy's bus. Monica tirelessly pursued leads and connections, leaving no stone unturned in her quest for justice. Meanwhile, Jimmy found himself on a constant lookout, observing his passengers with heightened scrutiny. Every face, every gesture held a potential clue. The once lively atmosphere on the bus was now tinged with an undercurrent of suspicion. Yet, Jimmy remained steadfast, determined to keep his passengers safe and maintain a sense of normalcy amidst the chaos. Once filled with light-hearted banter and entertaining performances, his live feeds now carried an air of caution and vigilance. Viewers tuned in eagerly, their curiosity mingling with a shared concern for Jimmy's safety. They offered words of encouragement, theories, and even their own insights, becoming an integral part of the investigation. The search for Nightshade grew more intense as the days turned into weeks. Detective Rodriguez, Derrick, Monica, and Jimmy tirelessly pursued every lead, determined to bring this elusive criminal to justice. Meanwhile, Jimmy's viewers remained engaged and vigilant, offering their support and theories in the quest to unmask Nightshade. One evening, after Jimmy had concluded his live feed, a private message popped on his screen. It was from a viewer named Mysterious Eyes 87. Intrigued by the username, Jimmy opened the message. His curiosity piqued. Mysterious Eyes 87. Thanks for reaching out. Do you have any information about Nightshade? Jimmy typed, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Mysterious Eyes 87 responded promptly, revealing that they had encountered Nightshade once before. Their description sent a chill down Jimmy's spine. Nightshade, a towering figure with the build of a linebacker, a presence that exuded power and intimidation. Can you provide any more details? Anything that could help us identify Nightshade? Jimmy typed, his excitement mingling with caution. Mysterious Eyes 87 replied, their words dripping with a mix of fear and regret. They described the encounter, the unmistakable air of danger that surrounded Nightshade, and his physical appearance. They also shared snippets of conversation that offered a glimpse into Nightshade's twisted motivations. As Jimmy absorbed the information, a sense of urgency enveloped him. He immediately shared the revelations with Monica, Derrick, and Detective Rodriguez. On receiving the information about Nightshade's physical appearance, Jimmy, Monica, Derrick, and Detective Rodriguez knew they had a valuable lead. They carefully reviewed the details shared by Mysterious Eyes 87, searching for any clues that could help them identify Nightshade. With Nightshade's description in mind, the team intensified their investigation. They scoured databases, reviewed surveillance footage, and interviewed witnesses who may have crossed paths with Nightshade. Every lead was meticulously followed, and every possible connection was explored. Days turned into weeks as they pieced together a clearer picture of Nightshade's activities and patterns. They discovered a series of violent encounters that bore a striking resemblance to Nightshade's signature style. The pieces of the puzzle were slowly falling into place. Meanwhile, Jimmy's live feed continued to attract a massive following. His viewers, captivated by the ongoing investigation, eagerly shared their theories and insights. Their support and enthusiasm fueled the team's determination, reminding them of the importance of their mission. One day, as Jimmy was driving his bus, he received a message from a viewer named Silent Watcher. Silent Watcher claimed to have witnessed a suspicious interaction between Nightshade and another individual at a local nightclub. The details provided were scarce, but they were enough to give the team a new lead. With the information from Silent Watcher in hand, Monica and Detective Rodriguez conducted further inquiries and obtained surveillance footage from the nightclub. They meticulously analyzed the footage, searching for any trace of Nightshade and the mysterious figure he had interacted with. Late into the night, a breakthrough occurred as the team huddled around a screen. They spotted a brief glimpse of Nightshade, his massive frame and distinctive features unmistakable. Jimmy's heart skipped a beat as he realized that Nightshade was none other than the guy who frequently entertained passengers on his bus with his impressive push-ups. "I can't believe it," Jimmy exclaimed, his voice filled with a mix of disbelief and determination. "Nightshade has been on my bus all this time, right under my nose." Monica and Detective Rodriguez exchanged stunned glances. The realization that Nightshade had been blending in among the passengers, participating in the bus's lively atmosphere, sent chills down their spines. "We need to act quickly," Monica said, her voice filled with urgency. "If Nightshade is comfortable enough to perform his push-ups in public, he might be planning his next move." Detective Rodriguez nodded in agreement and wasted no time in mobilizing a team to apprehend Nightshade. The passengers' safety and the case resolution were their top priorities. They carefully devised a plan to discreetly arrest Nightshade without causing panic or jeopardizing the lives of innocent bystanders. Meanwhile, Jimmy continued his daily routine on the bus, trying his best to keep the atmosphere light and entertaining. But behind his cheerful demeanor, his mind focused on identifying Nightshade and preventing further harm. A few days later, the investigation intensified. Detective Rodriguez and his team meticulously gathered evidence, conducted interviews, and followed up on leads. They analyzed Nightshade's patterns and behavior, seeking any clue that would ultimately lead them to his true identity. Throughout the process, Jimmy's live feed continued to attract viewers from all walks of life. Many expressed their concern and support, offering words of encouragement and pledging their help in any way possible. The online community rallied behind Jimmy and the detectives, eagerly awaiting a breakthrough in the case. While Jimmy was engaging with his viewers on the bus one evening, a familiar face caught his attention. It was the guy who always did push-ups, performing his usual routine with unwavering energy. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Jimmy's veins as he realized he had finally found Nightshade. Keeping his composure, Jimmy discreetly contacted Detective Rodriguez, relaying the information about Nightshade's presence on the bus. The detective swiftly coordinated with his team, positioning themselves strategically to intercept Nightshade's escape route. The bus suddenly stopped, its tires screeching against the asphalt. Detectives Rodriguez and Monroe swiftly stepped on board, their expressions determined and focused. The passengers, caught off guard by the sudden intrusion, looked on with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. At the forefront of the action, Jimmy took control of the situation, addressing the bewildered riders. "Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the interruption, but we are conducting a police operation. Please remain calm and cooperative," Jimmy announced, his voice steady and reassuring. The tension in the bus thickened, a palpable energy hanging in the air. The detectives, their badges shining under the dim bus lights, began scanning the faces of the passengers, their eyes searching for the one they sought. And then their gaze settled on him, Nightshade, lurking among the unsuspecting travelers. Sensing the imminent danger, Nightshade's eyes darted around the bus, his mind racing for an escape route. He knew he had been discovered, and the walls were closing on him. In a desperate attempt to evade a capturer, Nightshade sprang into action, lashing out at the detectives with lightning speed. A fiercer struggle ensued, bodies writhing and fists flying. The passengers, caught in the midst of this unexpected chaos, gasped in shock and fear. The bus became a battleground, with Nightshade fighting ferociously to break free, his movements fueled by a desperate determination. But the detectives were relentless, their training and experience shining through as they skillfully restrained Nightshade. With each passing moment, the grip tightened, inching closer to the decisive moment when justice would be served. The passengers watched in awe, their hearts pounding in their chests, their faith in law enforcement restored. Meanwhile, Jimmy's live feed was buzzing with activity. Viewers worldwide were tuning in, captivated by the real-time drama unfolding before their eyes. Comments flooded the chat, words of encouragement and amazement filling the virtual space. They cheered for Jimmy, their digital screens becoming a portal to the gripping reality taking place on the bus. "Go, Jimmy, you got this! Unbelievable! The hero we never knew we needed. The world is watching, and we're behind you all the way." As Nightshade's resistance waned, his strength fading, he was finally subdued, the handcuffs snapping shut around his wrists. The bus fell into stunned silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of the exhausted fighters. Detective Rodriguez, his face flushed with triumph, addressed the passengers, his voice steady but filled with the weight of the moment. "We have successfully apprehended Nightshade, a dangerous criminal responsible for heinous acts. You are all safe now. We appreciate your cooperation and bravery." A collective sigh of relief swept through the bus, a tangible release of tension that had gripped the passengers throughout the ordeal. The viewers online erupted in applause, their virtual support palpable. Standing tall amidst the chaos, Jimmy smiled, knowing they had made a difference together. The bus resumed its journey, now carrying the weight of an unforgettable experience. The passengers, though shaken, shared a sense of camaraderie forged by the shared encounter with danger and the resilience that had brought them through it. They exchanged glances, a nod of acknowledgement, and a newfound appreciation for the fragility and strength of human connections. The city breathed a collective sigh of relief. The threat of Nightshade was finally eradicated. And as the bus continued its route, Jimmy's viewers remained captivated, grateful for their role in this captivating journey. The adventure was over, but the impact would forever resonate in the hearts of those who had witnessed the power of unity, courage, and determination. In the aftermath of Nightshade's capture, the city buzzed with renewed hope and a sense of security. News outlets covered the story extensively, praising the bravery of Detective Rodriguez, the perseverance of Jimmy, Derrick, and Monica, and the crucial role played by the online community in bringing Nightshade to justice. The bus symbolized resilience, unity, and the power of ordinary people coming together for a greater cause. Jimmy's live feed continued to attract a growing audience, eager to follow his journey and be part of his ongoing adventures. The viewers became a tight-knit community, offering support, sharing stories, and organizing events to celebrate their triumph. Monica, Jimmy, and Derrick became local heroes, admired for their unwavering commitment to justice. The trio were hailed as symbols of hope in a city that had been plagued by fear and uncertainty. They received commendations from the police department, recognizing their exceptional efforts in solving the case. Detective Rodriguez was promoted. A week later, as the sun began to set over the city, casting a warm golden glow, Jimmy's heart was filled with excitement and nervousness. He had been planning this moment for weeks, and now the time had finally come to ask Monica the most important question of his life. With the Chicago skyline as their backdrop, Jimmy took Monica by the hand and led her to a quiet spot overlooking the city. The ambiance was magical, with the soft sound of the breeze and the city's twinkling lights below. The moment felt right, and Jimmy could no longer contain the words that were bursting to escape his lips. Taking a deep breath, Jimmy looked into Monica's eyes, his voice filled with emotion. "Monica, you are my rock, partner, and best friend. Since I met you, my life has been filled with love, laughter, and endless happiness. Today I stand before you with all the love in my heart and want to spend the rest of my life with you. Monica, will you marry me?" Monica's eyes widened with surprise, and her face lit up joyfully. Tears glistened in her eyes as she nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, Jimmy, 1,000 times. Yes. You have brought so much love and light into my life, and I can't imagine spending my days with anyone else. I'm ready to embark on this beautiful journey with you." With trembling hands, Jimmy slid a dazzling ring onto Monica's finger. It sparkled in the fading sunlight, symbolizing the promise of their future together. At that moment, time stood still as they embraced, sealing their commitment with a kiss. News of their engagement spread like wildfire, capturing the hearts of the city and beyond. The outpouring of love and well-wishes flooded in, celebrating the union of two souls who had touched the lives of so many. From the streets of Chicago to the digital realms of social media, everyone rejoiced in the love story of Jimmy and Monica. In the following days, the couple began planning their dream wedding, a celebration that would capture the essence of their journey and the love they shared. They carefully selected a venue, surrounded themselves with loved ones, and curated every detail to create a day that would be etched in their memories forever. On their wedding day, the air was filled with anticipation and excitement. The venue, adorned with vibrant flowers and twinkling lights, radiated with love. As Jimmy took Monica's hand, he couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had brought them to this moment. The highs and lows, the challenges and triumphs. They were ready to embark on this new chapter, hand in hand, united in their love and commitment. With vows spoken from the depths of their hearts and rings exchanged as symbols of their eternal bond, Jimmy and Monica sealed their union, surrounded by the cheers and applause of their loved ones. The following celebration was a joyous affair, filled with laughter, dancing, and heartfelt toasts. As the night came to a close, Jimmy and Monica stole a quiet moment together, gazing into each other's eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude and love. They knew their journey had only begun, and they were excited for the adventures that awaited them as husband and wife. In Chicago, their love story became a source of inspiration and hope, a reminder that true love conquers all. And so, life continued for Jimmy. the charismatic bus driver who had captured the hearts of the city. Each day he stepped onto his bus with a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that he had the power to brighten someone's day with his infectious smile and uplifting spirit. The bus became a haven of joy and positivity, a place where people from all walks of life could unite, even for a short while, to share laughter, stories, and a sense of belonging. Passengers boarded with anticipation, knowing that a ride on Jimmy's bus was not just a means of transportation, but an experience to be treasured. Jimmy's live feed continued to flourish, with viewers from around the world tuning in to catch a glimpse of his infectious energy. They watched as he interacted with passengers, shared moments of kindness, and spread messages of love and unity. Through the power of social media, Jimmy's positivity transcended the physical boundaries of the bus, inspiring and uplifting people far beyond the city limits. As time passed, the wounds inflicted by Nightshade's reign of terror slowly began to heal. Once shrouded in darkness, the city emerged into a new dawn of safety and resilience. The memory of Nightshade and his gruesome acts would forever remain, a chilling reminder of the capacity for evil in the world. But the collective spirit and determination of the community prevailed, reinforcing the belief that good could triumph over darkness. Jimmy's bus rides became a symbol of solidarity, a testament to the strength of ordinary people united against adversity. Passengers returned, their smiles a little brighter, their laughter a little louder, grateful for the newfound sense of security that enveloped them. Jimmy's bus symbolized strength and unity, a reminder that love and kindness would always prevail, even in the face of adversity. The stories of the people who had shared their journeys on Jimmy's bus became woven into the fabric of the city's history. Their tales of triumph, love, and personal growth resonated with the hearts of those who heard them, reminding everyone that each person had a story worth sharing and that kindness could make a difference in someone's life. Jimmy's impact on the world grew with each passing day through his infectious positivity and the ripple effect he created. Inspired by his example, others began spreading acts of kindness and positivity in their own lives, igniting a chain reaction of compassion and love. As the years went by, Jimmy's bus remained a symbol of hope and unity in Chicago. Passengers came and went, their lives touched by the magic of Jimmy's presence, and Jimmy, true to his nature, continued to uplift and inspire, reminding everyone he encountered that even in the midst of life's challenges, there was always a reason to smile. And so the story of Jimmy, the charismatic bus driver, came to a close. But his legacy lived on in the hearts of the countless lives he had touched. The city of Chicago would forever remember him as a beacon of light, a reminder that in a world often filled with darkness, a single act of kindness could illuminate the path for us all. Ladies and gentlemen, you've embarked on a spine-tingling journey into the heart of mystery and human connection. The Transit Chronicles, uniting lives in a connected world, has unfolded before your very ears, and I trust it has left you breathless, teetering on the edge of your own understanding. As our tale draws to its riveting conclusion, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for joining us on this electrifying adventure. Your unwavering support and keen ears have made this experience all the more thrilling. But dear listeners, let me leave you with one final suspenseful note. Don't let this be the end of your quest for gripping narratives. Marv has an arsenal of audiobooks, each one promising to catapult you into worlds unknown and mysteries untold. I implore you, dear listeners, to continue your exploration of the boundless realms of imagination by diving into Marv other works. Subscribe today. In the spirit of adventure and suspense, keep those headphones on, your ears attuned, and your curiosity aflame. There are countless tales waiting to be discovered, and I can assure you, the excitement never truly ends. So until we meet again in the shadowy depths of another enigmatic story, remember, the world of mystery is infinite, and your journey has only just begun. Your friend and guide, MM2.